Good afternoon, everybody. This is Ryan with Michigan Storm Chasers. I'm joined today with Nick, Joel. I also got Ben and Drew here in the background. They'll be going out chasing. They actually are currently out in position, getting into position in terms of this winter storm. Overall update, not much is changing with our forecast. We have a very on track forecast so far. Snow is starting in areas as we expected, just maybe an hour or so behind in some areas, but overall, this system is going as expected here. The biggest concern with this system still remains later on this afternoon into the evening hours when wind starts to pick up and the snow, as the snow starts to fall heavier and that'll create blizzard conditions, whiteout conditions, zero visibility conditions, and also deteriorating road conditions even further. Now, for those of you in southeast Michigan, we are still watching the temperature gradient over here very closely. Right now, it is all snow if you are west of US 23 here in Washtenaw, Lenawee counties over there. That is remaining snow. But if you are further toward Monroe into the Detroit metro area, it is likely going to be a mix or all rain at this point in time. The temperatures are staying right around that freezing mark further west, and then they're just above freezing further east towards Canada over there. So it's creating a sloppy mess as we expected with that forecast, and that remains a 1 to 3 area on our forecast. And then right now, the overall trend of this system still seems to be on track for us. We do have some areas down in southwest Michigan flirting with some rain snow areas, although Chandler down here near Elkhart currently at work is reporting a all snow solution. So we're seeing just barely some rain kind of creep up into some of these areas. We do have some brighter banding here coming up into the southwest part of Michigan. That's going to be your heavier snow swath moving into the state as we expected, right on time, 4 o'clock. So that'll continue to work its way northward as the afternoon goes on. And then also looking at airport radar over here in Detroit. This is going to be, looks like rain here, but it's actually not rain. This is just a precipitation depiction of the intensity of this snow/rain. We have snow over here and then rain over here. So quite some intense banding going on in southeastern Lenawee County, working its way northward as the afternoon goes on here. So overall, that heaviest band, if you were to zoom back out here for a statewide view, that heaviest band is just starting to work into the state, and that will accumulate on roads and also grassy surfaces pretty quickly here. And then if we go further north, we do have that the snow starting to work its way further north. We look at our MPing reports, we start seeing that snow has made it all the way through Saginaw over toward Big Rapids, and that continues its push northward. So if you're still in Cadillac, Traverse City, Alpena, Gaylord, those areas up there, you are still likely going to have some snow showers between now and a few more hours, but that snow is on its way north there as expected. Again, about 1 to 2 hours behind schedule for some of these areas, but overall it still remains on track. The forecast is still good. 8 to 14 in a large area of Michigan, and then 6 to 10, 5 to 10-ish in a little bit sliver of Michigan, and then further southeast, 3 to 6. And then if you're close to the Metro Detroit area, 1 to 3 inches of accumulation when all is said and done. And again, we're still expecting that area of rain to kind of move into southeast Michigan later on this evening, closer toward 9, 10, 11 p.m. around that time frame. It'll rain for 1 or 2 hours, nothing heavy rain-wise, but it will cut into some totals before it freezes back over when we have some Arctic air rushing behind it. Winds will pick up across the state later on this afternoon into the evening, peaking right around, I'll say, right around probably midnight, I'm going to assume. But it will be cranking as the afternoon goes on here. I've already seen some wind gust reports across the state of 30, 40 miles an hour. So we're already getting some of those gusts. We already have some reports up here in Grand Rapids of blowing snow. But that's the only ones I see over here. We have some more over towards the Alma area, Ithaca area. We have some blowing snow reports as well. And again, if you guys would like to download the app called MPing, you can send us these reports. They go to RadarScope, the app that we use, and also to the National Weather Service. That helps them kind of determine where snow is falling, where it's not falling, and it kind of helps them with the overall forecast of who's seeing what. With that being said, this is going to be the beginning of our coverage of this winter storm, potential blizzard. We can call it potential blizzard at this point. We do have blizzard warnings up north. We could see some more as the evening goes on here, but overall, we do have Drew out here chasing. We have Nick out here as well. I have a camera set up in my backyard. I do not see that camera right now.
It just went down.
Okay. We also have Joel camera up in Isabella County. So we have many different cameras, options, and chasers who are out. We also have plenty of other chasers who are not currently joining us here on stream. We do have those guys still reporting back to us and also at work. So we'll have more in the way of updates coming as the afternoon goes on. But again, snow is overspreading the area as expected because the conditions across a large portion of the state will be here probably until this ends around 11 o'clock or so. We'll have a issue where Facebook take us off for some reason. It's like an 8-hour limit. We'll probably be live until that point. So if you guys are just joining us, this is going to be a long stream. Don't feel like you have to watch the entire thing. It's going to be pretty slow paced at times, but we will have updates from the field here from our chasers who are getting in position currently. The app is called MPing, the letter M and then ping, like P-I-N-G. And again, for those of you who joined my stream or joined me this morning for our stream, we did talk about snow through South Michigan. That is still being shown on the models, although, again, that happens before the rain happens, so it'll likely get cut in a little bit, but some of the models do show a little bit of a heavier swath through that area, this particular area right here. So we're kind of watching that to kind of see if that's going to hold or if that's going to validate. We do have a 3 to 6 zone in that area, so I think we're pretty well covered with our forecast. I don't think we need to make any adjustments there, but we're kind of watching that as well, just because as well, looking at real-time data, if you are like in vicinity of Lake Erie shoreline, you are getting the rain of this system. But for areas further to the west here along US 23 here, you guys are seeing a mostly snow solution right now. So it's going to depend heavily on those separate surface temperatures as we head towards the evening hours. But if it stays cool enough, we could be on the higher end of these accumulations. I know here in Lenawee County, eastern Lenawee County, just to the east of Tecumseh, we have about an inch on the ground so far, and it's still snowing pretty hard here. In fact, it's just starting to pick up. So I might actually hop outside and give you guys a live view for where I'm at. Joel, you want to take over for a minute? I can go ahead and hop outside here. Joel's on mute.
Sorry, there you go.
Good. You're good.
I forget. I have my new microphone, so
Okay,
I was gonna pull up the graphics I made last night. The ones particularly about the highway conditions, when to be off of them by.
Do it.
Cool.
I'll go ahead and hop outside while you do that.
Sounds good. All right, so as some of you may know, I was up very late last night. I was up till 7 a.m. this morning, unfortunately, but it was worth it for you guys. This is what I came up with, my crazy ideas, I tell you. So this is our MSC travel outlook. This is basically a projected time of when it'll be a good time to stay off the roads. And obviously, some of these times have come and gone already, like 11 a.m. be off 94 between New Buffalo and Kalamazoo. It is currently 3:09 p.m. So Toledo to Detroit, I-75 is probably getting a little slick at this point. We have it in the orange category, so it's not completely, I guess you could say, avoidable. It's orange, so it's just right below the red. But however, we have the rest of them here, besides 2 down here on I-94 in Detroit and from Detroit to the Canadian border. So all of I-75 today, wherever you're at in the state, do not travel on I-75 today. Just looking at the times here, between 3 and 4 p.m. is when the heaviest is supposed to start. So pretty much in the next couple minutes, especially Detroit to Flint, Flint to Standish. And then when you get up towards Standish to Gaylord, I think these times could be pushed back a little bit because we had some dry air inhibiting the atmosphere this morning or early this afternoon as well, up here in Mount Pleasant, especially in areas north. So we're going to go ahead and just say that these times have been bumped back to 5 p.m., especially the Standish to Gaylord, and 4 p.m. for Gaylord to the Canadian border, so Sault Ste. Marie. Again, I-94, New Buffalo to Kalamazoo, that was That's probably already starting to get hectic. Again, 94 during any snowstorms is not a good place to be. It's a busy highway between Chicago and Detroit for those who are not familiar. Kalamazoo to Albion, kind of the same story. Started at 12 is when you might want to start thinking about getting off the road. And then Albion to Romulus, so basically into Metro Detroit there. I would say if it's coming down now, I would say it's about time to get off the roads in 94. And again, Detroit to Canadian border, you guys should be good in terms of the threats. Like, it'll be a little bit traversable due to the fact that 1 to 4 inches of snow are only projected in this area. So it's manageable, but it still will be slick. As you can see here, it's going to be orange today. So take note. And then we get over to I-96, the main highway across the Lower Peninsula. Muskegon to Grand Rapids, probably already getting hectic. I know the snow started on the west side earlier this morning. So now is the time to get home if you're on 96 or think about getting on 96. Because that was 3 hours ago. 3 p.m. So basically right now, Grand Rapids to Lansing, I think about getting off. I was going to pull up the radar here really quick, but I only have 2 screens. Okay, here we go. I know Ryan's away from his computer, so he can't really manage his radar per se.
Yeah, I'm here in my backyard here looking.
Gotcha. Just give me a sec. While my radar is loading, I'll continue to go down the list. 96, Lansing to Detroit, 1 p.m. today. Same thing for 69 between Coldwater and Lansing. If you guys aren't off these highways at this point in these stretches, I would say get home as soon as possible. Lansing to Flint, that's 3 p.m. So, yeah, start getting off right now. And then 69 from Flint to the Canadian border. You guys still have a little bit of time left, but again, we have 5 p.m. projected through 9 p.m. Saturday is your no-go on 69 east and west in that stretch. And then our last interstate to cover here is I-196, and that's the entirety of it between, I believe, Benton Harbor up to Grand Rapids. And that's just a no-go zone. Again, snow's already started this morning. We have it projected at 11. I'm sure it's not that bad yet. So you guys could probably make it home in the next hour. I would not be on it, though, after 4 p.m. because I know, again, snow has been falling more on the west side of the state than it has been the east side. And then we switch over to our U.S. highways. We have U.S. 31, Holland to Ludington. That's starting now. Don't want to be on that. Scottville to Petoskey. You had a little bit of lake-enhanced snow a little bit this morning. But we could go ahead and safely bump that back to about 3 to 4 time range. So if you're still on it right now, get home as soon as possible. And then our main north-south highway besides 127 is US 131. And Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids stretch 1 p.m. So you guys should already be off the road if you're anywhere south of Grand Rapids. That also includes Kalamazoo to the border. I know I didn't put it in here per se, but that's kind of implied, again, with the movement of this low pressure system coming up from the south. So Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids, or my bad, Kalamazoo to the Indiana border, you should have been off probably a little bit ago. And same thing for Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids. And then when you get further north, Grand Rapids, Cadillac, you guys probably he'll have like 30 minutes, I would say. But again, get home as quick as you can to avoid the worst of it. And then Cadillac to Petoskey, you guys have a little bit more time. We have a 4 o'clock projected here. And then we move on to US 10, which is across the state, east to west from Ludington to Everett. Again, you have until 5 p.m., so a little bit more time. Same thing for Everett to Bay City. I don't expect US 10 to get bad for a little bit. It just started blowing snow out here in Mount Pleasant. We have no accumulation, but it's starting to come down now. So you guys still have another hour or two to use US 10 before it becomes a little slick. And then US 23, Sheboygan to Oscoda, and this is the US 23 is part of a long north-south road that goes through the eastern portion of the state. So this is northeastern Lower Peninsula, Sheboygan to Oscoda. After 6 p.m. tonight, when the blizzard warning starts, you guys do not want to be out there whatsoever. It's a clear-cut red. I was thinking about introducing a unique, like maybe pink color to like really push the point across, but red is red. I know it's hard to read, but red is red, and that means stay off the roads, especially during these times that we have listed here on the graphic. And then US 23 between Oscoda to Saginaw, same kind of story, 1 hour sooner. Blizzard-like conditions, especially in the Oscoda area. Do not want to be traveling this US highway, especially late tonight into tomorrow morning. Then we have an orange hazard for Flint to Ann Arbor, which means they can be traversed, but it's going to be very, very slick That starts now through 6 p.m. Saturday. So if you're on US 23, and we'll say it goes down to the border as well, because I know the snow is already starting there, as you can see you saw on Ryan's live camera. So again, US 23, Flint to Ann Arbor to the border. Think about getting off that as soon as you can. And then US 127, north to south of the state, starting in an hour, Grayling to Alma. Good time to get off. Alma to Lansing, you guys should already be off, or if not, thinking about it. And then Lansing to the Michigan-Indiana border, not so much of a hazard. Still going to be very slick. Should have been off about an hour ago. And then our final couple of U.S. highways here are all in the UP. US 2 goes east to west across the UP. That's kind of all the same story. Should have been off of it because it started earlier today. If not, get off US 2 as soon as you can. US 41 is a north-south road through the UP. Goes through the central, kind of winds its way up to Houghton. That same story there, and same for US 45, which is a little bit further west in the Upper Peninsula. And wow, is it coming down at my place right now. Let's get back to the StreamYard here. There we go. And now I have my radar up. Wow. All right, so this is our radar right now. Lots of light to moderate snow. Now filling in, our dry air has gone away for portions of central Michigan here. So it's starting to fill in, as you can see outside my window. Nick's on the highway right now, somewhere in the Grand Rapids area. So he has the same story there.
Driving into Coopersville right here, you can see, well, my camera would stop falling. You'd be able to see that sign popping up there. I do want to quick say, if you're out driving in this, turn your headlights on. Even though it's bright enough out, if you have the automatic lights on, they might not turn on with it being this bright, but please turn them on. It's very important to be able to see you in these conditions. I got probably just over a quarter mile of visibility right now on I-96 here going into Coopersville.
And it looks very wet there too right now. You think it might freeze there soon?
It might. It's about 34 out. My car says 34. My watch tells me it's about 32 here. So the slush might freeze on the roadway.
Sounds good. Thank you,
overall,
Nick.
it's just wet.
Oh, perfect. Nope, there's the Coopersville exit. Again, you can just see right now those visibilities out there. Once the snow starts blowing around, it's going to become hectic. So you definitely want to slow down if you're on the highways. Make sure you leave enough stoppage time, especially when those roads start to get slick and the temperatures do start to fall below 32 tonight. Again, we do project potentially a flash freeze where it was raining a little bit earlier down in southern Michigan. So be careful out there, guys, and use four-wheel drive when applicable. And make sure to turn those headlights on, as Nick said. Door keeps slamming shut in my apartment here. Oh, my roommate's putting my windshield wipers up. That's very nice of him. And then we also have Drew here, who I believe is in Ottawa County. Drew, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Yep. I'm heading on my way towards Allegan County, just southeast of Holland, Michigan. Snowfall rates have been a little bit heavier down there, so I was going to check out those fields over there. So that's what I'm planning to do right now. So.
Sounds good. Stay safe out there. And then again, the snow has just started to blow around here at my apartment here in Isabella County. No accumulations yet, but I imagine
Show my camera if you can real quick.
Yeah.
We got some drifting snow here already across the roads from these farm fields. Just shows how important it is to be aware of these. We'll get in these areas of just kind of light snow cover, and then where these farm fields are. This is a small one here. It's definitely more accumulation on these roads.
Yeah.
And that'll continue to get worse into the evening hours as winds pick up. And also, as we head into the evening hours, the snow ratios will become drier because right now it's more like a wet type of snow. It'll become more dry and more susceptible to blowing later tonight.
Yes. Trying to get my camera to stay where I want it. It's proving difficult. But yeah, even right here, there's another farm field and the road covered up. Right there.
Oh, there's a drift. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that was one of the access roads that they have. Again, right here, you can see the trees blocking the road.
And you can see where the trees are. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
There was just about 3 inches of snow right there. Again, right here, bad snow drift. Already starting. And this is
why we
48th Avenue
pointed out
in Coopersville.
Perfect. Yeah, especially up north and northeastern lower peninsula, especially where the blizzard warning is at, when you're going to have 10 to 15 inches, potentially 18 inches of snow. This is why we highlighted the risks for such drifts. And as you can see in Nick's stream right there, it's already probably inch 2 drifts across those open fields. And then you get where the trees are at and there's nothing. So it could just, you're driving 50 down those back roads. All of a sudden you fly up on a, maybe a foot drift. And if you have a small car, you're going to pretty much come to a complete stop, if not slow it really far down. It's really dangerous. So definitely want to get home as soon as possible, because all the roads this morning or this afternoon are going to become hectic no matter where you go. And road crews are going to try to keep up. But again, those back roads, especially, those are going to be low maintenance, last ones to get covered. And at this point, we're just pretty much waiting for our snow to arrive. As you can see over here in Wisconsin, we have a bunch of snow reports that have already come in from the National Weather Service at Madison. You can see there's an 8-inch report just across the lake in West Bend. And that stuff will move over into West Michigan, Central Michigan, where we have the 8 to 14 range on our graphics for tonight. Trying to think. What else could we cover here? I could just throw up the 6 panel. Everyone's stream. Yeah, this is just the beginning of the event. We will be going again until the stream runs out at 11 p.m. and then we might restart it into the nighttime hours. So if you want to go ahead and leave a like, share the stream. People can check in on the road reports as they come and go. You guys can come and go as whenever as you want, but if you are coming and going, just make sure to leave a like and show some support.
And we will pin this live stream to the top of our page. So if you'd like to come back to our page to find it, it'll be right there as soon as you visit us.
For sure. Wow, 181 comments. I haven't even looked at them yet. Probably could cover some of these. I'm just going to, 181 comments. That's a lot. Ryan, did you want to throw up the snowfall projection map that we released this morning really quick?
Sure. Give me 1 second to pull that up here.
Okay.
Traveling north towards Muskegon County now. And I'm definitely on this north road. I'm going to have a lot more of these drifts.
Wow.
Kind of see right here on this line where they stop salting.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then we'll get Ryan's. There we go.
So not much has changed. We haven't actually changed anything from this morning. Again, the 8 to 14 zone encompasses a large portion there of the lower peninsula. We did add a 15 to 20 inch zone up near Marquette, where we see significant snowfall accumulations up there on latest model trends, 6 to 10 in other areas of the UP, and then also 5 to 10 here from Saginaw close to, we'll say Battle Creek down towards Coldwater. You're in that 5 to 10 zone through the thumb, and that 3 to 6 zone does look to be pretty well on track there. I think we've nailed that rain snow line with this latest update, with temperatures closer to Metro Detroit there remaining too warm for snow. So I think this forecast overall so far is looking to be pretty well on track. But this is what you're looking at. If you take a peek at the map there and compare it to where you live, If you're close to one of those transition lines, for example, the 8 to 14, say near Lansing, you're pretty close to that 8 to 14 zone. So you could see the lower end of 5, you could see the higher end of 10 to 12 there, just depending on exact shifting and exact banding of snow as well. So this is a general, this isn't going to be specific. There's going to be some areas that are going to see more or less, but most of the majority of the population will fall between these ranges.
And with the blizzard warning up there in northeastern Lower Peninsula, we were debating on adding like a 10 to 15 range, kind of to echo what the National Weather Service Gaylord put out. So just kind of imagine that it's 8 to 14 plus in the Alpena area, especially when you get some of those bigger drifts. I know it doesn't count as an actual snowfall total because you can't really measure. I mean, drifts happen, but that doesn't really count towards an official snowfall report. But drifts or not, you'll still get 10 to 15 inches of fresh new snow up there in Alpena, and they are calling for potentially 18 inches. And with that all blowing around for over probably 16 to 20 hours time period, that's going to create some wicked drifts, and you definitely do not want to be out traveling tonight, especially in the Oscoda, Alpena, Mio area, Grayling to Gaylord, especially on I-75 between those areas. Basically, when you get north of Houghton Lake on I-75 and 127, or 127 kind of butts into 75, that whole stretch going to be a nightmare tonight, especially after dark. We also want to include a shout out to Mackinac Island. They're actually under a blizzard warning too. When I released the graphic this morning, I know it didn't include it in it, but the coding, I couldn't put it on there per se. So I just added it in the text. Yes, Mackinac Island is under a blizzard warning. We'd have to look up the last time that's happened because I don't know if that ever has. That's okay. It's Mayo. Oh, that makes sense. Mio Mayo. Oh, me, oh, my.
Tomato.
Yeah. I have to bring up the Gogebic thing again.
Gogebic.
It's Gogebic.
I do want to show the people in Southeast Michigan. I'm seeing a lot of comments here from, say, Monroe and Detroit itself. Again, this is going to be primarily a mix for you guys further toward Lake Erie. It is also the Canadian border there. And if it does change to snow, it'll likely not last too long. Again, we are expecting a changeover to rain for a larger portion of that area. I'm trying to pull up the preset map here. Latest trends still show that rain moving up in closer to 10 o'clock tonight, right about this time frame right there. We see a bigger portion from Lenawee, Washtenaw up through Oakland counties over to Macomb, Wayne, and Monroe. You guys closer to 10 p.m. will see the transition back to rain, and then that'll last about 1 to 2 hours, and then some snow behind that, and that's when the winds really start to get cranking up behind that as the rain moves out, which is why we're concerned about freezing potential with fresh rain, and then that freezes. Untreated roadways are just going to become completely, if there are not already, a complete mess.
We actually do have an update from the National Weather Service Marquette. We do have some new blizzard warnings that just came out, and this goes for 2 counties in the UP, and that is Marquette County and Menominee County. So it's a straight north-south shot there. So Marquette County, and then the county that's pretty much the southernmost county in the UP, right there.
Right where
yeah,
the 15 to 20 zone is.
Yeah, it's the most southern one. Dickinson County is right below the 15 to 20, and then you have there's Menominee.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so those 2 counties are now under a blizzard warning. I'm gonna try and get a graphic out for that just to get people updated. Ryan, I don't know if you want to take over the stream for like 5 to 10 minutes so I can post that.
If you guys have questions in regards to the system or regards to what's going to happen, go ahead and feel free to ask in chat here, and I'll try and get to them all. I got
someone did ask how to use the MPing app, and I was going to answer that. But if you want to go ahead,
I actually don't have the MPing app. I do everything through Radar Scope, so that'd be a good question. Yeah,
I got you. So MPing, if you just type in MPing, it's lowercase m, and then ping is all capitalized. Just download the app. I'm just going to go into it really quick and kind of run it play by play here. When you open the app, it says select report type. Oh gosh, that green screen doesn't make it show, but it says select report type. You're just going to have to trust me on this one. You click on that, and then it shows test, none, rain, snow, winter weather impacts. Gives you just a whole list of like reports. You can go under rain and snow, and then it shows rain, freezing rain, drizzle, freezing drizzle, and then a bunch of different mixed precipitation types. If you don't know exactly, if you are getting mixed precipitation right now, you don't know what mixed precipitation is falling, you can always just look it up online. But a lot of you guys are going to be seeing snow tonight, so just click on the snow and or grapple option, and then it will post a nice little snowflake mark on the radar for us to see. So it's pretty easy to use once you get into it. It's just click button, it goes to the next list, click a button, it goes to the next list. And then just make sure to press, when you get to this little screen here where it shows the map, just make sure to press the submit report button down at the bottom. So hopefully that helped you guys out. I'm going to go ahead and create that graphic now for the new blizzard warnings in the Upper Peninsula.
Gotcha. Does anybody in Grand Rapids, has anybody heard thunder? We're getting some reports on our page of potential thunder snow up that way, although we can't confirm that yet. But I'm just kind of curious if anybody's actually heard that.
Well, recently were the reports.
It was in the CPN chat, I believe. Drew said something about it about 20 minutes ago.
So I mean, I guess I just left Grand Rapids, but I didn't hear anything about that.
Okay. I don't have Radar Scope Premium, so I don't have lightning strikes on my end of things. But I'm just kind of curious. There is some potential for thunder snow in the early parts of this evening, through this evening, when instability is at its highest across southern Michigan, from about Grand Rapids over to Flint and areas south. So we are kind of listening and watching our page for any reports of that. So if you guys do hear thunder, don't be surprised. It's pretty uncommon to hear in the wintertime, but it's nothing that's going to nothing dangerous to you. But in terms of overall conditions here, I'm seeing some questions in regards to traveling. At this point in time, I'll take you back over here. I don't know if I can do this or not. No, I can't. Give me a second here. I'm going to stop my screen and then present my entire window, if that's possible. That works.
Yeah, it's possible.
There we go. Go ahead and zoom out. Go ahead and zoom out here on Radar Scope, and we see MPing reports all the way up toward Midland now into Big Rapids here. That continues to push to the north. So if you are south of this line, Grand Rapids, Lansing, Flint, area south, now is the time to get off the roads, because roads are deteriorating quickly. As we can kind of see on, we'll take Nick first here. Those roads, those are the Grand Rapids area. The roads are just starting to get some snow coverage on them, and he was talking about some drifting earlier. Then we have Drew headed from Grand Rapids. Yeah, we're getting a lot of drifting going on. Expect that to increase as well. And then also Drew heading south toward the Allegan County area from the Grand Rapids area. He's got some clear roads, looks like, over there, but it looks like snow is still falling there, and he's got some slush there, looks like. So, again, these roads in western Michigan are still looking they're okay for now, but they're going to start deteriorating quickly. I know, looking out my window here, I live right on a main road here in southeastern Michigan. I do have complete slush and snow cover on this main road here. This is a MDOT road, so they actually just plowed it a few minutes ago, and it's already spec'd to snow cover. So going back to the radar here, looking at the overall conditions of the snow, looks like the heaviest banding still is about, yeah, you see this heavier banding here from about roughly Kalamazoo down here in toward Lenawee County. That's going to be your heaviest bands pushing themselves north. Again, we do have some areas. If you're in far southwestern Bering, you may be sneaking in some rain there. But otherwise, I believe Chandler said he was getting mostly snow solution there in Elkhart, which is right about here. So he's getting snow where it's closest to the rain. So that's a good sign that we're going to be all snow in southwest Michigan as expected. But we could sneak some raindrops in there. Back to the chat here. If you guys do have questions, feel free to go ahead and ask them, and I'll try and get to most of them. There goes a plow again. I'm not sure you guys can hear that in the background, but there's another MDOT plow. In fact, I can... Give me 1 second here. I think I can actually pull up MDOT's drive map and show you guys this. See if I can... Yeah, there he is right there. That is the plow that just went by my house. And the name on these plows, for those of you not familiar, MDOT names their snow plows or allows the public to name them. This one is called Whiteout Wrangler. That's a snow-covered road there. That's M50, for those familiar, between Dundee and Tecumseh. You can see on that picture there in the middle, you can see the snow-covered roads there. So again, looking around the area, we see some plows here on US 23. Again, completely snow-covered there on US 23. That's a major highway over here on the east side. M50 closer to Monroe, still seeing snow. But the further east you go towards the I-75 corridor, the less snow you have there. That is not these are not working here north of Monroe. There we go. Got some slush there. Looks like a rainy mix from that camera. Again, some snow falling over there towards Monroe. Again, nothing like we're seeing further east. But if you get into Metro Detroit area, looks like, yeah, here we go. Mainly rain with this one. Closer in toward Metro in downtown Detroit. Looks like some snow. Looks like snow is trying to mix in there close, but just not getting the job done. Staying mostly a mix there across the state. And also with traffic, you can see the slowdowns here. If I take these off, you're going to see these slowdowns on the roads. Detroit's already a mess. We have some greenage up here on 127 south of Lansing, but that's about the only part of the state here. 131 looks to have a little bit of a green slot here. So traffic's moving on these green areas. Yellow, orange, red slowdowns are more than likely with this. So again, this is the MDOT drive map. It's public information for those of you who are wanting to check where the plows are. If you guys want to check how road conditions are looking according to this map, it's MDOT drive map. You guys can Google that. It is public information. All right, and snowing pretty good here in northern Dearborn Heights. Okay, that's good to know there, Bob. Looks like we're getting some snow further to the east now. So again, it's not going to accumulate. Like we already have an inch going for 2 inches here where I'm at, but over closer toward Detroit, we're looking at that just starting to accumulate. So again, that 3 to 6 and 1 to 3 zone looks really good right now from these live reports we're getting. Again, it's going to snow all the way into the late evening hours, and again, 9-10 p.m. we're going to have that switch over to rain for those areas in southeastern Michigan. So overall, I think this forecast is really good looking right now. Go ahead and take Drew back here, seeing somewhat how these road conditions are looking. Again, he's driving toward Allegan County, which is over in West Michigan, south of Grand Rapids, between Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. Be directly just north of Kalamazoo, south of Grand Rapids. That's going to be in a pretty heavy snow squall here pretty soon. In the next couple hours. So he's moving to a good position here to intercept that. And then we also have Nick out there. I don't see Nick's camera anymore on the stream here. I'm not sure what happened, Nick. If you took it down, I don't see Nick anymore. Then we have Joel up here, Isabella County, looking at some raindrops there, probably some snow coming down. Yeah, snow melting on his window there. So again, snow is overspreading the entire area as expected. And that is going to continue to be the case into the afternoon hours. Again, winds will start to pick up here a little bit later on this afternoon if they have not already. But it's definitely looking like we're going to be on track here for everything that we have called for. I'm going to take these MPing reports off as I know they can be cluttered. But again, your snow line has made it probably a bit further north than these MPing reports, probably closer to right about here right now. So Cadillac, you're up next for this snow. If you go further north, Traverse City, Houghton Lake, Roscommon, Rose City, you guys are on deck for this all the way up through Alpena. You guys are going to be getting your snow here shortly, and then overnight hours, it's really going to crank up tonight into the overnight hours for you guys. And I'm going to take these MPing reports off. There we go. And go ahead and animate this. All right. Let's go back to chat here. Roads are
sorry,
horrible.
Ryan. I just got home.
Okay, you're good. All right. Sumter Township, Belleville area, accumulating snow. Roads are bad. Okay. Thank you, Julie. Just starting to snow in Macomb County. Yeah, Macomb County, you're going to be way up there, close to that Canadian border there. So if we were to take the Detroit radar, we're seeing that rain mixing in right there. It's very limited to about if you were to measure this from the lake shore, from the Canadian border, it's looking like it's like a 10-mile area from the Canadian border, Lake Erie, all the way inland. That's not really seeing much in the way of snow, but it is starting to turn over as temperatures drop there. As that low pressure moves, we have dynamic cooling that are cooling these temperatures. That's likely to occur, but I don't think we're going to accumulate much over there. We have a few hours here of more snow accumulation before we start talking about rain switching over for that area. But overall, I think the forecast 1 to 3 there long and close to the Canadian border is probably going to be your main zone there, your main accumulation. Do you think anything will stick in East Point? I'm going to say 1 to 3 for you guys. Yeah, I love the plows. They're named as well. There's I think it's pretty funny to kind of look at and say, hey, what plow just passed my house? Whiteout Wrangler was the one, and you can kind of watch where what roads they're going to be on. You can kind of watch patterns and stuff how they do it. But there's plenty of MDOT plows out right now. There's not a lack of them. So state roads are going to be well maintained. It looks like, at least for the early part of this afternoon and evening. Snowing in Newport, thank you. Snowing hard in Big Rapids, like someone turned a switch on. Yep, that's this is the frontogenesis band. It can be really heavy at times, and this is also where the most intense snow will likely be. Although we will have more intense snow, I think the blowing snow is really going to pick up tonight as the snow turns to a more lighter, drier type of snow. I believe it's going to be a lot windier and a lot more blowing snow as we get later on tonight. So the worst is yet to come. Just made a report in Macomb. It will show on radar scope. Let me turn my MPing rat back on here. There's quite a few over there in Macomb. I see 2 so far. I see 1 in Grosse Pointe Shores, and I see 1 in Warren, mixed rain snow, and I see 1 over here just north of Utica. It may take a few minutes to pop up too, although usually it's pretty instantaneous. But
yeah, we do appreciate those MPing reports, especially if you're in the rain snow mix line, just so we know right exactly where that rain snow mix line is, and it helps out people who are traveling on the highways. Although we are hitting that 4 o'clock time frame here zone where most people should be getting off the roads by now.
It also not only helps us and also the people on the roads, but it also helps National Weather Service as well. Back to some comments here. Snow in Midland, snowing in Bad Axe. Sideways snow in Montcalm County.
Montcalm?
Montcalm. Did I get it right?
Pretty close, yeah.
That's always going to be a county for me to mispronounce.
It's just Mont and then Calm.
I know. It's just so hard for me to say. I don't know why.
And people get confused between Montcalm and Macomb. So you really got to nail that pronunciation.
Yeah, I know. I'll be more precise. I'll be like Montcalm County.
Yeah.
There we go.
Especially for our Southeast Michigan viewers, they're like, no, that's supposed to be Macomb.
It's happened. No. It's happened.
Trust us, it is Montcalm, 2 M's.
Are you guys getting my chat? Yes, we are, Kendall. What's up? Let me go back here and see if I find a comment from you. I don't see anything from you. If you have a question or had a comment, go ahead and ask it again. Actually, here we go. I live in northern Open County, Michigan. Starting to snow. Yeah, I got that comment, Kendall. Is there a question you got there? Or? Now I can get to all these comments. We have 500, 600 people actually watching us here. So we're not going to get to all your comments. We'll just shout it out as we see them. We're going to try to stay up to date with these.
I was going to say something about that. If you guys are watching on YouTube, you can send us super chats. That way we do see them and we will answer them no matter what. That's
a good way. It's not necessary, but if you want an immediate answer, it's probably the best way to get our attention for sure. Good to see you back here, bruh. This is day 3 that you've joined us. So shout out to bruh. Love to see it. Quincy visibility right now is 2 telephone poles max. Not surprising. That's what we're talking about. The whiteout conditions, 0 visibility, blizzard conditions, all likely throughout the state and all throughout the evening. So. Got a report there are multiple cars in the ditch on 94 between 23 and Zeeb. That's going to be over here from Jackson to Ann Arbor. This area right here. And again, road conditions along there, if you take a look at MDOT maps, we're going to probably see a pretty clear-cut MDOT, or should I say pretty clear-cut snow on the roads. I don't know why I was trying to go with that. Yeah, there's I want a highway look. Give me a highway look. There we go. That's a little bit better. Looks kind of clear there, but of course it is snow. Looks like the majority of that, though, the driving lanes are at least somewhat clear. Although,
You guys see what Chris said in the Chaser Partner Network?
Yeah, I covered it right now here.
That's sweet.
Do you have a camera by there?
Yeah, this is all the cameras. Here's 94 at Zeeb right here. If we were to go this way, it'd be closer to Ann Arbor here. That's not available. And again, visibility looks like less than a quarter mile, if not less than a half mile at the very least. Yeah, check that out. The camera's completely plastered.
Wow. That's kind of what my camera looks like here in Mount Pleasant. And wow, is it blowing around? The wind has started here in Mount Pleasant.
Yes. Oh, check that out, guys. Look at this. That is a complete whiteout right now.
You have it a full screen?
Just north of Ann Arbor, Barton Hills, or 23 and M14 meet there. That is a complete whiteout going on. That's insane. So, and that goes to show you there's probably going to be a lot of accidents here on the roadways, on the highways. So this is why we're telling you guys, stay off the roads, please. If you do not have to be out. Of course, we have people working. You have to go home. We understand that. But if you do not, if you have the option to travel, do not do it. Absolutely not. All right, look at that here. All right, Linda, we're going to block you. We don't allow spam on our page. Sorry. A lot of times, if you guys ever get a comment response from a troll saying, hey, I don't know you, but please send me a friend request. You look cute. Yeah, no, don't do that. Please don't.
Yeah.
We get a lot of those on our page. We try to keep up with them, but there's just so many that probably some will slip through. Hello, sideways snow into Concha. Let's go back to the radar here. I need to just share my entire screen, so I have to stop doing this. Give me a second here. I hope that's not going to cut into the graphic, which it...
Oops, sorry.
You're good. All right, cool. The graphic's still good. All right.
Yeah, look at that snow squall.
Yep. So we were talking about for the past 20 minutes here, or longer than that, actually. The heaviest snow is starting to work into the state here. The area into Concha, I believe, is right around here for Teconcha. So we're getting the heaviest snow bands moving north into the Kalamazoo, into Battle Creek, into the Jackson area here. Likely going to be zero visibility at times. Blowing snow is going to start picking up a little bit later on. As that moves north, that's going to be a dangerous situation here. So again, blinding snow already being reported here in Teconcha. Sideways snow, should we say. And that's likely going to be causing some reduction in visibility there. My phone is going nuts in terms of comments, notifications, reports. I cannot keep up with them all. That's crazy. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button on this stream. We would appreciate that. Helps the algorithm get the word out to more people that we are streaming for those who want to watch, and also stay updated with what we're looking across the state. Now, again, the heaviest snow right now is still, like we just talked about, in that southwest portion of the state, working its way north. This is all going to be working north throughout the afternoon. Now, also, for those of you in southeast Michigan, there's a pretty heavy snow squall, bands, I guess we'll call it here. Squalls are more lake effect. Bands are, I guess, are more system snow. But again, all this yellow here that you're seeing, this is the airport radar. This is not all rain. This is just a measure of the intensity of the precipitation, which right now is falling as snow, and it's in the 30 to 40 dBz zone. So quite intense snow here falling in southeast Michigan from the Metro Detroit area. And also, if you're closer to the Canadian border, likely going to have rain mixing in with that. But otherwise, areas particularly west of US 23 will remain all snow. Looking back here at the Indiana radar, there you go. Check that out. Anybody checked on Chandler lately? He's down here in the Elkhart area, so he might be getting that heaviest snow right now. I'll send him a message there real quick and see what he's up to if no one's talked to him here.
Yeah, I think he's pretty busy right now.
Okay. He is at work currently, so if he's busy, we cannot get updates from him. But it looks like there's some pretty intense snow going on down here, working its way again north toward Kalamazoo. So this is going to impact the rush hour travel. This is going to be very impactful for you as well. I believe we might have some MDOT cameras to take a look at down here to see what it looks like in a little bit. We'll check on that here in a few minutes.
Sorry.
But we do have, you're good. We do have some intense snow working its way, as expected, right here between 3 and 4. We've been saying it for the past 2 days, 3 to 4 p.m. And here it is. Here it comes.
Thank you, Kendall, for the $2 on YouTube.
Oh, I didn't see that. Where'd that come from?
YouTube.
Oh, we got super
Oh, there
chat.
it is. I see a super sticker as well. I got 99-cent super sticker. Thank you, Kendall. We appreciate you.
Whoop, whoop.
Live in northern Oakland County. Could be upgraded to winter storm warning. I have not seen Detroit's discussion. I believe they remain the same here.
Oh, we have a comment from Kendall as well. Live in northern Oakland County, could be upgraded to a winter storm warning. That's definitely possible, especially if trends continue for heavy snow bands. I would think so. What do you guys think?
I'm looking right now at the latest discussion to see what they're talking. I'll have a better answer here in 2 seconds. But yeah, as Joel mentioned, I think it's definitely possible, especially if we get a further east shift. Right now, Macomb County, the eastern part, you say Oakland or Macomb?
Oakland.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit more likely that you're going to be into a winter storm warning. Again, your rain, if you look at Oakland County here, your rain area is just off to the east in Macomb County. So it's going to really heavily depend where that sets up. And it looks like it's setting up to your east. So I think that you could eventually be upgraded. I think that that's definitely a possibility here. But again, it's going to be an advisory, a winter weather advisory nonetheless. So it's going to be impactful no matter if it's a winter storm warning or a winter weather advisory.
Sorry. Let's see.
Snowing in Hazel Park. Thank you, Leslie. Flying to Vegas tomorrow a.m. early. I don't think you're going to make it out of Detroit. There's a small chance, but it's going to be quite windy. Yeah, I don't see many flights going on in Detroit tomorrow. If any of you are in the heaviest band of snow right now or in a heavy band, we would absolutely love to see pictures and videos and even snowfall measurement reports. Send those to our page. You can message the page directly. You can email them to us. Our email is actually on our profile on Facebook. You can find it at mistormchasers@gmail.com. You can also drop a comment on one of our latest posts. Please don't send pictures on the stream here. We will not see pictures on stream. But we will see pictures if you were to go to one of our latest posts, either a picture or text. Please drop them on those. We'll see those better than we will anywhere else. Patricia, we are covering the entire state right now. The focus is on southern Michigan just because A, that's where the majority of traffic is, and also B, that's where the heaviest snow is. We can go ahead and take a look for you, though, over here towards South Haven and Grand Junction. So we look at South Haven here. You are in the heaviest band. It's just going to be a matter of exactly how much you're going to get here because you're so close to the lakeshore. We could have a few things happen. Number one, lake enhancement could increase totals. We have lake effect coming on Sunday. Overall, though, you're in an 8 to 14-inch zone designated by us, and you're also in a winter storm warning. So it's going to be very hazardous for you over there in that area. Majority of what we're trying to cover here is just keep everybody safe here during rush hour. We're going to focus a little bit more on MDOT maps and kind of figure out where accidents are happening and stuff like that, avoid the areas, that kind of stuff. We also have chasers who are actually chasing right by you in South Haven. Patricia, we actually have Drew coming down toward Allegan County. We also have Ben, who I believe is actually going towards South Haven, that general area is towards St. Joseph and Berrien County. I'm not exactly sure where Ben is at. I'll have to kind of check in with him here in a little bit here, but he's over there as well. And they're covering that more intense band as we expected. That's where they're positioning as well. Look back here on Indiana radar. We see that bright blue banding here coming up towards Goshen and Elkhart. So that's coming up into actually already in the state here, Three Rivers over to Colon, Bronson, Bethel. If you guys actually live in that area, if you guys have reports of what's going on outside, we're curious, how hard is it snowing? Is there, sleet? Is there ice pellets, rain mixing in, stuff like that? We have Drew out here. Go ahead and take you full, Drew.
guys. So right now I'm just southeast of Holland, Michigan. Right now we're just getting some heavy snow, but the winds will continue to pick up. If anyone lives in Allegan County or in Ottawa County, there's a pretty heavy snow band that's developing heading towards your guys. So I'm going to be monitoring these fields out here by Ottawa and Allegan County and keeping you guys posted about that.
All right, thank you, Drew. As you couldn't hear him at the start there, he is in Holland, and he mentioned that heavy snow band working up. So again, he's gonna be waiting there in Allegan County as that band moves up towards him. And again, drifting is going on in the fields, and it's gonna only get worse from here on out. So again, if you guys are out on the roads, please, if you can, go home. You do not need to be out in this. It's only gonna get worse from here on out. Also, you can hear, I don't know if you can hear that in the background. I don't know if that's you, Joel, or if that's Drew.
I believe that's my stream. That's the wind howling.
Yeah, that's the wind. I'm hearing the wind howling there. So it's starting to pick up across the state. And again, that low pressure is down here in Indiana, working its way northeast. I don't know the exact placement right now. It should be somewhere between Fort Wayne and the Indianapolis area. I'm going to animate, try to get a look at this here. Yeah, it's just a little bit further south here. Looks like right about here. As that low moves up in toward Michigan, it's going to bring heavier, stronger winds with it, because the closer you are to that low, the windier it gets. So that's why we've been saying it for a couple of days now. When the low gets closer, it gets windier. That's going to happen later tonight. But again, winds right now across the state, 20 to 30 miles per hour with a little bit higher gusts, but they will increase to 30 to 50 miles per hour throughout the evening. So again, the worst of this is going to be coming later on in the evening. I want to take a minute here and switch off and back over to the MDOT map and take a look at what's going on down here. I want to see if we can hit any cameras or snow plows to see what's going on here and see how heavy the snow is. And yeah, there you go. You can kind of see it. I don't know how well you guys. I can't enlarge this, unfortunately, but it looks like visibility there is about a quarter mile just south of Constantine near White Pigeon. We have a traffic cam over here on US 12 just to the west of Edwardsburg on the border of Indiana. Looks like some slush is blocking the camera there. We have a snowplow. Looks like it's heading south here out of Three Rivers. We have a snowplow here in Sturgis. We'll keep an eye on those cameras here as we get into the afternoon. But overall, the heaviest snow band is still working its way to the north down here right now in Cass and St. Joseph counties.
Ryan, we have a super chat from Devin. Thank you very much. South Haven hasn't done anything but sleet so far.
Interesting. So it might just be because the closer you are to the lake shore, the warmer the temperature is. So it might be actually trying to melt that as it falls from the sky. So it may be falling as snow from above, but once it gets closer to the ground, it's changing over to a sleet type of precipitation.
Yeah. And for skew tees, I don't know if you guys have seen me talk about skew tees before, but it's basically a horizontal look at the atmosphere. There's probably a really, really shallow warm nose, which is where there's a little jut of warm air just above the ground, and where it's pretty much everything above that warm nose is freezing, like rapidly freezing. So once it gets into that warm nose, it melts just enough where it turns into ice.
Have to do that a little bit later on when you're done making those graphics, Joel, kind of show the guys what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. This Blizzard Warning graphic is not liking me right now.
Oh, you're good. Take your time with it. We'll get it up here for you guys. Again, Joel has spent an incredible amount of time, especially overnight tonight, making these graphics. So if you see any graphics go on the page from Joel, please hit that like button. He would appreciate that. We would appreciate that. The effort going into this system, make sure you guys are all prepared from our team here, from our staff to our partner chasers, is phenomenal. So we put in a lot of work for you guys, and this is our passion. We do it out of passion, but it's for you guys. So we'd appreciate it if you can show your support for us. Snow hard here in Harrison. Hello from Allegan County. It's snowing. About an inch on the ground in Temperance. Yeah, I got about an inch here as well, looking at outside. Man, I wish I had I'm going to try my camera again on my phone. I tried logging into my phone to show you guys my outside, but the camera was very grainy in quality. So I'm going to try that again, load my phone up and show you guys what's going on outside. Nick has joined us. He is at home base now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a camera pointed outside here. I think it looks decent. You can see a flag in the background too. Really show the wind. I'm going to share that there.
Yeah, once you get it up, if you want to just go ahead and share it, go for it. I'm going to work on my camera here real quick.
There we go.
we go. That is Nick from West Grand Rapids area. I'm not sure you want to say more specific, Nick. I'll let you do that.
Just Muskegon County.
Muskegon County. Again, looking at that snow that has already fallen from a previous storm is still on the ground there. But again, the roads there are still covered, getting quite significant snowfall moving into the state here. So again, it's going to get worse as we get on. We do have cameras all across the state. We have chasers active. We'll have updates as we get into the evening hours.
Christopher, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Thank you for the shout out. We do try to give you the best content possible. That's why I stayed up until 7 a.m. last night. So hopefully it was worth it for you guys. That is a winter weather alert.
Oh boy.
Update winter storm warning. 7 to 12 inches for Isabella County.
All right, my phone is loaded up there. I'm going to see if I can take this really quickly. There we go. That's a little bit better.
Oh, wow. Look how slushy and wintry that is.
Yep, this is southeast Michigan in Lenawee County there. This is on the main road of M50. Again, it's been snowing hard here for the past, I'll say, 2.5 hours here. So looks like we got Ben joining us as well. I'll go ahead and take Ben and add him to the stage here. What's up, Ben, if you can hear us?
Hey, guys. I'm out here in Sturgis. Snow is coming down pretty quickly, as you can tell. I just drove from Three Rivers. Roads are not terribly slick, but they are still rather slick. You definitely want to take it slow if you're out on the roads this time. Definitely starting to deteriorate much faster now at this point as the snow does get heavier. I think you guys showed on radar that heavy band of snow making its way into Sturgis, but it is starting to increase in intensity, so...
Yeah, we're going to remove you off here and show the radar here. So you're in Sturgis. We're going to go back to the radar very quickly here. Now he is down here where that heaviest band is working its way further north, and you are actually pretty much in that dead center band there, maybe just a bit to your south there, knowing the radar goes up in the atmosphere here. So the heaviest band might actually be a little bit further south in these bright blue banding here, but he is right here in Sturgis, and that snow is starting to increase as it works towards Ben there in Sturgis. So again, thank you, Ben, for that update. We'll go ahead and take you back if you have anything else to say. This is Ben from Sturgis.
All right, we'll be making our way up north towards Vicksburg a little bit later as that band continues to head up this way. So try to keep you posted.
All right. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Yep, no problem.
All right. That was Ben from the southwest Michigan area. We also have Drew, who is, I believe, he's off stream right now, but he is in Allegan County, and he will be coming back on here with updates as needed. Again, the heaviest snow band is again working its way into southwest Michigan towards the north over the next couple hours. So right on line with rush hour, right on line with what we're thinking in terms of everything. So you can send us pictures to Facebook Messenger. You can email them to us, or you can message us on Twitter as well. A couple different ways you can do that, but please do not share them here in the live stream. We're not going to see pictures with our streaming software. We cannot see any pictures or videos you guys send us in the chat here. We can only see chats. I cannot believe, though, how much snow has accumulated here in southeast Michigan. This is intense. It's been snowing hard for the past 2.5 hours. And I probably have about an inch, probably 1.5 inches, almost 2 inches in spots out there at this point. And we still got 6 more hours before this changes over to rain. So I think we're 3 to 6 forecasts for this area is going pretty good. So
remember how we had like no snow on my roads here, and now look at my camera. It's completely covered over. It's all blowing my car, which is down in the bottom left corner. I should pull up the thing here. My whole front hood and windshield was clean, and now probably has a 1/2 inch of snow on it from the blowing.
That's insane.
Thanks to my roommate for putting my windshield wipers up. I do appreciate that.
And I will say you are not even in the worst of it yet. I mean, this is just started for you guys up there in Mount Pleasant. So we also have Chris Mundy, who is out, not with us, but he is out chasing, sending us updates. I'm going to go ahead and check the chat here for him. He was the one who alerted us to slide-offs and vehicles and ditches closer to Zeeb Road and US 23 in Ann Arbor, just north of Ann Arbor there. We also have Chris Tobias in Lansing. He will be out and about sending updates. He might join us here as well. I see a lot of pictures from you guys coming in chat here. So I'm going to take a peek at those. Nick, can you handle this for like 5 minutes, you think? Or
Yeah, I should be able to.
all right. I don't know if you have your radar pulled up or not. You're more than welcome to, but
I do not.
that's fine. I'll just use mine here. If you have any questions, go ahead. Whatever you want to do here, I can go ahead. I can move radar around if you need to.
No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself here and hop off. Not gonna hop off, but
So, how's the weather out there?
Stockbridge, Michigan, already without power. Yeah, that wind's already whipping out here, especially as far north as Mount Pleasant, and probably up towards Clare and Cadillac. So I imagine they go for it.
Did power ever get restored to most other places?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Oh my goodness. $20 super chat.
Holy
Red.
cow. Thank you,
Between
Red.
Allegan and Martin in rural areas, snowing pretty good with a bit more than a quarter mile of visibility. It's windy, but not too extreme. Yeah, we're getting that wind too up here in Muskegon County.
And that's pretty much close to blizzard warning criteria. Again, when you have 3 hours of quarter mile visibility or less with 30 to actually 35 mile per hour sustained, or at least frequent winds, that's when they'll pull the trigger on a blizzard warning. We're right around that mark, but Grand Rapids is a little hesitant right now in issuing that. But definitely winter storm warning is warranted. And again, thank you, Red, for that super chat.
Yes, thank you. Snowing sideways in Ann Arbor. Coming down hard in Capac.
What's it say? How does he spell it?
CAPAC.
K-Pack is, I believe, that's how it's pronounced.
K-Pac. Put a K in there then, not a C.
Somebody correct us if we're wrong.
No, they will. K-Pac. Yeah, see? Shelby's got it.
Ryan, I believe we just had a video sent in to our email.
Yeah, I'm working on getting the post out. I'm going to handle messages here, so give me a few minutes. I'll get to them all.
Gotcha. Yeah, and if you guys have any snow reports, you can send it to any one of our recent Facebook posts. We'll try and get to them. Also, direct link is www.michiganstormchasers.com/send-report.
You can see scrolling on the bottom of the screen there.
Yep.
Perfect.
You can also get to know us at michiganstormchasers.com.
You do. Figure out who we are. Not where we live, though.
Yeah.
Please don't figure out where we live. Someone's going to do that just in spite of us.
I will call the cops. Don't make me call the cops. That's all I ask.
You're going to be busy enough today.
Yeah. That's another thing. I guess, like, if it's like an emergency, but it's not that big of an emergency, try to keep it, like, if you can, like, if it's like a big emergency, obviously you want to call the cops and do it.
Right.
Emergency resource day are going to be backed up, especially with any like accidents on roadways. So just think about those essential workers out there for sure. They're trying their hardest to keep everyone safe. So you guys can go back to your families all safe as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to our MDOT plow crews as well, keeping those roads as clear as possible when they can.
And county plows as well. Can't forget those guys.
Yes, absolutely.
And your local plows. I have one here in my township. I think it's just one guy that does it.
Same here in my township as well. So yeah, shout out to everybody who clears snow, and even the small companies who do it for businesses. You know, everybody who's moving the snow. That's gonna be a task for you guys.
Oh, Ryan, yeah. I'm seeing in comments, people are trying to send in some videos, but they're too big. Do you think, like, would you recommend maybe like having them, if they have like a YouTube channel, they could upload it to their YouTube channel, and then they could share the link once it's uploaded?
Is it
talk to email or messages?
Email shouldn't matter.
Really, if it is too big of a link, then it won't send, especially Gmail.
It should be able to send a Facebook Messenger up to 5 minutes, I believe. I'll check on that. Give me a second.
We're gonna add Ben here back on the side. He's got some Got some driving there going on.
Thank you to the truck drivers who are also out there and about today. That's also essential work, getting the goodies from place to place.
Oh yeah.
We need a high wind warning. That's debatable because usually if it's like high wind and snow, like what we're seeing, they'll just go ahead and issue the blizzard warning. It's very rare where you see a winter storm warning and a high wind warning issued at the same time. They usually just combine them. So if winds do start to pick up more than forecast, then I imagine they will upgrade, especially for portions of, I would say, probably northwestern Michigan, so probably up towards the Big Rapids area, especially kind of like an extension of the blizzard warning that's up in northeastern Lower Peninsula. We have a doubter.
We do. Devin says it doesn't seem like this is going to produce 8 to 14 inches.
I know
you got to remember this is going to be going all night.
Yes, and I know you said you sent a super chat saying you were by South Haven earlier. It definitely could be lower amounts, especially if you live along the immediate lakeshore, especially with the warm lake influence. So it could be on the lower side of the 8 inches for you guys tonight.
Alex is here. I'm going to mute him because his blinker's going.
Unless he has something to say.
I don't know.
Just jumped in because we just got let out of work early due to conditions. Conditions are rapidly deteriorating here in Kalamazoo. Downtown, we already have about 1 to 2 inches on the ground. It's snowing pretty moderately right now. Visibility is down to about a mile or less and has been that way for most of the afternoon. It is a very, very wet snow so far. Very large flake size, and is a very, very slushy and slippery road conditions. As the snow is accumulating, this is a problem due to the fact that as it gets colder later in the evening and overnight, and the snow continues to develop and gets finer and blows around more, you're going to have a base of slush and ice. That is a recipe for disaster when you're trying to drive.
Yeah, it is. It sounds like that's most of the state right now. It's just that wet, sloppy snow.
And again, this was well forecasted. We knew this is how this was going to play out so far. As the snow develops, it was going to be very heavy and wet as it moves through the state, and as the system moves through and then eventually deepens as it moves towards the Thumb and Lake Huron, that colder air will rush in and change the composite of the snow from wet to dry. And with the winds increasing, that will create that blowing and drifting snow and near blizzard conditions and blizzard conditions at times.
Yeah.
I will point this out really quickly here, Nick and Alex. It looks like we have a very intense band of snow starting to fall in the Kalamazoo Schoolcraft across 94 to Jackson and Ann Arbor area, as you can see here on the radar, where it's indicated by the purples and pinks. So if you are thinking about travel 94 here in the next couple of minutes, please be careful. Alex, you're going to say something or no?
I'm currently driving, heading back to my house to hunker in. I'm just driving right now on Westnedge in downtown Kalamazoo. So it's a major artery, but it's a downtown road, not a highway, not a side street, but it's a major road through downtown Kalamazoo, and it is snow covered and slush. It is about 10 miles an hour under the normal speed limit right now, which is 35. Everybody's driving about 20 to 25. As this is just really bad road conditions. And then from a little bit earlier, about a half hour to an hour ago, I got a report as well that 131 south of Schoolcraft was closed due to a pretty decent crash. I'm not sure much of the details yet, but I wanted to pass that along, that 131 south of Schoolcraft near Flower Field was closed due to a major crash.
Gotcha.
Yep. Here on the screen, we have Drew driving. He said he's heading towards Martin right now, and you can see that slushy, wet snow covering the roads and a few spots where the drifts are coming across as well. Drew, do you have any comments on that, or?
Not really. Yeah, like I said, heading towards Martin, Michigan. Really heavy snow, kind of like what Joel was mentioning about around the Kalamazoo area. So planning to intercept that in Martin, Michigan. Might head a little bit further west, so we'll see how that tracks and moves up to the northwest. I mean, east.
Perfect. Thank you, Drew.
Yep.
We've got a big, crazy room in here right now. Everybody's in here.
It's good.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Myself here in Isabella County. Got a camera pointed out the window. Drew's out there. Ben, I know Nick, you have a camera pointed out your window. Ryan did have a camera pointed out his window in Lenawee. I think he's working on fixing that right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a what am I thinking of? I'm gonna try to get a traffic map up.
Yeah. See if you can get like Ryan's, I think, MDOT map up with all the snow plows.
I don't have snow plows, but I do have like Google Maps is traffic speeds.
The traffic conditions.
Yeah. I just don't want you to see all of my saved saved stuff.
Oh, Ryan's reporting that there might be an accident outside of his house. He's going to check on that really quick.
Go get them, bros. I guess let me switch to this.
Now, if need be, we might have to condense some cameras. I know I have 2 cameras running right now, but the max we can fit in here is 10, just to give you guys an update. Isabella, someone wants a picture of Isabella County. Definitely some moderate snow falling right now. The wind has been whipping. It looks like we have a brief break in the wind, although it's still probably gusting up to 10, 15 right now. But yeah, you got to watch out for these heavier bands that are coming up 127 right now from the south, especially in the Lansing area. A couple isolated spots over here in Shiawassee.
On the screen right now, you can see we have a current traffic map for basically the southern side of the lower peninsula here. I-94 is basically one big slowdown. 131 going north and south are both slow from Portage all the way to Big Rapids, and then even further north into Reed City there on the northbound lane. And as people are being let out early, of course, there's going to be more and more people on the roads, slowing it down even more.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it's local or just in Portage or not, but we saw that Chick-fil-A has closed at 4 o'clock here.
Wow.
So even
for
restaurants are starting to close early.
All right, I'm very close to getting that blizzard warning graphic finished here for the UP. Finally. Again, that's for Marquette and Menominee County.
And then I don't know if you guys saw earlier the update from the National Service in North Webster, their afternoon discussion mentions extremely strong winds and that near blizzard conditions at time overnight into tomorrow morning. They're currently leaving the winter storm warnings as is. However, they did mention the fact that they were awarding the winter storm warning a little harder to mention than near blizzard conditions, and that right now they're going to keep them the same, but they did mention the fact that criteria may be close to being met for blizzard conditions.
Sounds good.
Nice.
Glad to know that they are watching closely, and they always are. We appreciate their hard work there at the National Weather Services.
We got a question from Amanda. How long is it expected to keep snowing? How many inches for the Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti area?
Ypsi?
Ypsi?
No, why?
It's Ypsi.
Is it Yipsy?
I don't know.
I thought it was with an I.
I'm gonna call it Yipsy.
Uh-oh.
I always called it Ipsy.
Yeah, I think it's Ipsy.
Get the people fired up.
Yep. Bring us your comments.
No, she just said no.
I've always called it Ypsilanti, but I mean, I don't know. But at least for that area, the snow conditions will rapidly continue to deteriorate this evening into the overnight. There may be a brief lull in the overnight between midnight and about 4 a.m. But again, as the system moves north into the Thumb and the Lake Huron area, as that cold air wraps around, it's going to enhance the snowfall off Lake Michigan. And as that cold air wraps around the base of the lake, we'll see what we call convergence. As that cold air wraps around the base of the lake and the way the lake is vertical north-south, that enhancement off the lake will create these very, very strong bands of snow. And with the winds being so strong, it'll blow those bands inland. So we could still see really, really bad conditions, especially for the west and central part of the state, but even towards Ypsi and Ann Arbor through tomorrow morning into the afternoon with occasional snow showers.
Snow emergencies for Blissfield. Cars off street at 6 p.m. there. Should I cancel my kids' baseball game at Grosse Pointe noon tomorrow? I believe that's the Detroit area. Am I correct?
Yeah.
B-ball is basketball.
Gross point.
Sorry,
Oh, basketball. Yeah. I was going to say
Yeah.
baseball.
No baseball. That'd be one heck of a baseball game. Sorry, I'm just looking forward to summer already, as you can see.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Oh, we got Ryan's camera coming in here.
Another camera.
Yep, just for a little bit. Go back and show you guys the road conditions here. And it's not gonna. Oh, there it goes. I was gonna say it's having trouble loading, but that's what M50 through Lenawee County and eastern Lenawee County there looks like. Again, plows are out there. It's just it's snowing way too hard for the plows to keep up with. We probably have about 2 inches on the ground here, and it's still coming down pretty steadily here. Not as big as flakes as it was earlier, but still quite significant in terms of overall snowfall accumulation here.
Oh, wow. So the text that just came out with the blizzard warning a little bit ago, especially for Marquette County, because they have this separated into Marquette and Menominee, so we'll have to separate the text a little bit. But Marquette, the blizzard warning is in effect for additional snow accumulations of 14 to 31 inches.
Wow.
Yes.
So our forecast is on the low end of things up there. We call for 15 to 20.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I kind of figured that at least with the terrain, and that's what they're calling for is the terrain from Herman to Ishpeming and Negaunee. That's where you're going to see closer to probably 2 feet, 3 feet of snow.
That's insane.
And then for Menominee, it's closer to 10 to 13 inches. And again, the winds up there will be gusting as high as 45 miles per hour.
I'm going to take back my screen here for a second, and I'm going to see if I can't.
Looks like
do that.
Ben is on the move here. I'm going to add Ben.
Okay, go for it.
Hey, Ben, you're back on.
All right, I'm here at Featherstone Road, just north of Sturgis. I just located 2 cars that are in the ditch. I'm checking over to see if they need any help.
Okay.
But yeah, just be safe on these roads. They have gotten a lot slicker ever since that heavy snow band's gone through. So just
Okay.
Are they starting to freeze over, or are they just slick because of slush?
I would say there is a little layer of ice on them. They were wet on my way down here, and now they are starting to get slushy and also icy as well. So just
All right,
just
thank
heavy
you.
snow coming down.
Thank you, Ben. And definitely make sure to check on those people, make sure they're all right. Appreciate your report.
Will do.
We did have a comment asking on my radar. Is my radar still primary right now?
No, it's
no, it's
back
not.
to me right now. I can recommend radar.
Okay, someone was asking really quick about that question mark here in Mount Clemens area. That is just a spotter network report. It's an other, so it just says C note, and the note says 36.5 mile per hour gust reported with a home weather station just north of Mount Clemens, and 1 inch tree limbs are downed in this area. So the winds are increasing, everyone. That low will continue to move up towards our area, and with that being said, those winds will only get more heavy especially around the immediate low, as we saw on those isobars or on those mile runs from last night and this morning, where those isobars get really close together. That's when you have the strongest winds. So we're not out of the woods by any means yet. We have a long night ahead and a long day tomorrow ahead. So we'll keep you guys covered here.
It is absolutely dumping snow at my house.
Is that third camera from the top?
Yeah, that one. I took my screen out of the window. I was hoping to. That's what I was doing when I was kind of standing up in my camera, but I was trying to see if I could get the clear picture. Looks like it's decent.
Mm-hmm.
You can see my Christmas lights still on.
That's okay.
I'm a little early, I know.
It's in the spirit of the season. We didn't get our snow before Christmas. Now we're getting it after.
Yeah, it looks like on radar, I've got a really heavy Coopersville is getting dumped on right now, and it's moving up towards me.
Fordo says he has a half foot of snow already. It depends on where you're at. I mean, it could also be previous. Yeah, it's another thing is when you're measuring the snow amounts, you do have to make sure that you're measuring like on a fresh, clean surface that was cleaned off, and not measuring the snowpack that was from this storm that happened earlier this week.
I do want to take this back really quickly here and go over some road conditions in Metro Detroit. Getting some reports of accidents here. US 23 near Heartland. I see there's a bad accident. And also, if we were to take these cameras and snowplows off and look at the travel conditions here, Metro Detroit right now is a complete mess here on all the major highways. So again, this is why we're trying to advise you get off the roads. There's really no need to be out there if you don't have to be. But again, looking at the accidents and stuff going on, there's a couple of them starting to pour in here. Getting one here. I'm seeing a bunch of red here on 23 near Heartland. It's not reported yet, but it looks like that's a valid report there as an accident on 23 near Heartland, which would be right up here. So unfortunately, it's going to happen. So again, if you guys don't have to be out there, please don't. Again, looking at some road conditions here, it looks like it's starting to really pick up over here in southeast Michigan in Metro Detroit, where it was originally raining for a little bit. Looking at some highway pictures here, getting really low visibility, snow-covered roadways, just picking and choosing some of these cameras here. It's really low visibility across the southeast portion of the state here. Almost complete whiteout here on I-275 and Ford. So definitely pay attention. Please be careful if you're out and about across the state, but especially right now, it looks like the heaviest is in southeast Michigan and also over here near Bend in Kalamazoo and Sturgis areas. If you want to take a radar, Joel, if you want to take it back, you're welcome to do that.
Oh yeah, go for it. I'm still getting the graphic.
I'll keep mine up. You can take it back anytime you want to, Joel, but I'm just keep mine up for now while I'm talking here. The heaviest snow band right now is, again, moving up into Kalamazoo. You can see it here. And it really stretches over here to Detroit as well. We were to take Detroit's radar and take a peek at the snowfall banding over here. Wait for it to load. It's a little slow.
Fordo said he's in Dexter. He had a half foot of snow. So I don't know if that's quite true. It could be a drift.
It could be.
Police scanner has nonstop with accidents everywhere in Livingston area.
Yeah. There's a message from somebody who works for one of the road commissions in Southeast Michigan saying that a bunch of slowdowns are occurring. There's a bunch of overall whiteout conditions going on. So I wanted to cover that really quickly in Southeast Michigan, just because that rain snow line looks to have shifted off into Canada for right now. So majority of you guys, if not all of Southeast Michigan here, is getting pure snow. So that's going to make travel, especially 4:30 here, peak of rush hour coming up. It's going to be a pretty dicey situation out there. So again, the heaviest banding here, you can see it here on the radar over Detroit, Ann Arbor, over to Macomb County. That's going to be your heaviest banding here. If you were to take a peek at Detroit's airport radar, the yellows here would indicate a little bit brighter or a little bit higher accumulation or higher snowfall rates would be ongoing here. So again, it's not rain, it's snow. It's just measuring the intensity of the precipitation, which is all snow currently. So again, looking at mainly basically a bullseye for Detroit Metro, Ann Arbor, down even here toward Tecumseh, Dundee, Milan, Saline, those areas getting the heaviest right now in Southeast Michigan. And then also if we go to further north, checking our northern Michigan folks up here toward Gaylord, the bulk of the snow, turn MPing reports back on. The bulk of the snow looks to have made it up toward Alpena. Looks like the cutoff point right now is Traverse City. Again, snow showers up here, probably ongoing here, but the heaviest snow still remains to the south, and the very heaviest is still off, working its way south to north right now down here in South Michigan. So again, the conditions will deteriorate into the evening as time goes on, as the winds pick up, and as we expected here. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and take back our forecast really quickly and go over accumulations for you guys right here. Again, 5 to 10 inches of snow from Kalamazoo, South Kalamazoo, up through the thumb in the blue, 8 to 14 in the pink areas, and then we have 3 to 6 for the lighter color blue there, and 1 to 3 closer to Detroit. And then up in the UP, we have 15 to 20, although Joel just had mentioned that 15 to 20 area could see up to close to 30 inches of snow when all is said and done with this. So a significant accumulation up in the UP, and then 6 to 10 in general, with higher amounts possible up in the UP as well in that blue area. So that's our accumulation map. Again, blizzard-like conditions are going to be possible, are in fact likely into the evening. Blizzard warnings are in effect for northeastern, lower Michigan, and parts of the UP as well. I know Mackinac Island is under one, I believe, or Mackinac City.
Mackinac Island, yeah.
Mackinac Island. Okay, thank you, Joel. And then there's also a few other blizzard warnings up in the UP, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I believe Joel's working on a new graphic to cover those. It will be up on our page shortly.
Yep.
Overall, again, this is going as predicted, as expected. Nothing has significantly changed. The only thing we're going to be really watching is that accumulation totals in Southeast Michigan, just because as of right now, it's pure snow. It's going to be more of a question of how much is going to accumulate before it changes over to rain. And right now, looking in Lenawee County, which is in that 3 to 6 zone on the edge of 1 to 3, looking at the camera here, it's about 2 inches right now and still coming down here. The camera doesn't do it justice, but it's snowing pretty hard here. So going to be watching that area in particular up through Detroit, Pontiac, Flint, and we'll keep an eye on that and go through some reports as well as the evening goes on to kind of see how we're doing. Going back to the radar here, I'll take some of your comments as well. Look back to chat. It's been a minute here.
I saw a comment that said about 1 inch of snow is falling there in Newaygo. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just looking through comments here. I'm about 6 minutes behind going through everything. Jackson police scanner traffic is offline. Not surprised by that. Ypsilanti roads are terrible. Anywhere from Saginaw. So Saginaw right now should be getting snow, pretty much all snow. And you guys should be pure snow up there. No report as far as accidents or anything, although the heaviest is still to come for you guys. So,
Ryan, I do have a traffic map on deck here if you wanted to look at it too.
Yeah, I got the MDOT map over here. I don't know if yours is any better than this one. If it is, go ahead, pull it up. But this would be what I would be looking at.
It's about the same. Here, I'm going to just flip it.
Go for it.
Looking at the Metro Detroit area here.
Yeah.
Lots of red on those freeways and those main roads there.
That is a disaster.
Lots of dark red too, like here at 96 and 39. Got 1, 2 accidents reported there. That might be the same accident on 96 there. There's an accident here northbound on 39. Oh, moving around. Just a lot of slow traffic here.
There's also now a new accident being reported at US 23 and I-94. That's a big interchange here in Southeast Michigan. That's a new accident. Looks like it just came in.
You said
I-94 and
right here.
Yep, that's one of the biggest interchanges in Southeast Michigan there during rush hour. So not surprised to see accidents there, but again, that's likely going to cause significant backups. So again, if you guys are out getting out of work and getting on the highways, avoid these areas that we're telling you about. We're not going to get to all the areas. Please check on the maps. If you don't have the traffic layer overlaid, please do. But if you can avoid these highways at all costs, do so if you can. Although again, that's can get pretty dicey if you take back roads. It could be drifting as well. So this is not a situation. This is why we told you guys, if you don't need to be out, please stay home. This is looking like it's going as expected here with tons of accidents coming in now with rush hour.
Yeah, very slowed down here on this curve on 94 here by Ann Arbor, Saline Road.
Just so you don't get grilled, Nick, it's saline, not saline.
It's saline. I'm gonna do it.
You're gonna get grilled from the guys over here.
I don't care.
Trying to get some cameras
That's
up here.
Good comment from Eric. If you crash your car and there are no injuries, call the non-emergency line for your county dispatch center. You guys can easily find that on Google for sure. If you just type in, like, for example, Isabella County. I live in Isabella County right now. Just Isabella County Emergency Management. There'll be a phone number that's not 911 that you can call. So definitely utilize that. Only use 911 for severe emergencies.
Yes. I want to take this and go 494 right now since it's rush hour.
Yep.
This is a camera. It's hard to see, but if you can squint your eyes there, it's pretty much a whiteout condition, very low visibility here. This is going to be just over toward Battle Creek. It's actually just south of Battle Creek there at 94. Looking at some of these cameras on 994 here, it's not a good situation here for rush hour. Looks like it's a little bit lighter up toward Kalamazoo right now, but again, road conditions are still deteriorating very quickly as well. Some of these cameras are just complete whiteouts. Yeah, check this out. This area, Kalamazoo especially. Man, Alex. Is Alex on here still?
I just got back, yeah. I just got back home.
Looks like Kalamazoo is getting pounded right now, especially on the east side of Kalamazoo.
Yeah, there's a very heavy... Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
No, I was going to say, yeah, visibility, like I said, is down to a mile or less at times. Generally a mile, but there were pockets on the way home as I was driving that were less than a mile, a half mile, and just complete... straight down moderate snow. Not a ton of wind with this, but the snow is just coming down at such a clip that it's reducing the visibility. And like I said, the roads are just caked with snow and slush. And it is just quite a mess right now.
Yeah, there is a pretty heavy, if you want to go back to radar, there's a pretty heavy line of snow going from Granger through Three Rivers, Battle Creek, Marshall, Eaton Rapids, Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Just dumping there. Yeah, you got it.
And this radar is... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
I was going to say what we're looking at radar-wise is what a lot of our forecast models were indicating was going to happen was a heavier band of snow that expands out through most of lower Michigan eventually with time. As this area low pressure moves from Illinois into Indiana, a lot of these snowfall rates will tend to pick up as the system continues to deepen and move closer, along with the wind starting to pick up, and especially this evening. The Weather Service has highlighted a time frame from between 6 and 7 p.m. to about midnight, 1 a.m. during that time where the winds will be picking up significantly, that significant blowing and drifting snow near blizzard or blizzard conditions with heavy snowfall during that time for most of all of the winter storm warning area and even some of the winter weather advisory areas included in that. Again, just because you're in a winter weather advisory doesn't mean you are going to see a period of blizzard conditions. You just won't see it for as long of a period. Again, as the system moves closer, those conditions will only continue to deteriorate.
I saw a question on YouTube. And people have been asking, what is a bomb cyclone? Somebody's heard about it on the radio. Somebody want to say a quick thing about that?
Yeah, I can. Or Alex, you can.
No, you can. Go ahead.
Okay. A bomb cyclone is essentially when a low pressure deepens rapidly. Over the course of 24 hours, it deepens 24 millibars. That is considered a bomb cyclone. It's not something we see a lot. It's not uncommon per se, but we don't see it quite often here in the Great Lakes. It just means that it's a very rapidly strengthening low pressure system. Alex, if there's anything else you want to add to that, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, with this system, it'll be close. We're going from a system that earlier this morning was at 992 millibars. And when it deepens up through Lake Huron, the thumb area into Lake Huron, it should deepen to about somewhere between the the models are in between somewhere between 972 and 976. So that would be, you're looking from, 992 down to 976. Or if it gets down to that 992, you'd be looking at that 20 millibar range. So we're close, and it would be generally within that 24 to 36 hour time frame. So we don't quite meet that criteria of bombogenesis or a bomb cyclone, as it's been known to call, but we will be close. This is a very strong system.
We got Jason in here now from Middleville. Live look outside his place. Pull up full screen really quick.
Yeah. Dumping.
Yeah.
Looks like we do have Ben still driving. Ben, are you available for a quick update on the road conditions where you're at?
Sure. Road conditions have quickly deteriorated out here. I am just now south of Mendon, just went past M86 west of Colon. This car in front of me is having some difficulty sliding back and forth. I believe it's running on front wheel drive, but speeds right now are at about 35 miles per hour. And this car, it's gradually starting to slow down out here. So roads are getting quite treacherous out here. Definitely going to want to, if you are out and about, you'd probably want to get home as quick as you can.
Wow. Yeah, I know from experience just living down here and family in St. Joe County, that's a 55 mile an hour road. So the fact that speeds are that slow already is indicating that those roads are pretty bad already.
Yep. That speed is about 30 and 35. It's been alternating in between. So
how's the drifting been on the roads?
Drifting has not been too bad. I'm getting into an open field area at this current moment, but it is still a solid mix of ice, slush, and snow. There's ice caked on the bottom, and then you got the slush on top, and that snow's still falling here. So snow has lightened up, though. It's not really as heavy, but it is still coming down at a rate that can't be caught up with. So.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
I think we lost Drew. I'm going to pull him out for now.
Save some camera space.
Yeah.
This is our busiest stream.
Yep.
If you guys haven't already, hit that like button. We would appreciate that. It helps us out significantly and also helps your neighbors out. It gets the word out for people who are unaware or need to have updates on the conditions. They can find our stream easier with the more amount of likes that we get. It's just an algorithm thing that helps us out. It helps everybody else out. So if you haven't already, hit that like button. We would appreciate that. Somebody asked here for thunder snow. They asked them in Chicago. It is a possibility, although we have not seen any confirmed reports of it yet. If anything were to happen, it'd probably be with this band right here from Lansing down to Kalamazoo. This area in particular is the most intense band of snow right now. I don't see much in the way of I don't see anything. I haven't heard of anything, should I say, besides a few strikes that we had earlier this morning in Chicago.
Yeah, Jody, I know it's kind of clutter on the screen here.
We do try to full screen whatever's the most important thing at the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have everyone's live stream cameras out their windows on the side, but radar is also very important to us right now, and we're covering that.
You don't really want to see our faces anyway.
Let's get really close.
That's why I have mine muted. I don't want to see my face.
Go ahead and take some of Ben's stream here out of Southwest Michigan here. Ben, where are you at exactly? Can you hear us?
Yeah, so I'm getting close to the intersection of M66 and M60. So that's just east of Mendon, Michigan. Still following this vehicle with its hazards on. It's kind of bobbing back and forth. These ruts can very easily send your car in a different direction than what you would like to. So you definitely need to use extra caution when you're out here on these roads.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Ben.
No problem.
And we got Jason in here from Middleville. He's got a camera set up in his front yard or backyard, one of the two. Snowing pretty good there as well. And then we also have Joel's camera here from Mount Pleasant. Again, it's snowing out there as well. Snowing pretty good, looks like, over there at Mount Pleasant with the, I know when we started the stream, that road or that driveway there.
Completely bare.
Completely bare. And then now it's snow covered. So definitely got some heavier bands coming your way too, Joel. So
Can't wait.
For right now, where I'm at, I'm getting dry slotted just a little bit briefly for a few minutes before another heavier band works its way through. Looking at the current radar over here, southeast Michigan. Again, heaviest snow moving through Metro Detroit over into the thumb of Michigan. And again, looking at the airport radar, we do have this little dry area right here, and also some over here by Napoleon, looks like. More so over here, but otherwise we do have more on its way from the south, so that will quickly fill back in. Looking down further into Indiana, looks like this rain snow line is still flirting here with southwest Michigan and Berrien County, but overall it should remain mainly, if not all, snow for areas further south towards the border. It looks like it's working its way up. Still heavy banding, if you haven't noticed that. That's still very heavy banding working its way northward into the state. So I have to keep an eye on that over the next couple hours as well. Looking back even further to the west, again, looks like a mess on K-Lot's radar for sure. But we are cold enough here in Michigan. This is going to change to snow. So the heaviest band still from about Lansing all the way through Metro Detroit. I'll go ahead and say this area right here is currently the heaviest. And that's pushing northward. I live in Ontario. Storm is coming. Depends on where you're at in Ontario. It's whiteout conditions near Dexter. Yeah, the heaviest is working its way through.
Yeah. The wind is definitely picking up here. I'm going to do a solo of my camera here. You can see the flag there on the right-hand side. Of course, when I turn around, it's not as straight out. But it was sticking straight out there. It does seem like the wind is shifting a little bit to the northeast. So it's probably about an east-northeast wind right now.
Yep. If we take a look at mesoanalysis really quickly, we see that low pressure. Let's see if we can pull that up really quickly. There we go. That low pressure is, as expected, shifting its energy back to the south there. Your low pressure is going to be right about here over Indianapolis. That's going to work its way to the northeast, and as that does, the winds will shift from more easterly to a more northeasterly, as Nick was talking about there. Right now, it looks like it's out of the just barely northeast, mainly east there for you right now, Nick. According to this map, of course, but looking at that, that'll move up. Look at the future. That low moves up into Michigan, and that brings the end of precip about. Or not end of precip, but precip will start dying down as that happens overnight tonight. So plenty more to go through.
See, Victoria is saying EMT is stopping transfers of patients from Big Rapids to Grand Rapids. And that just tells you how significant 131 is getting.
North of Grand Rapids.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any MDOT cameras on 131, Ryan, if you can pull any of those up.
Yeah, there's plenty of them. Where exactly?
In between Grand Rapids and Big Rapids, so
Yeah,
like Rockford, Cedar Springs.
There's a good one near Wayland, I believe. This is 131.
That's south of Grand Rapids.
Right. You're looking more so north of Grand Rapids?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, look at all those.
There's nothing north of Grand Rapids.
What in the world? Not even by Howard City.
Not loading, at least. I don't think
Yeah.
there's any.
It's in this. That's the sticks anyway.
The closest one I can get you is probably just outside the city here.
Probably West River Drive.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Yep, there it
Yeah.
is.
And that's always a hectic part of travel, especially when you get into rush hour. That's a cam to keep watch.
That is the worst part of the freeway there.
Yep. All right, taking back the radar view here. There we go.
Drew in our chat says conditions are rapidly getting worse. I think he's back in here. Yeah, we're gonna add him back. Just another window.
Take him full screen for a second. Yeah, he's Drew. Can you hear us? Where are you at?
I just passed Allegan, Michigan, and I'm heading east. I can't remember which road I'm exactly on, but I'm heading east towards Martin. But ever since I passed Allegan County, I would say snowfall rates are for sure above 1/2 inch an hour, maybe getting closer to that 1 inch per hour. And yeah, I'm going about 30, 35 on the road right now. So
Yeah, you got the heaviest band moving towards you. Looks like, so be prepared for a little bit more snow there. That's your driving.
Yeah. Are you on 116th Avenue or M222?
I think M22. M22. It's like the road that heads directly east of Allegan and connects to Martin.
Yeah, so 222.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. UPS is still delivering. Way to go, UPS.
In rain, snow, sleet, or shine.
In our other chat here, Ahmad Beji is reporting that the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor is reporting 3.1 inches of snow so far.
That'd be about right. You guys want to take a live measurement with me? I'll go outside and do it real quick.
Do it.
Sure.
All right, let me go ahead and mute myself and go ahead on my phone. I'll give you a few seconds.
Yeah, visibility is definitely going down there by Drew.
It's crazy. His and I think Ben and Drew are in the same area. They almost have like the exact same road conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to guess how many inches of snow is on the road, but it's a pretty good amount.
Oh yeah.
Jessica says really windy and whiteout conditions in Harrison. Wayland/Gun Lake is slippery. Thank you, Catherine.
If I may, looking at the latest forecast data here, some of the high-res forecast models that came out this afternoon at 18Z, so it's around 2-3 p.m. here, are showing a clear picture now of our storm. Now that it is here and is developing and deepening, we know it's coming. We know it's here. What is looking like now, and of course from the Weather Service discussions as well, it looks to be some time frames that we can kind of start to narrow down a little bit. Ongoing right now is that heavy wet snow. We expect that to continue through the next, I would say, 4 to 5 hours here. That's approaching 5 o'clock now. I would say through about 10 p.m. From south to north, from the state line north, around 10 p.m., you'll start to see a lull. You'll start to see that snow kind of decrease a little bit as that area of low pressure moves in. Kind of like think of it as like the calm center of the storm as that moves through the state. However, looking at the latest forecast models, as that cold air rapidly moves in from the west, after about 2, 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, snow is going to rapidly blossom back up out of the west off Lake Michigan as cold air sweeps on in. We've been seeing some videos and some images out of Iowa and Nebraska of very, very deteriorating
I'm going to take a
conditions.
measurement, guys. Want to take me full if you want to, or if you guys are still talking.
Alex was talking about, I think, the blizzard out in Iowa.
Yeah, I was just saying that as that cold air rushes in, that area of precip out in Iowa and Nebraska, as that moves east and gets ingested into the storm system,
The snowfall will be a lot drier at that point and start to really blow around. And so while conditions are bad now, we will see equally, if not worse, conditions overnight and through the day tomorrow.
Do you want to take Ryan full screen?
There we
There you
go.
go.
All right, cool. One thing I want to note before I go outside here, if you guys can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Check out my tree in the backyard here. I don't know if you guys can make it out or not, but the snow is weighing on these branches already. You can kind of see it on the left side of the tree there. It's hard to see, I know, but it is already weighing on the tree. So that's one thing with power outages we're concerned about tonight, with extra weight of the snow on the tree, but also taking the measurement out here, taking a couple spots here. Got 2 on the pavement, and then also going out here in the grass where my snowboard is at. Should be right about here. We're looking at, yeah, there it is. We're looking at 3.2 right now.
Wow.
So about what Ann Arbor has. And again, this tree is getting weighed down by snow, so power outages are probably going to be a likely thing here across the state if this is already happening with 3 inches of snow. Yeah, so that is between 2 and 3 inches here in Lenawee County, eastern Lenawee County. So our forecast 3 to 6 looks to be on track, I think. So back inside, back to the computer. So Joel, take back the screen, please.
Okay, 1 second. There you go. Let's look at Middleville again from Jason's front or back porch cam. Visibility is still a little better there in Middleville right now, but they will only decrease as the night goes on and the winds increase.
We got Chris Tobias in here too. It's a party. Oh, and there he is. Chris, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Got an update for us? How's it looking?
Yeah, currently turning on Grand River, just outside of Okemos, kind of near the Meridian Mall. And all the roads are currently covered, super slushy, wet snow. Visibility is probably down to about a quarter of a mile now. I think we're starting to experience some of that heavier snow in that band you were discussing earlier. I did notice a pickup in the snow rate, so.
Look at that slush too on the roads there.
Yeah, that's nasty.
And that's just going to be hidden even more as the night goes on with the snow covers on top of it. I know right exactly where that's at. I've drove through there a couple times. And that's a pretty main stretch of road right there too. So road crews will definitely go for it.
I haven't seen any salt trucks out either. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, wow. And that's pretty much right outside Lansing. So Ingham County area. Man, we got full room.
We do have a full room. I'm seeing a couple questions about when the major wind is going to start in the Muskegon, or basically anywhere in Michigan. And to my understanding, it's going to be slowly increasing as the day goes on or as the evening progresses.
That's correct.
I'm not sure if we have a time for when they're going to be at their peak, though. I don't know. I haven't been looking.
As the low approaches, which right now you said it was on the border of Illinois, Indiana.
Correct. Yeah. So, over the next couple of hours, I'd say probably you're going to get 2 peaks. You're going to get one as the low approaches. You're going to get strong winds out of the east. And then as the low moves north and continues deepens, you're going to get winds, strong winds again tomorrow. So I would say 2 peaks, one this evening, probably be between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. And then again, winds would be the strongest again from tomorrow morning, 5, 6 a.m. through the day on Saturday, decreasing as you go through the afternoon and evening on Saturday. But again, as we transition to lake enhanced and lake effect snow, while winds overall may start decreasing, they are very localized with lake effect snow bands as well.
you guys hear me?
Yes.
I don't know if you want to pull up my stream, but this is Nottawa Road north of Mendon right now. This is not necessarily a back road, but it is not necessarily a main road either. But it has some pretty good ruts in it. So my Subaru, it has a good reputation. Subarus have a good reputation for being good on roads, but its sliding's still pretty good on this terrain. So the roads are deteriorating very quickly, especially those back roads. But see it right there.
Oh yeah.
And the drifting has increased a little bit. The difference between an open field area and the woods, it's like there's pretty profound difference between the amount of snow on the road. So there is some drifting here.
Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, Brett, I've been keeping track of some road reports there over in the Metro Detroit area, Ann Arbor. And yes, I'm seeing a lot of red, a lot of yellow and a lot of red. It looks like these freeways are getting almost impassable just with how many vehicles.
You're going to be stuck in traffic if you're on a major highway. There's a good
Yeah.
chance you'll be stuck for a while.
Lots of accidents reported.
And kind of what we were seeing yesterday was that rain snow line being more in Metro Detroit. Looking at this radar, it looks like it's a little colder. Looks like we're going to be maybe seeing the colder solution, a little more snow in the east side of the state than even what we were anticipating potentially.
We'll have to kind of see how it plays out later tonight when it changes over to rain. But for right now, it's complete all snow. So that's
definitely. I'm looking down towards Toledo. Looks like they're mixing maybe.
It's hard with Toledo because it's so far away from every single radar. But for right now, surface temperatures in Toledo is going to make a big difference here. Let me pull that up really quickly.
Yeah.
Service temperatures in Toledo look cold enough for snow, 31, 32 across the board. And that ranges all the way up into Metro Detroit now. We're seeing 31, 32 all across the board. There's a little bit of warm air up there in Macomb County still, 33, 34. That could see some rain mixing in there. But for the most part, the entire state is cold enough for snow, including that southeast zone, like Alex did mention there. So definitely a colder than expected solution with that. But again,
definitely.
We'd still have rain that is forecasted to move in later tonight. So that potential is there for rain to cut down on totals. It shouldn't rain very long or very hard, so it shouldn't take too much out of the totals. But overall, this is a very good scenario for snow lovers so far in Southeast Michigan.
Yeah, sorry, we don't have any cameras up in the UP. None of us are located up there, unfortunately.
How about MDOT cameras? Do we have any of those up there?
We might. Probably up by the bridge.
I got the map. I can go look here. Oh, yeah, we got plenty up here. If we want to take a few, take my screen back here real quickly. UP, whoever asked that, if you want to give us a location where you're at. Overall, from about the eastern part of the UP here, go ahead and move this forward. Completely snow-covered roads up there. Again, this snow is just making its way through northern Michigan, although the UP has been seeing off and on snow all throughout the day today. It has started up there a little bit earlier than it had in the southwestern part, but it doesn't get very heavy until overnight tonight. But most of the roads here on these cameras are either slushy and or snow covered. The western part of the UP, as expected, doesn't look too bad. The further west you go, again, still snow covered there. It looks like the worst is going to be off in the central and parts of the eastern part of the UP there. We do have actual plows up there too who are active. We have a couple. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them out there across the UP, and there's a couple more near Mackinac. So let's take a look at the Mackinac Bridge here and see what it looks like here. Snow everywhere up there is snow. So
that was that the bridge, or was that? That didn't look like the bridge.
Maybe St. Ignace or Mackinac City.
There's a separate website for the Mackinac Bridge Authority. They have cameras of the bridge.
Oh, okay.
Which I can pull that up if we wanted to, but otherwise I would prefer not to. I don't know if there's any copyright material with that kind of stuff, so I don't want to show that and get copywritten.
We did get somebody mentioned about Alpena. since we are in northern lower Michigan.
Yeah, Alpena's just seeing their first snowflakes here. The roads are just starting to get snow covered. And again, that's as expected, about 4 to 5 p.m. We're about an hour behind. We did have 2 to 4, I believe, for snow start up there. But overall, it's starting about an hour later. But yeah, looks like Alpena area. Not many cameras around there, but snow is definitely falling and starting to stick to the roadways.
Yeah, we had that initial dry air, a little even drier than we were anticipating initially for that snow to overcome. So our initialized snowfall start times were maybe off by about a half hour. I know in Kalamazoo it started snowing at about 10:30 in the morning, and when we had about 10 a.m. So overall, pretty good with the start times, but maybe a little slower than anticipated with that dry air. But once that snow started, it overcame it pretty quickly.
I do want to point this out here in the blizzard warning currently. It looks like this camera here at M65 at River Road, looks like there's a lot of blowing snow with this at this particular location. Looks like the road's completely covered. So definitely in that blizzard warning that we have up there in northeastern Michigan, definitely getting some blowing and drifting of snow already with the initial band of snow, and the worst is still yet to come for this area. So see some questions.
So another question here, is the low tracking more east than expected? It's actually tracking about how we expected it to. However, the solutions overall, the temperatures are a little colder than what we were expecting. So even though the track is about the same, we are seeing more snow overall, at least initially, for more places, just because of the temperatures being colder than expected.
Also, just got pointed out to me that we are having isolated power outages now start in the central part of the state, just south of Lansing. So we do have power outages now coming in from Consumers Energy outage map. So please be aware of that as well. We are starting to see some power outages start to occur. Those are only start to grow as we get into the evening hours.
Yeah. As I was driving home, again, this heavy, wet snow, it is caking to the trees as I was driving home. Looking, it's not just the roads that are slushy, these trees and everything elevated, the snow is caking to them, which is, not a good situation as we move towards the evening where the winds will pick up. That snow that's just hanging on to the tree limbs and branches that are near power lines, as they potentially could fall, so will they fall on power lines and we will see power disruption. Thankfully, as we know, Consumers Energy, DTE, Indiana Michigan Power, they have crews on standby. So hopefully power outages won't last too terribly long. Again, like we said, really, really cold air is coming in behind this for Saturday into Sunday. And so power outages definitely are a concern given that really cold air coming in.
I have a question.
What's up, Nick?
Can we trust the velocity scans for snow on our radar, or is it not too applicable?
Velocity scans, no. You can
I didn't
trust the CC to figure out if it's all snow. The correlation coefficient is a really good tool that we have. As we see here on this, we're pure snow. There's no sleet, there's no rain, there's nothing besides pure snow in the state right now. Otherwise, we just use regular precipitation depiction. Velocity doesn't really do much of anything for us here in the wintertime. It can be useful to look at mesovortices over Lake Michigan, lake effect snow, stuff like that. It can be cool to look at that. But overall, we only use precipitation depiction in the wintertime.
Gotcha.
If we were to go down here, for those of you who are watching and want a little bit of a lesson here, when we look at correlation coefficient, what we call our CC, you'll hear us talk about it a lot in the summertime, CC drop, tornadoes, stuff like that. But it can also be useful in the wintertime as well. And this is a good example here. I haven't looked at this yet, but I can probably guarantee you, you're going to see areas like down here are mixing in rain. I guess it's not a good example here, but usually if you have like a sleet or a mix, you're going to have more of the brighter colors here on the CC. We're seeing a mostly all snow solution, which is what you want, clear CC. If we get cluttered, like for example, if we get cluttered, like I'll zoom in over here. If we get this type of stuff widespread, and I want to try and circle this type of color widespread across the state or across an area, that means it's going to be more of a rain mix. So the fact we have all clear CC across the state is a good indication it's all snow right now. And here's like a good example down here. This is more than likely going to be mixing sleet, rain, whereas this stuff over here is most likely going to be snow. You can see the difference here, the off color. It's a drop in your CC. That's going to be indicative of the off precipitation that's not snow.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Got a quick look at 69, the condition of it. Definitely has some snow cover now. So
Where are you at?
gotta be
60,
careful.
69 and where?
It looks like we're sitting just in outside of Bath, so right between Lanesburg and Bath.
Okay.
Um,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
So he is just outside of the Lansing area on I-69. Again, that's going to be snow-covered roads there as well. Looks like traffic's moving pretty good there. Looks like traffic is light, which is really good news. Again, we have Jason over here in Middleville with his camera on his back porch. Pretty heavy snowfall going on there. We got Nick in Muskegon County. Looks like we got some blowing snow now. Looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, Nick. Looks like it's kind of blowing around there now.
Yeah, that flag there is starting to stay out more.
Right.
It's right on the backside of that building, so the building's kind of blocking some of that. I'm looking straight north.
Gotcha. And then we also have Drew, who's on here or was on here. Looks like he's just arrived in his target location. We'll give him a few minutes to get himself set up. We'll probably get an update from him soon. But otherwise, we're just kind of streaming out, hanging out, streaming radar, and just keeping you guys updated across the state here. Again, the heaviest snow is working its way northward. It's currently in Southwest Michigan, stretching all the way up toward Flint and even Metro Detroit area, getting the heaviest of it. Although there is a little bit of a dry slot I've been noticing down here south of the border, although it's filling in pretty quickly. For you guys, looks like it already has filled in. So again, Southeast Michigan, all this brighter color here, that's your heavier snow moving north into the Metro Detroit area. Again, that's going to be pretty much lasting throughout the evening into the overnight hours. It could change. It will change to rain more than likely around midnight or around that time frame, 10 p.m. to midnight, around that time frame. But for the majority of the state, the heaviest snow is currently engulfing a good majority of the state so far. Can you show the heavy snow spots on Southwest Michigan? Yeah, currently, it's the heaviest band is stretching from Lansing all the way down to Kalamazoo, down to Berrien County near South Bend. That's pushing north right now. So if you're in the heavier band from Lansing to South Bend, you guys are getting the heaviest. And there's also more to come. If you take a look down further south, this heavy, brighter banding it's rain down here, it says, which most likely is true. But that's going to change to snow as it pushes north because colder temperatures do occur here at the border of Michigan. So it will change to most all snow by the time it reaches, and by the time it reaches Kalamazoo, it should be most all snow.
Wind is definitely picking up here.
Yep. That's going to happen as we get closer to that low pressure. As Alex had mentioned, it's going to really pick up closer to sunset, after sunset. About another hour or two, we'll start getting the worst of it. Yeah, I can see your tree there, Nick. It's starting to sway there.
Yeah,
well.
you can see that snow blowing over the roof of that building too.
Yep. So we're getting the wind starting to kick up in western Michigan there. So definitely going to get underway here with blowing, drifting snow. Blizzard conditions still likely to occur. They have blizzard warnings up in northeast Michigan currently. Again, a lot to cover here with this event.
It's interesting. The snow did let up a little bit here. It was dumping pretty hard. Now it's just lighter snow, but a lot of it's blowing around.
Yep. It's what is your temperature? Do you have a gauge there, Nick, you can look at, or if not,
don't. I just have my watch. It's telling me it's 33 out.
Okay, I can get a few readings from across the area. If you're saying the snow is getting finer, which it does look like it's getting a lot finer there, I'm thinking the temperatures are starting to drop where you're at.
Yeah.
I'm getting 31 there near your location, a couple 30s, a couple 31s, a few 32s.
That looks about right.
So as that temperature drops closer to 30 and below 30, that's when your snow becomes more lighter and susceptible to blowing and drifting. Right now, it's a little bit heavy. Excuse me.
Easy there, Ryan.
A little bit heavier right now, but that will change to a more drier and more blowable type of snow.
Yeah, and again, for the people up, where Nick is, Holland, Muskegon, up to, north of there, Ludington, Manistee, Grand Haven, the lakeshore towns northwest of Grand Rapids. it will, pick up. We see that band to your southeast right now as that area of low pressure moves closer and through the state. So will those bands, heavier bands, move north as well. And again, especially guys close to the lakeshore, we'll see extremely bad conditions, very, very bad, near blizzard or blizzard conditions tomorrow as the lake enhanced snow and lake effect snow develops. Just wanted to point that out as well. This is just the beginning of this system, two-part, the storm system itself area-wide, and then behind it with the lake enhanced and lake effect snow, especially for the west side of the state and even the central eastern part of the state, as those bands will be carried inland pretty far.
I want to take it back real quick to the traffic here over in the Metro Detroit area. Looks like 75 from Highland Park all the way to Pontiac and beyond is just red. That dark orange, red. Even I believe that's US 10 there. Going from Detroit all the way over to Farmington Hills, Willowbrook. That is not, the highways are not a place that I want to be right now over in Detroit. How's it going, Drew?
Good. Just arrived in Martin, Michigan. I'm just trying to find a good spot to pull over to get some good video. This is probably the first time where I'm struggling to see where the lanes are for all the snow that's on the ground. I would say there's for sure a good inch on the ground. Visibility is probably getting closer to a quarter of a mile in Martin, Michigan, especially out in the field. So, yeah, please stay safe, guys. This heavy snow band is getting pretty potent for all of central and western Michigan.
Yes, it is. I believe that's Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, you're muted right now.
How about now?
You're good.
All right. Help me out, though, Nick. Where is Martin at? I want to say it's right up in this area somewhere.
Yes, if you zoom in a little bit more.
I couldn't find it when I did zoom.
It's you just saw it.
There it is. Okay, got it. So Drew is experiencing the heaviest. We were to pause it. The heaviest band is right here. And Drew is right in the middle of it, right about here. So he is getting the heaviest of it where he is at. And again, the winds are starting to pick up with that. So we'll have to keep an eye on him if he has any updates as well. And again, if you guys have any updates, please feel free to comment on any of our posts. Feel free to message the page. Feel free to email us pictures, videos, overall reports. We would really appreciate anything we can get. Again, it's starting to snow again pretty decently here at my house. I don't have my camera set up anymore, but we do have about 3.5 inches on the ground so far here where I live in southeastern Michigan in Lenawee County. So again, overall snow is expected the overall snow is the forecast here is going as expected. No major changes are occurring except the fact that southeast Michigan right now is completely snow. The closest rain is shifted well off to the east into Ontario. So right now, all snow for you guys in southeast Michigan, although that will change to rain later for portions of the state. It's going to be a matter of how long and exactly where that happens, which is expected to be somewhere in this general area. Again, that's going to cut off your snow totals just a little bit. Nothing too much there. But again, overall accumulations 3 to 6 are probably going to be where most of us are going to end up over here on the east side of the state. Got Drew ready for a live update? You ready, Drew?
Drew, you're muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Hey guys, so obviously I'm out in the open fields. You can see everything is just white behind me. Like I said, the wind speeds have really been picking up. I'd say for sure a good 1 to 3 inches of snow are on the road. On terms of the fields, it's probably getting closer to that 4 to 5 inch range. But once again, heavy snowfall. The roads are very slushy. Thankfully, I haven't seen too many cars having any problems. I haven't seen any cars in the ditches. So congrats on you guys driving safe. So. But yeah, once again, it's getting darker out and conditions are just continuing to get worse. So it's all open field behind me and it's all white. Can't even see any of the farm equipment out there. So.
All right. Thank you, Drew. Again, Drew is in Martin, Michigan, which is over in the heaviest band of snow currently. And that is going to be over here in Allegan County. Again, we just labeled that a little bit ago. We'll do it again for you guys. He's a little bit further north than that.
Yeah, north of Plainwell, west of Orangeville.
Right there.
Yeah, right around there.
And the heaviest band, as you can see, the darker banding is stretching all the way through here. So he's getting the worst of it right now. Winds are picking up across the state, and conditions will only deteriorate from here on out. I'm kind of curious. I know I saw in the other group chat, guys, I don't know if you saw Nick from Novi, his comment about Northwest Ohio having higher echo tops, higher snowfall rates moving into Southeast Michigan here.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a possibility here. It looks like we have some more intense snow moving back in for Southeast Michigan. There's going to be a little bit of a lull in activity. Not a big lull, but it's going to let up just a bit. I can tell at my house still it's snowing lightly, not as heavy as it was, but that'll work its way north and more heavy bands are below that. So that'll fill back in here relatively soon.
If you turn on the terminal Doppler, Ryan, you can see down what he was talking about south of there, south of Toledo.
There it is. Yep.
Terminal Doppler has a lower arc off of its beam, so it can see, even though it's further south, it can see lower, which the snow bands are going to be a little lower, so that beam can see it compared to the actual Doppler radar out of Detroit. That's probably shooting a little higher.
Yeah, so going off what Alex just said, the radar here is stationed just north of Monroe County on the border of Wayne, Washita, Monroe counties. It's 40 miles away from the snowband Toledo, but it's only reading about 1,000 feet off the ground. Whereas Detroit's radar, if we go back up here to Detroit and do the exact same thing, if we take the distance map here and we go to Detroit's beam height, I can't even see it. It's blending with the blue. It's right around 6,000 feet. So a difference about 5,000 feet there, what the terminal Doppler radar can read and what the Detroit radar can read. So
there was a special weather statement, though, down there in Toledo as well earlier. Not anymore, but there was.
Yeah, Toledo's most likely getting all snow here with temperatures right around 31 degrees there. So our friends down there in Ohio definitely getting into some of the action here as well. Grand Rapids Metro and then points northward, you guys are on deck for this heavier snow band in this system. You guys are going to be in that in about another 30 minutes to about an hour or so, if not a bit sooner than that. Looking at that moving north there. Next half hour, so you guys are going to be getting into that snow band. And eventually, Nick, you're going to be in that snow band, so Nick is
excited.
On deck for that. Yeah, I know Nick is right up there just a little bit closer to Muskegon, but he is waiting on that snow band coming towards him, and he's got a camera set up, and he can probably also go out to his backyard if he needs to. And
nothing like chasing from home.
There you go. There you go.
I just hope light levels stay up so I can actually see. You can see that side of my tree there, just plastered in snow, and the ones over there across the road.
Let's go ahead and take back our MDOT map for a minute and check out what the roads conditions are doing here. So who was that?
That was me.
Okay. Take back our road conditions here and take a peek at what we're doing across the area. Again, every single area here is yellow, orange, or red. There's very little areas of green. I only see it over here towards the lakeshore where temperatures might be warmer there north of Holland. But if we zoom in Looks like Lansing and then Metro Detroit area have it the worst. If we look at some of these accidents, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 accidents being reported on this. There's probably plenty more that aren't being reported to this. See if we can pull up any of these cameras here that are close to any of these accidents. Looking at this one, maybe we could probably see something with it. Looking at that, looks like there's a pretty good heavy traffic there. Looking at this one, yeah, traffic is stopped there. You see the brake lights there. So got some traffic backups across the Metro Detroit area. Just overall, not a good situation across the state with this. Looking back over here to the west side of Michigan, in the heaviest snow band, looking towards Kalamazoo. Some of these plows that are out, again, looks like it's pretty intense snow there on US 131 north of Grand Rapids. Going a little bit further north here to the Wayland area. Again, the snow is covering the roadways. A little bit further north here, MDOT trucks are still trying to keep that 131 closed. There's 4 snow plows on US 131 right now between Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. So they're working, trying to keep those roadways clear. But it's just too hard right now to keep up with. What was that?
Can you look at any cameras over by Muskegon?
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead up here. We have a couple of them. US 31. Again, snow covered there.
It's the Twin Lake exit right there.
Yep. We got M120 at US 131, Jones Parkway. Again, doesn't look like too much snow, but still falling pretty good up there. Looks like it's close you are to the lake. Looks like it's not going to be as bad just because the lake is being warmer, cutting in on some of those totals. But overall, still, Nick, I don't know if you have a specific area in mind you want to go for.
No, that was just Muskegon. That 96-31 interchange there might be good. Doesn't look horrible out there right now. The snow definitely did let up.
Yeah, not bad at all. And you have almost clear roadways here at Jackson and US 31 there. So overall, the further you are closest to the lake, so it's probably gonna be a little bit better road conditions just because it's a little bit warmer there, with lake temperatures staying higher than average, almost near record levels there. Looking at Grand Rapids here, we do have some areas. Look at that. That's heavy snow working in Grand Rapids right there. So check out some of the other cameras here. Looks like a little bit clearer over here on the south side. Again, looks like the west and a little bit south of Grand Rapids Metro is really getting hit hard with this snow band.
Yeah, see if you can't find a camera over by Portland or Ionia along 96 there.
Let's go ahead and try these. Oh, yeah, check that out.
Yep.
I-96 at M50 is almost zero visibility. I'm not going to say zero, but I'm going to probably say less than 1/10 of a mile there. We can barely see past that. Really can't see much of anything past that.
And that's not even in the heavy snow band yet. That's just on the edge of it.
Right. And then 96 there doesn't have any cameras between Lansing and Grand Rapids. That's weird. So overall, guys, this is going to be as expected. Everything is going as planned, as expected. Looking at the low pressure here, looking at the latest update, go ahead and refresh this. That low is still off to our south and west, working its way inward. As that low moves north, it's going to bring in heavier winds. We see the isobars back here over Iowa, tighter isobars there. Those are your heavy winds coming in later tonight. So if you're not seeing much in the way of wind right now, just wait a few hours. It's still coming. But most of the state is seeing some higher wind gusts right now. It's going to be a matter of when, not if you are not seeing them yet.
Michelle says she's got some trees touching the ground over by Lake Orion.
Yeah, I want to take a look at something really quickly as a reminder for power outages. If you guys were here when I went outside and showed you guys my tree, I'm getting weighed down with my tree. I only got 3 inches on it, or 3 inches on the ground here, so it's already weighing it down. But overall across the state, this is what we're talking about, have been talking about for days. Now, we're used to snow here in Michigan, right? We can talk about snow all we want. We can get 12 inches of snow. It doesn't really faze most of us here. But the thing that we're most concerned about is the wind combined with the snow, and also the heaviness of the snow, and also in southeast Michigan, a flash freeze. So what the complications of all this is, snow is normal. We get that. When it comes to snow with heavy winds with 50 miles per hour, that comes zero visibility, blizzard-like conditions, but also power outages where the snow weighs down the heavy trees. So the combination of both of those is why we're kind of more in tune to kind of use stronger wording with this, because this is a serious storm and it will become more serious as we get into the evening hours here. We're already seeing outages pop up on Consumers Energy outage map. We have one here in Lenawee County between Ridgeway and Blissfield. We also have a couple up here towards Lansing. I have multiple up here towards Lansing. We have one up here near Chelsea. We have one up here south of Lansing near Delhi. I'm not sure how to pronounce that exactly. Powderville seeing some. Isolated outages are still popping up across the area. Bellevue seeing some. Hastings seeing some over there. Grand Rapids has a couple. Have one big one over here. 1,000+ people out of power. Almost 2,000 people out of power here. So again, this is only going to increase through the evening. There's currently 9,500 people out of power. 119 outages. Keep an eye on that number. I guarantee you that goes up through the evening. These crews will work tirelessly to get the power back on, but they're not going to keep up. Going northern to Michigan here, we still see isolated outages all through Alpena, all through Midland, and just north of Mount Pleasant, closer to Big Rapids. Again, power outages popping up all across the state. Not very many yet, but again, 10,000 people is still quite a bit of people here. So we'll keep an eye on this map. But again, remember those numbers, about 10,000 people and about 120 outages right now.
Yeah, and with between Consumers, DTE, and Indiana Michigan Power, they have crews staged. I know Consumers has some crews staged in Grand Rapids to help. They got thousands of people from out of state that are moving in to help these energy companies to restore power quicker than normal, especially with the colder air coming in. That's a concern of people without power as this bitterly cold air moves in. So hopefully, if you do lose power, that won't last too long.
Yes, that is definitely the hope. I know we've had multiple people on our streams who actually work for power companies who have told us that they are calling in more people. Hopefully, that's the case here, and that's going to be restored here pretty quickly for these people. I see a few comments here. I'm curious, guys. I have 450 people in here, and 320 of these guys are on YouTube. How many of you guys have switched from watching us on Facebook over to YouTube? Let us know in the comment section. We're kind of curious how many of you guys are watching who follow us on Facebook, who have just newly started watching us on YouTube here. We just did look at the outage map. Megan says it's out in Heartland. Can we post the total estimate for snowfall map? I can't. We've already posted it. We can go ahead and show you guys. This is our accumulation total map. It looks to be on track right now. That 1 to 3 zone in southeast Michigan may sneak a little bit higher given the all snow solution. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But overall, besides the southeast portion of the state, this is expected snowfall totals. And if you guys have questions after reading the map here, go ahead and let us know. Getting a lot of people saying they switched over from Facebook to YouTube. I kind of figured that's the case because usually the majority of our viewership is coming from Facebook. And today on this stream, it's coming from YouTube. So I'm kind of curious if people have started switching over because it's easier to watch on YouTube. I know when you watch a stream on Facebook, you can't really do much of anything else on your phone. It will close out the stream. But on YouTube, you can close out YouTube, watch the stream still. It'll be a little bit smaller box in the corner of your phone. From then on, you can do it easier on YouTube. So it's a little bit easier on YouTube to watch us. So that's pretty cool, guys. It's awesome.
One thing with YouTube is that it's free.
That too.
You don't need to sign up for anything.
Yep. Sue says that she had just found our channel on YouTube. That's awesome. I'm sure we're getting recommended to some people here in Michigan who are interested in weather. So that's awesome to see. If you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. We would appreciate that. Go to our channel, get the word out, helps the algorithm at the same time. So that's awesome.
Yeah, you go, Plow. You go.
Oh man, I saw the tail end of that. I was gonna try and pull it up really quick.
He's gone to buy 3 times now.
We do have chasers who are live out in the field. We have Jason from his backyard there in Middleville. We have Chris Tobias, who is live. Not sure where he's at. He was near Bath, which is between Lansing and Flint, if I'm not mistaken, around Lansing metro area. We have Nick from Muskegon County, and we also have Joel in Mount Pleasant. We also have Drew and Ben, who are not currently on the stream with us, but they are currently active in the field chasing. Fun to check snowplows. Yeah, we can go back and check snowplows if you guys want to.
Hey, Ryan, just quick little update. I'm currently in Okemos, Michigan, now just outside of Bath. Pretty much same conditions, though. Roadways are starting to get some salt on them. Definitely slushy out there. This snow seems to be the snow that just wants to stick to everything. So now stop signs have snow stuck to them. Even the lights here at the intersection, they've got snow stuck to them. But driving in it, definitely not the best thing to be doing right now. It does seem to be, though, that everybody is still out and about, so be careful with rush hour on its way. Where's the current snow band at, the heavy one?
The heavy one is actually up to your north and a little bit west, but there's also some more heavier bands working their way from your south in Lenawee and Jackson County into Hillsdale, working your way toward Lansing right now towards you, Chris. So you're going to be getting hit by another pretty intense band coming up here next hour or two.
Awesome. Thanks for the update. I'll be here to show you guys. So
awesome. Thank you, Chris. Again, that's Chris in the greater Lansing metro area. Where exactly is Bath? Or you said you were heading toward Okemos. I cannot find that on the map. I know it's around here, but I cannot locate it.
It'll probably show you East Lansing. Most of the stores say, like, online that it's located in East Lansing, but it's literally right next to East Lansing.
Gotcha.
Just west.
I got you. So, yeah, you're heading right into that main snow band here, or the secondary snow band, should I say, about probably 30 minutes to an hour. So that's awesome. Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, Okemos, Holt, East Lansing, all pretty much in that southeast corner of Lansing there.
Yeah, like I knew where the general area was, but like radar scope doesn't always pop up that name, so it's like I know it's around here somewhere.
Sorry, I keep muting and unmuting. I'm having some good old chicken noodle soup.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I don't know if my roommate's watching right now, but thank you, Josh.
That's funny. That's what I made last night as well. It turned out amazing.
Make me want some chicken noodle soup now. I'm hungry though. I might hop off and put some food in the oven for sure.
I got some leftovers I can warm up.
You want to go first, Nick, or do you want me to go first? We can tag team it.
You can go. It's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
Seems like everyone's making chicken noodle soup tonight. It's a good night for it.
Yeah, I might make myself some hot chocolate here soon too.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to the store, I noticed that not only the milk and bread was hit hard, but chicken broth was scarce.
Yeah. I saw that here in Mount Pleasant too.
Oh, plow's gonna go by again.
My gosh.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Yay! That's our one guy. Maybe we have two plows in town here, but that's the one. Ooh. There we go. I'm not sure which radar we want to use.
Mine's an Alpina, or not Alpina, Upper Peninsula. Quick update on that. Some heavier banding heading into the Munising and Marquette area right now. That'll intensify as it hits the upper slopes of Marquette County. Lot of bright banding going on down near Escanaba as well. And the Gladstone area, Mastique. Good old city area of Kitchitikipi for those who have visited that freshwater spring before. It's right where the heaviest of snow is falling, so it's making that freshwater spring even fresher tonight. A lot of trees in Marquette, especially you can see the slopes to the northwest of Marquette that really hinders what we can see and what we can't see here, unfortunately, with terrain. But you can just imagine that that's all snow falling right now across portions of northern Marquette County and over here near Lance. I think it's, or no. I always have trouble with this one too. I think it's Lance.
Let's have the Upers tell
the
us.
Upers, yep. You can see there's like band 1, band 2, band 3, band 4, pretty much like boom, 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 boom coming. And that's with the winds picking up too. That's definitely going to create some blizzard-like conditions.
I would like to add something to the UP conversation. If there's any chasers up there, they should definitely look into the partnership with the Michigan Storm Chasers.
Oh, for sure.
For sure. Thank you, Chris. Lance. So they're saying Lance.
So I did have it right then.
Yeah, you did.
Go
did good.
me.
You did good.
Lance.
Lance. Oh
The
my goodness,
comments
he's gonna go by again.
Comments aren't working.
There he goes again. That's number 5.
Yeah, we've had a lot of comments today. I wouldn't be surprised if it's starting to bog down on Facebook. Can switch over to YouTube if you want. If you know of some people that would find the stream useful, make sure to share it with them as well. Again, YouTube is free. You don't have to have an account to sign up. If you are watching from your account, feel free to subscribe if it's your first time here and you like what we're putting out. This is all volunteer. Take time out of our day. Help you keep you guys updated. There goes the plow again.
Yeah, I think he's
now. We appreciate everybody's support. Again, it's the 5 of us along with our partner network that are out doing this as volunteers. We all have day jobs. The reason I only got on at 4 o'clock is we got let out early at work due to the conditions, so I was able to jump back on. Joel being a full-time student has a part-time job as well. Nick has a full-time job. Ryan has a full-time job. Chandler has a full-time job. I have a full-time job. So we appreciate everyone that subscribes both to Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate all of your support. It wouldn't be possible for us to do this without you guys.
I volunteer as a stay-at-home person. That's fine.
I wish I could be.
Same.
Let's look back at. Can you switch your radar, Joel, to Grand Rapids again?
Yeah. 2 inches of snow already now at the airport. Oh my gosh, I have to go zoom in all the way. Yeah. 3-hour accumulation, 1 inch in the last hour.
Ryan says he's about to lose power. Power
Uh-oh.
lines are caked in snow.
Uh-oh.
I want to say that's a telecommunications line, not a power line. Yeah, he'll just lose internet if that gets pulled down. Hey, look at that, a super chat. Update on Carson City, southwest Mount Calm.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, we got a very heavy band moving in. Just came in from the southeast. This is swooping up towards Stanton, Sheridan, McBride's area, Edmore down the road in the next 5 to 10 minutes if it's not happening already, and then Trufant and Howard City in the next 15 minutes. So this will really impact Metro Grand Rapids as well as this moves off to the west, spins around that low pressure system. And so 131 here. If you're getting let out of work pretty late tonight, take it slow. Be very careful, especially on 131 northbound, leaving Grand Rapids. That is not a fun highway in snowstorms like these. And with reduced visibilities due to the blowing wind, there's plenty of accidents to go around up there. So again, be safe. Carson City, you are under the gun right now. Probably inch per hour rates at least.
Yeah, that's a
Following your area.
significant band up there in Carson City down to Lake Odessa, Middleville, Wayland, that stretch Lowell, Ionia,
Yep.
all the way down to, Allegan, Gobles, Pawpaw, Decatur, Dowagiac, Cassopolis, down to Niles.
Even
Just
behind
entire
that,
stretch there, even behind it, and then another stretch down by Coldwater and Hillsdale. This is going to just keep rotating on in.
Yep.
As that low pressure moves closer. So if you're in between the bands, the snow might have lightened up a little bit, but it will fill back in as it rotates on in. So again,
Hey, Nick,
Yes.
go ahead and take me full. I want to do a little bit of a point out here of this wire here. So this is a danger, a threat that we've been talking about for a few days now with this snow. If you look closely at this bottom wire here, that is a very, very low hanging wire. It should not be hanging that low. It's about 2 feet lower, almost 3 or 4 feet in the middle there of what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be up there with those other 3 wires you see. This is not a good situation. This is a situation that's happening all across Southeast Michigan right now. These wires are being weighed down by the snow that fell earlier, and it got caked on these wires, and they're being weighed down heavily. Same thing with tree branches.
Do
This
you
is
get a
why we
lot of
say-
semis?
We do. This is a main road, so I'm waiting for a semi to hit this. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
stay.
that might happen.
It's gonna happen. It's going to. We get a lot of semis here, so if you want to keep this on live, we can see how close these cars come.
I mean, that's
So-
only like 5-6 feet above that truck.
Did you call
Yeah.
anyone?
I probably should.
yeah, I would.
I mean, luckily it's just a communications line. It's not going to be, your power is going to be up the ones up higher, but again, that could still damage a lot on the pole.
Right. I'm going to tell you this, Nick. If I were to call now, it's not going to make a difference because we're going to get a semi here next, 5-10 minutes. It's not
Go
going to
out
make a
there
difference.
with a stick and just tap on it. Maybe the snow will fall.
Poke it
Yeah,
with a stick.
I'm not looking to touch any type of wires.
We
shouldn't
I know
do
you're
that.
Okay.
So, here's a semi.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, guys.
So it looks like it's low over your yard more.
Oh, that was too close, guys. That was way too close.
Wow.
I would say if it's are you consumers, Ryan? Or are you
Consumers, yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if this is a consumer's wire, if it's like a cable, TV, internet. I'm not sure exactly what kind of wire it is.
gotcha? But even if it is, it's not a power line, obviously necessarily, but it is. We do see those power lines off in the distance there. I would see if there is a hotline or a comment section for consumers to let them know. At least they'll know about it, and you might get service restored faster if they already know about it.
Yeah, I don't.
Consumers
probably-
won't do anything with the communications lines.
I would
It'll
probably have
be
to-
his internet provider.
That's fair.
I'd probably have to call the non-emergency dispatch line. They'll probably have the fire department come out and take a peek at it to see
Oh,
what's
yeah.
gonna.
Yeah,
What kind of line it's
definitely
gonna
do
be.
that
They'll
because
probably just tap it with a stick.
they'll get there before consumers.
Right,
would.
I live right by the
That's
department.
fair.
I'll
Yeah.
probably give them a shot here. I'm gonna eat something though real quickly. I can set my camera here if you guys want to watch this for a while while I get
That's
some
fine.
food. So I'll
Sure.
go ahead and set this right here. I'll go get my food and then I'll come back, take the camera, and probably give those guys a call.
All right, we're gonna start hedging bets. When is this gonna get hit? I'm kidding.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay. Where's this live location? I believe it's Lenawee or Lenawee.
Lenawee County. Ryan pronounces it Lenawee. I think, right?
Yeah, Tecumseh.
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, he lives in Britain.
Don't worry, salt trucks will snag it. Yeah, probably.
But of course, it's a good point to bring up non-emergency is if it is a live wire and it is down, then they'll want to know about it ASAP.
Yeah, it looks like the lowest part is actually over his yard, so that's
It was
good.
very, very close though.
It
Yeah.
was. I'm surprised with the wind and how that's not falling off by itself.
Yeah. I always see these headlights and it's like, oh.
Oh, that's funny.
Wait until salt truck passes by with the box tilted up.
It's true.
Oh,
Got a neighbor
there.
pulling in.
Yeah.
Neighbor's home. I want to show Drew's stream right now just to get a live look at road conditions. You don't have to say anything, Drew. Coming down over there. I believe he's still in the Martin area. That does look like downtown Martin.
Yeah.
Small town.
Yeah, that is.
Say that traffic light's always flashing.
The Dollar General there on the left. Yeah, that's the Dollar General on the left.
Yeah.
Should be an old gas station on the right.
Yep. It looks like they don't have power there. Or it's just abandoned.
That's always a blinking, I believe. Well, no. I don't know. It's been a minute since I've been through Martin. If that's still just a blinking light or not. So if that's the case where he's driving right now, so he should be heading west, closer towards 131 out of Martin if he continues that way, I'm assuming, Drew?
Yes, that is definitely the case. I would say in the past 30 minutes, the snow band has just continued to intensify, and the roads have just gotten really bad these past 30 minutes. So anyone that lives, I know like Ottawa County or further to the north, that really haven't seen a lot of snow, like heavy snowfall rates, get ready. It's heading towards you guys, and it's really heavy, wet snow.
Yeah, that line is starting to get into the Byron Center, Hudsonville area, Overijssel, Hopkins just went through it, Dorr. Grand Rapids is actually getting quite a bit of that heavy band. It's kind of stretching out towards the northwest, and I'll be getting that here in the next 20-25 minutes here.
I was going to say that heavy band right now is probably right over the National Weather Service office at the airport, Gerald R. Ford Airport.
It is.
Moving into the downtown area and then stretching back through southeast Ottawa County, northern Allegan County. So that's rapidly moving towards Holland, rapidly moving eventually towards Grand Haven, Ravenna, where Nick is. Rest of Ottawa County, Muskegon County, into northern Kent County and Owego, and Montcalm County, Gratiot County, and further north. There is that secondary snow band now down towards Jackson, stretching to the south of that. So a little bit of a lull in between those bands, but then another significant band stretching from Branch County, eastern St. Joe County, Sturgis, up to Coldwater, north of Hillsdale, towards Homer, and then eventually Jackson to the west of Chelsea. These bands will continue to rotate on in, so it will ebb and flow between the heavy snow and lighter snow and then pick back up.
I believe I just ran into my first accident here. It's not on 69, but it runs along 69. It's like an old highway. I'm running eastward towards Perry right now. But road conditions, like Drew said a little bit ago, they have done nothing but gotten terribly worse. So.
Could you tell if that was just a slide off or was that a collision accident?
Yeah, it looks like he did a 180 and then ended up in the ditch or slid from the other lane into the opposite oncoming traffic and ended up in that ditch. Either way, the car was facing the wrong way and they were getting him out. So.
Yeah, I know I'm sure you could tell us too, Chris. I know we've heard from Drew, we've heard from Ben about the ruts in the road, the slush in the road and the wet nature of the snow as it's accumulating, making conditions pretty treacherous.
Yeah, if you are having to drive, if you can stay in one lane, that is the route to go. As soon as you try to switch a lane, it is almost impossible. It drags you and pulls you one way. And
did you just fishtail there?
Me?
Yeah, it looked like you fishtailed there for a second.
No, I'm actually just following the tracks in the road so I don't hit that slush. That's going to be the best route for me right now. I'm just keeping my eye on 69. The flow of traffic's still doing really good. My Waze app, it says that they're moving at about 30 miles an hour, though, so not much faster than me right now.
As an update, guys, with that wire, here's another truck. Okay, he's lower. Dispatch is going to send fire department out there to take a look at. In fact, there's a siren. If you guys can hear it in the background, there's a fire siren going off.
Do you still have your camera?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, we
So-
want to see the fire truck. Come on.
Okay, I will show you guys once they're on scene. Right now, I'm eating my dinner, so give me a second.
I want to see him poke it with a stick.
I don't.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
you can see the
As
green
I say,
light
I
on the
can-
camera there.
I can see your screen now, or where you're sitting.
No, I got a really bad glare as this goes down.
Yeah,
That's Nick, ladies and gentlemen.
that's kind of
I'm gonna try to get that green light off the screen there. I'm gonna tape that real quick.
yeah, that's kind of like my camera. You start seeing things in the background. Like I have my TVs on, and I have our stream on the TV, so you can kind of see that.
Yes, Brandy, we will be, if necessary, be calling non-emergency for if there is end up being a down line, whether it's power or cable.
So I'm between Bath and Perry right now, or you could say Lanesburg. And I've got a section of 69. It looks like somebody is in the median. They've got a cop up there now trying to block at least the fast lane of traffic off. I'm going to try to zoom in here for you guys.
There he is.
That dude just passed me.
Who said that?
Sorry, that was me, Drew. Don't be like that truck that just did that. I was going about 30 and he just floored it. And there was that one car that was right there that he almost hit.
Goodness.
It almost looks like that's a storm chaser out there, actually. See some orange lights flashing on it.
On Chris's stream, I think that's a cop.
Oh, I was talking about my stream. Sorry.
Oh, gotcha. They flew by you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, speaking of storm chasers, there might be actually one behind this plow.
All right, guys, I got my camera set up for you guys. We want to see what happens. I'm waiting for them to arrive. Not sure if
Somebody's
we're
up
going to
here
do much, but
in Explorer. Oh, it might be Jaden. That's probably who that is. We'll find out unless he keeps driving. I've never seen a cop car have green and red lights, though.
A green light should only indicate a county crew.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's just somebody coming out there to help block off traffic.
Yeah, I think MDOT also has some emergency response vehicles that kind of just helps direct traffic away from slide offs or people broken down. I've been seeing that around the Grand Rapids area.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they'll help you change tires and stuff like that.
Someone said dance party. The
Dance
lights.
party.
Yeah.
I'm debating on turning those off or not, but I think if everybody likes them, we're going to keep them on.
Oh, I think they're talking about the cop lights.
Oh,
Perhaps.
well, okay, fine.
I mean, if you're dancing, Nick, I'm sure we can probably take you full. And
No. I thought they were talking about my Christmas lights that are still on.
whoops.
Dang, that looks terrible, Drew.
it does.
Yeah, this is Allegan County, and it's continuing to get worse. Snowfall rates are probably over an inch per hour, I would say, at this rate. I've had 2 vehicles already pass me in one lane, so I don't know. I'm going about 25, 30. So
They're country boys. You won't understand it.
that's true. Allegan County is just a mess usually all the time.
Yeah, you're probably in the heaviest band still.
Yeah, visibility is terrible. I mean, I know it's dark out, but it's definitely under a quarter of a mile. It'll be interesting if we get any isolated thunder snow reports.
I am seeing some track lines show up on radar scope for those heavier bands.
Okay. With it being dark out, it's gonna be a whole lot easier for me to see anything. So I'll let you guys know if I do see anything. So
Sweet.
Reminder to everyone again, if you do have reports, you can send pictures on our non-live stream posts, because if you post them on our live stream, we won't see them. But any other Facebook posts that we have up, feel free to put them there. Let us know if you want us to post them to the page. Just give us a location, and we will do that. But yeah. And you can also do it at the link below.
Brandy says we have
Just taking a look at radar scope as well.
12,000 Sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Brandy commented she works for DTE. They have about 12,000 outages already.
That's incredible already. You know that we're only in the beginning part of the storm, and we already have that many outages.
Hold on, I got to put Ryan at the top here.
And what I was just about to mention is also the comment in there, looking at radar scope, there's an extremely heavy part of that band near Paw Paw and just north of Paw Paw and Almena in Van Buren County, west of Kalamazoo, probably nearing 40 to 41 dBz. And if we were to see some thunder snow, it might be where that band is setting up right there as of right now.
I see the flashers. I don't see anybody. I don't see any fire truck though.
They're not coming to the right address, but they'll find it. If they don't find it, they're pretty blind. But
They got it. They'll get there.
They'll get it.
they're backing up now.
I was like, I thought I heard some music, but it's just the church bells. 6 o'clock.
I'm not sure what's taking them so long to find this thing. It's pretty obvious hanging down there. Like it's not.
You go out there and you tell them.
I think my dad is actually.
Oh.
Here they come, I think. I don't know. They turned their lights off. There it is. There you go. And there they go.
Like, I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Nah, they're backing up now.
Person's parking right underneath the line.
Perfect.
Yep. There we go. Perfect.
Now that truck did what he was supposed to. He saw the emergency vehicle. We give him a golf clap. Thank you. Thank you, truck, for doing the right thing. All right, let's see him poke it with a stick.
He's going to come talk to Ryan.
I don't think so. Oh, my dad's out there. I'll probably go out there and talk to him. I know that guy. Be right back, guys.
Okay. While he's outside, make sure to share the stream.
Give it a thumbs up.
Yep. We'll have interesting sights like these provided throughout the night.
Oh no, the camera's down.
Oh.
I'm going outside, guys. Give me a second.
Oh, you don't have to, okay, I guess you're taking us with him.
Camera's off, mic's on.
Camera's okay, there it is.
I don't know if we can bring up radar or unless we're taking Ryan full.
I don't know.
I got something in my garage if you need it.
Just waiting.
Yeah, see, Fordo gets it. Just poke it with a stick. Knock off the snow. Yeah,
There
see,
we
look
go.
at that.
Nice.
Never a dull moment at Michigan Storm Chasers.
We'll see if it springs back up though.
Well,
That was was that a rake?
Yeah, it was.
Oh my. Yes, poke with stick. You guys saw it. It's still hanging low though. Dang.
You just hit him with all that snow. Perfect. Nice job. It does look like it went up higher now.
Barely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're good now. That's funny. Heavy snow band over by the Grand Rapids area. It's now almost all the way in Ottawa County, Kent County there.
Also, while we're on this type of live shot here, just a huge shout out to Ridgeway Township Fire Department for coming out and doing that.
Yeah. Someone said I need to know is Lenawee in snow emergency.
Are there any reports of that?
That's where Ryan's at.
Not that I know of at this point, although I haven't looked lately to verify. I just don't know yet.
How's the wind out there?
Not bad. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my camera off there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bring the radar live. I know Alex was trying to say something about it.
No, that was me.
Oh.
Well, I had mentioned earlier that band that's now north of Paw Paw, where Drew is. Drew's saying it's extremely bad where he is now. As that band moved north from Paw Paw and Gobles north into Allegan County, it was approaching 40, 41 dBz. It's kind of cooled off a little bit, still upper 30s. Pretty significant band.
Wow. I'm going to pause this really quick because Grand Rapids has seen 1 1/3 inches in the last hour.
Wow.
4-hour accumulation now is 3.5 inches. So we're getting pretty close to some of these inch per hour rates entering Michigan. That's when we start seeing your increase. National Service Detroit has 3 inches in 4 hours. So not quite an inch per hour rate, but they're already starting to exceed their forecast limit there. I know it's 3 to 6, and they're already at 3, and it's only 6 p.m. this in the evening.
That's pretty impressive.
Yep. Check up north here for our friends in northern lower. Oh wow. Quite a fresh batch of moderate snow here in the area of the blizzard warning. And then, of course, you have the bright banding kind of going on over portions of northern Lake Michigan there. And it'll head north in over Beaver Island. I think it's one of the it's Manitou. This is Beaver Island right here.
Beaver Island up there, yeah.
Yeah.
We did see elevated totals on the other side of the lake, Wisconsin side of the lake, due to enhanced lake enhancement as that low moves north.
Yeah, 10 inches over there in Waukesha, right? Yeah. Here's your Grand Rapids radar look.
Dang.
I will be right back.
Yeah, so as we're continuing to look here at the radar, we can see again, like as we've been talking about, those bands, those heavy bands, as they rotate on in. We've been watching, especially with some of our storm chasers, in the heavier bands from where Drew is in Allegan County and Martin, near Martin, and then Chris over towards the Lansing area, both in those heavy bands. If you're in between those bands, you may see snow lighten up a little bit. But again, as we're expecting throughout the evening, the snow will be heavy and then lighten up for a time and then become heavy again. So that's kind of the trend this evening that we're seeing.
There's a little closer look over here in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, so Kent County, Grand Rapids area, that part of that heavy band of snow. As Joel had pointed out, the National Weather Service office, which is in the southeast part of Kent County, at the airport where that radar is, reported 1.3 inches in the last hour. So that is a significant band of snow that'll reduce visibility, as Drew had mentioned, down to a quarter mile at times with very heavy snow and rapid accumulation. So again, conditions around the area are deteriorating in spots, as expected, unfortunately, throughout the evening. We appreciate y'all staying with us this evening as we track the storm system as Nick takes his screen full here. As it's getting dark out there, how are you seeing that flag? Is that flag still moving pretty well, or are you kind of in a lull right now, Nick?
It's moving pretty good still. You can see kind of on the right side of the screen. It's intermediate though. Just
For sure.
some gusty wind about right now. Snow is definitely let up, and we're about to get hit with that heavier band here soon.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it looks in a little while when that band moves into Muskegon County there for you. Yeah, Mark. So the heavy snow will continue this evening, and then as we move towards the overnight hours, there may be a few hours that it lulls off a little bit as that area of low pressure moves through the state from southwest to northeast. And then as it moves towards the Saginaw Thumb area and into Lake Huron, as that colder air rushes across Lake Michigan, we'll see what we call convergence, or that cold air that rushes around the lake, the warm waters of the lake, and enhance the snowfall from west to east again. And so snow bands will continue to redevelop early in the morning, probably by 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We'll see heavy, moderate to heavy snow again, and winds significantly pick up as well throughout the morning.
So I just did another brake test just to see how the road conditions are holding up. And I would say 30 minutes ago, there wasn't too much ice formed, but now it's solid ice.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that's Chris. I know he was out in the Lansing area. So that heavy band of snow, that secondary heavy band of snow, that stretches just to the southeast of Lansing, through Ingham County, is really putting down a number on the area roads. And that heavy band stretches southeast of Lansing, rather, back to the southwest. Looks like to the north of Jackson and Albion, through Calhoun County and into the eastern part of Kalamazoo County again. Caden is asking any thunder snow possible in the Metro Detroit area. Doesn't look like so right now. You are definitely cooler than expected in the Metro Detroit area, so you are seeing a little bit more snow than expected. But the heaviest snow should still stay off to your west. Any threat of thunder snow will be in these very dark, heavy bands that you see. The two of them that stretch, like I said, just southeast of Lansing, and then again up towards the Grand Rapids area. That's where we would expect, if there is going to be thunder snow, that potential there. And it looks like we're taking Ryan live again here.
Somebody just took the entire thing down. Looks like. Yep, it's
Wow.
down.
Oh no.
Maybe.
Oh, goodness.
I thought no, that's a pole. Never mind. I thought the wire.
No, yeah, they're
Oh, it hit it though. It hit it. Oh, yeah. No, this is bad. They're still out there. They batted all the snow off it, but it still is low. Like I think a truck might have hit it, disconnected it because it's still really low hanging. So they're going to try and flip it up and over, but that truck may have just did some more damage there. Not sure yet.
I saw a question real quick about thunder snow possible in the Metro Detroit area. I think Alex touched on that. Maybe not. And then somebody asked what thunder snow is, and thunder snow. Go ahead.
Thunder snow is basically just heavy convective bands of snow that are really tall updrafts, and if there's enough instability in certain levels of the atmosphere, we can get some thunder, like just like thunder and lightning in the summertime. It can happen here in the wintertime. It's very rare, but it can happen. Yeah, that line you see on that stream here, there's a third line that's not glowing because all the snow is knocked off it, but it's still hanging well below that line.
Yeah, that's dangerous for sure.
And they're trying to figure out what to do with it because they're trying to flip it up and over until the company can get here. I don't know if they've established its cable, internet. I haven't been out there long enough to figure that out, but not a good situation there. They're going to try and get it fixed and hopefully get it fixed. Otherwise, the truck's going to take that down.
I'm glad they're there, at least that they came out. Like Ryan said, shout out to them that they came out to help, just because with the amount of semis that we've seen passing through already.
Oh, did the cable come down? I think he's dragging something across the street. Yeah, it came down. They took the cable completely down.
Is that what that was? They were cutting that?
Looks like they were, yeah. And it's probably the best bet to do, because if they can't flip it around, they might as well cut it and then get rid of it before a truck takes it out and causes more damage. So more than likely, yeah. He's wrapping around the pole over there. So it's down now.
Oh, you still got internet, so that's good.
Yep, ripped to my cable. It's been a cable wire. Or something I don't use, but
probably something you don't use.
Yeah,
it's better for them to take the one line down versus it taking everything down.
Right. Well, that's good.
Well, I guess I can probably take the camera down here. That's all the excitement you're going to see for now. But that was a interesting last couple minutes there.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like that truck did the damage. But if you look also, if one thing that we're not really paying attention to here is the snow has really picked back up here in southeastern Michigan. I might go back out here and take a measurement once I'm settled back in here. I'm still kind of all over the place. My phone's over in the window. I'm by the computer. My headphones are nowhere to be found. So I got to get myself situated again. And I'll probably go outside and take a measurement here and then go from there. But yeah, southeast Michigan getting right back into the heavy snow band as expected here in this is Lenawee County, by the way. This is northeastern Lenawee.
Gotcha.
I'll be right back.
Fordo says winds are really picking up in Dexter. Who's here?
Hi.
Oh, hi.
I was looking at.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was looking at the list of watches, warnings, advisories around Michigan right now. There's actually a really unique one out there. It's not per se Michigan, but it's for Western Lake Erie. It's a low water advisory. For those who don't know, Western Lake Erie is very, very shallow, and when you have gales blowing pretty much straight down on Lake Erie, or at least diagonal to Lake Erie, it can push those water levels lower and push them to other portions of the lake. And so ships actually have a tough time traversing Western Lake Erie. So kind of a cool fact and a cool advisory that you don't see often here issued in the United States. Wow, look at Drew's camera.
Yeah, Drew's got that Star Wars effect going right now with the snow.
Yeah, every time he turns those brights on, which just drops your visibility when you're driving, you can really see the snow on camera. Definitely looks like things are getting a little hairy out there.
Yeah, I'm struggling to get up these hills. It's very treacherous. I'm almost out of this road, so, but yeah, no, the road conditions are absolutely terrible out here.
Well, it looks like you're the only one out there, so just take her slow, get home safe. Are you heading home right now? Are you staying
that's
out?
the plan. Yep.
Gotcha. Looks like we got. Oh, what do we got? We got Chris Tobias out there. Stuck on a train crossing. That's fun.
Gotta love it. She's gone.
They probably laugh in the face of these storms.
Yeah.
All right, I am back for the moment. Measurement here in southeastern Lenawee or southeastern Michigan is currently 5 inches in Lenawee County. So I don't know if Alex is still on here.
I'm here.
Alex, 3 to 6 zone there definitely might need to be adjusted. Well, I think it's a little bit too late to adjust, but we're approaching 6 inches here with a few more hours of snow left. So we're going to be on the higher end of sides here in Lenawee.
Yeah, for Southeast Michigan, it's definitely going to be a slightly colder solution, I think. It's interesting with the area low pressure actually moving a little further west than we expected, but the colder solution prevailed. So it's quite interesting to see that occur.
Now, I just want to say, don't get confused, though. We're still probably going to change over to rain later tonight, but it shouldn't cut down on totals significantly.
Yeah, as that snow continues, it'll let up a little bit, and then especially on the east side of the state, you may switch over to that rain. So it's going to still be that very wet snow as it changes over, and then changes back to snow overnight.
And that was a phone line for people wondering if anybody wants to know. That was a phone line, and my phones are now down. Home phones.
Yeah, you don't need those anyway.
Hey, well, parents do. Well, check that out, though. Look at that banding down here in southeast Michigan. I don't know if you looked at that yet. There is a bright banding down here. and the border of Lenawee Monroe from Adrian over to Lambertville toward Milan. That is very intense, very heavy snowfall here. That's going to be moving north toward Ann Arbor into the west metro Detroit area, even probably metro downtown Detroit here as well. So, and again, we're remaining cold enough that this is going to fall as snow too. So that's really, really interesting that, as Alex mentioned, that even with the further west track of that low, we're still remaining cold enough for snow, which is, again, if this would have gone a degree or two the other way, most of it's going to fall as rain. The 1 degree difference here makes all the difference.
It really does, yeah. And the nature of those bands, how intense that was down in Monroe and Lenawee County, looks like you'd probably be expecting maybe upwards of an inch an hour with that as it moves north.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked there to see that type of rate as well. Looking at the KDX radar, KDTX, looks like the heaviest snow band on this. Like, this is exactly why we have this terminal Doppler radar here. If you notice here, the bright banding on the Detroit radar is right here over Monroe and northeastern Lenawee into Washtenaw County. But if we look at our precipitation on Detroit, you can see the heaviest band of precipitation. Looks like rain, but it's not rain. It's just the intensity of the precip falling here is right here, which is not shown on the Detroit radar. Now, the terminal Doppler radar sees a lot closer to the ground, so it's not going to pick up. It may be snowing heavily in the upper levels of the atmosphere on the DTX radar here, but on the surface, this is where your heaviest snow band is right now, which is just south of Washtenaw and Wayne counties, working its way north right now. So.
Yeah, that's good to point out. And when you were at the KDTX radar, the full radar, it's good to point out that degree or two makes all the difference. As you can see, just slightly south of the state line, that indication, at least, of that mix or rain just to the south. And so that slight degree cooler just makes all the difference with heavy snow versus that rain snow. Now, again, like we said, later in the evening, that may creep up and change over to a little bit of rain. But then that should not, again, cut down too much on the totals anymore.
And that changes the snow as well. So total accumulations in southeast Michigan may be on the higher side of that 3 to 6, and also 1 to 3 for the closer to the lakeshore and Canadian border. How are our chasers doing? Anybody have anything interesting to report? Drew,
Snow
Chris?
is definitely getting heavier by me.
Take a look at Drew's stream here. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. That's definitely coming down over there. I'm sure he's probably still in the Allegan area. Then we also have Chris over here in the Lansing Metro, again, seeing some heavy snow there. So as expected, as we move into the evening hours, the snow is intensifying. The winds are going to start picking up, going to start blowing and drifting. So again, we're just technically getting started with this. The impacts are still going to become worse across the majority of the state. So again, stay with us here. We'll be live at least until 11 p.m. Might go live a bit later as well, depending on who's still out, who may not be out. I'm not sure yet, but this stream will end no matter what at 11 p.m. just because of limitations that Facebook puts on us, and also YouTube as well. But overall, this evening's shaping up as expected for the majority of us here in Michigan, for all of us here in Michigan.
Definitely. And for the people further north, I saw a comment, did it pass Midland? No. This system continues to move closer. Those bands that Ryan was showing you on radar in Lenawee and Monroe County will continue to move north towards Ann Arbor and Detroit, and eventually further north of Ann Arbor and Detroit towards Flint, Saginaw, and Midland. So you will see snow there. And for Melissa's comment, how many inches fell in Grand Rapids? I think Joel had that earlier. The report from the Weather Service in Grand Rapids that I think had 3 inches so far. Is that correct, Joel?
Yeah, 3.5 inches.
3.5 inches. So definitely, as we've expected, the storm is overall, I would say, behaving kind of how we expected it to. There are definitely some wrinkles here that we are finding out live. That's meteorology for you. With the low track moving slightly west, but yet us staying a little cooler than normal, than what we were expecting. So, yeah.
Looking at our page here, getting caught up on comments and other things here. Looks like a majority of people are reporting terrible road conditions, which is to be expected. That's not a surprise here. Looking at a few other comments and stuff in the community page. Got a super chat here that I see that just came in. What is considered thunder snow? Alex, do you want to cover that?
Thank you, Gabe.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Gabe. So thunder snow is just a thunderstorm that occurs when there's snow. You have convection that is in a winter storm system. So the heavier bands, the taller convective nature of the heavier bands will produce lightning and thunder. So it's very rare here to occur in Michigan. And a lot of places really don't see it too very often. It's very rare. But it is possible this evening, just the fact that this system is so strong. And like I said earlier, Gabe, in the heavier bands of snow, you would expect to see thunder snow. So in those heavier bands that stretch from like near Battle Creek northeast towards Lansing and then towards Flint, those type of bands, we would expect to see potentially thunder snow. And as the rates get a little higher from Monroe and Lenawee County north, those heavier bands potentially, you could see some thunder snow as well. So just thunderstorm in snow versus rain.
I might want to set up a camera here for the incoming band of heavy precip. Might get something interesting on it.
And did I see somebody reported thunder snow?
I saw that
Is that
comment. I'm trying to
unconfirmed?
verify that. I have not verified that just yet. Yes, it is verified. We do have it in Southeast Michigan. We do have thunder snow in Southeast Michigan.
I'm gonna post about it on Facebook really quick.
Yeah, I see that was confirmed that there was thunder snow.
So if you're in southeastern Michigan in particular, the Ann Arbor, Detroit, Novi, Sterling Heights, Heartland Township, Genoa, Hamburg Township, you guys especially is where that strike looks to have occurred. We do have confirmation of that, although there is some reports as well as some rain mixing in at times. So it may not be considered technically thunder snow, but technically it really is. It really is interesting evening, and we expected that as well. If you were here at the start of our stream, we mentioned the possibility of it, but definitely is occurring here in Southeast Michigan. I'm going to set up my camera here outside here. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm going to, on second thought, I'm going to grab my GoPro here. I don't want to waste my phone. I want to be on my phone here and make sure I'm getting caught up. So I'm going to set my GoPro up here, just run it north and see what I can catch. So give me a second, guys. I'll be right back.
So yeah, as Joel is zooming in there, it looks like, or I don't know who's zooming in there, but
me.
Okay. So yeah, as Joel's zooming in there, we can see that in that area, you can see those brighter purples and even magentas, pinks. Even those are the brighter, heavier bands of snow that are moving in to the Metro Detroit area. And thank you so much, Gabe. Yeah, it looks like that thunder snow, did occur. Looks like northern Detroit near the Warren border. Okay. We are seeing northern Detroit area, northwest Detroit, Pontiac to Howell to Mace, west to Mason and Lansing. That really bright band of snow, heavy snow. And that convective nature of that heavier band will potentially produce some instances of thunder snow. But as Ryan was mentioning, that rain is so close to the border that it may actually be mixing in now in extreme southeastern Monroe County now, at least on this radar, it looks like. So again, if you're in far southeastern lower Michigan, you may start seeing rain mixing a little bit over the next hour or so. But again, we are not expecting a significant amount of time that will change over.
Yeah, thanks again, Gabe, for the super chat. Plenty of reports coming in on Facebook now. We have a bunch of comments rolling in. They say they confirmed that thunder snow report. Positive CG. So people are saying that it could be a cloud to ground. It was very quick.
Wow.
And a quick boom. So, not often do we get to say this, but if you're outside in Wayne County right now in the snowstorm, seek shelter.
Yeah. Stay inside away, especially with a cloud ground strike. Typical with thunder snow, it's very quick. So if you're outside, please seek shelter inside a sturdy structure, as we do not want you to get struck by lightning. Hard to believe we're saying that, Joel.
I know. Yeah, we just put a post about it on our page, asking if anyone got it on video or doorbell cam. It'd be cool. I know a lot of people have doorbell cams nowadays, so if you guys have or live in Wayne County, have doorbell video of it, that'd be sweet. Apparently, it's very loud, hard to miss. Some people are saying glad they're not losing their mind.
Yes, we're certainly glad for the reports, and the fact that we have so many. We appreciate you all. I know if a lot of you guys saw this morning in Chicago area with Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel had thunder snow on his live stream, so it would have been similar to what you guys saw or heard just now this evening over in Southeast Michigan as well.
Mm-hmm. I got a camera on North or Southeast Michigan now if you guys want to take me and hopefully get something, but I got it going here.
Oh, we got Drew who has some very large dendrites.
Yeah, very, very large.
As well. We have 9 panels going right now.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep. Cheryl has a video of it on our Facebook post. I'm going to see if we can.
Yeah, see if we can get permission for that. It's absolutely puking snow right now in Lenawee County.
Yeah, I'm not surprised given that intense bands that you were seeing on the terminal Doppler, Ryan.
Yep. I got it pointed to the northeast here, so I'm hoping to get something on my camera here on stream. GoPro's running as well, so.
Sweet.
I want to sit down, but I don't know. I just can't find a spot to sit. Hey, Alex, can you do me a favor? Alex.
He's muted.
Hello. I'm not muted now.
Can somebody get a post on the page? If not, I can do it here in a minute. But can somebody get a post on the page for higher snowfall rates in Southeast Michigan? Because I'm going to probably end up on the higher range of that 3 to 6, close probably to 8, honestly. Like I said, I can do it here in a few minutes. I just want to see if I can get some thunder snow on camera.
I do see one over by Grosse Point Woods on radar. Someone, April just said we are having thunder in Plainwell.
Oh, that's over by Grand Rapids too.
Yeah.
Also, guys, the snow accumulation on M50 through Lenawee County, it's actually closer to 6 inches deep at this point. The plows have not been out since the start of this thing, and the road conditions are about as bad as they're going to get here.
Wow. I think I just heard my food be done, so I'll be right back again. All right.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm thinking given that we're a little cooler, I would say just, again, we can't update totals in the middle of this, but just looking at everything, I would say that 1 to 3 area could probably easily be bumped up 2 to 4 or 3 to 6 in some areas on the northern end of that. And then that original 3 to 6 area could easily be bumped up 6 to 10.
Oh, wow. I just inserted a 20-minute place file for lightning. Plenty of strikes right now in the Grosse Pointe Woods area, Grosse Pointe Farms, East Point, St. Clair Shores.
Yeah, guys, it's absolutely puking here, snow-wise. It's crazy.
Yeah, Joel, I saw that on Radar Scope has a couple of strikes over there.
Come on, give me something. There's that wire they cut. If you guys can see that hanging. Did I lose you guys?
I'm here.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm still connected.
Yep. Brian, you said that the snow, it was coming down heavy and puking snow.
Yeah.
How are the other branches doing? I know they were out there kind of caking them down or putting a lot of the snow down, but have they reaccumulated already yet, or are they still doing good?
They're still doing okay for the most part. My tree looks about the same, but the wires here, I can tell some of these wires are still weighed down. I think it's because the snow was wet to begin with. Then it froze as temperatures dropped, kind of like a flash freeze kind of situation.
Sure.
But right now, it looks like the trees are doing okay. From what I can tell, I haven't really seen. Did I just see a strike? No, I didn't. Okay. Most of the trees are doing okay, including mine in the backyard. Still weighed down, but nothing significant just yet. And hopefully that continues into the evening.
For sure.
I really want to get some thunder snow on this camera. I'm doing my dance outside here. Give me something.
I feel you.
If you guys can't tell on the roads here, it's probably about 4 or 5, maybe 6 inches in spots of accumulation there. They plowed once at the start and hadn't touched it since. This is a main MDOT road too, so. I'm probably gonna go back inside here in a second. I'm freezing my butt off. I have a GoPro going in case something does happen, but I'm gonna go outside and get the sound and everything of it. But
yeah,
I'm not gonna freeze my butt off out here for too much longer.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's nasty out there for sure.
All right, I'm gonna head back inside here. I'll probably go inside and get something on camera or miss it, should I say? But all right.
All right. Yeah, so again, the winds will eventually shift off Lake Michigan. Primarily, the winds will switch as the storm system moves through overnight tonight. By tomorrow, winds will be generally out of the west, which means a lot of the lake enhanced and lake effect snow will be moving from west to east across the state. But the winds will be strong enough that those bands will stretch eastward. So if you're in areas, especially in the central and east part of the state, that a lot of the times aren't used to lake effect snow, you may be dealing with lake effect snow tomorrow, as these bands may stretch across the state. And then again, thunder snow is just a thunderstorm that occurs when it's snowing. So these bands of heavy snow, as they rotate in, they are so heavy and convective in nature that they will produce thunder and lightning, like we saw a little bit ago in Wayne County with the positive cloud to ground lightning strike. So as this area of heavy snow moves in through the metro and surrounding areas, Detroit, Ann Arbor, and north, expect not only deteriorating conditions, heavy snow, but also the outside chance of thunder snow here. Very, very impressive for sure. Yeah, lightning storm in the middle of a snowstorm. Very, very impressive indeed.
All right, I am back.
Perfect.
If I miss anything outside right now, I'm gonna scream.
I feel you.
I'm actually gonna open my curtains here so I'll see it, so at least I don't miss that. But
Definitely. Yeah, snow totals. While we don't have a new map, just because we are ongoing, the snow totals for the eastern part of the state, southeast Michigan, will probably go up here. Like I was telling Ryan, I would unofficially say that the 1 to 3 area, you'd probably expect 2 to 4, even 3 to 5. And that original 3 to 5 area would look closer to 6 to 10. And we have Chris there looking live. Looks like, I know he was still in the Lansing area. If that's still correct, Chris?
Correct. Yeah. Currently in East Lansing, and definitely getting a lot of accumulation on the roadways now. So it's definitely picking up. I would say I haven't actually gotten out and looked, but if I had to take a guess, probably 1.5 to 2 inches now.
Wow. There are a lot of people out there, a lot of students, I know, with Michigan State being right there.
Actually, no. I'm sure they're
That's
all
great.
bunkered down and watching some Netflix or something. YouTube.
Good. Well, I'm glad a lot of
Hopefully
people are
watching
taking
us,
it here.
right?
Yeah, right.
Hopefully watching us.
Hopefully. So, Corbin, yeah, the west side of the state, especially up in Muskegon, I know we have Nick up in the Ravenna area. That heavy band of snow that was down in Allegan and towards Grand Rapids, eventually that will rotate on in later this evening again. Further north you are, the less you've seen so far. But again, as the storm system comes from south to north, these heavier bands will rotate on in as well. So expect conditions to deteriorate over the next few hours. Yeah, the snowflakes are very, very, very big so far. Some of the snowflakes themselves have been, we've seen reports as large as quarters and $50. I mean, very, very big snowflakes so far. Very heavy, wet snow, large flakes that accumulate rapidly. That's going to be the nature of the snow through the evening and into the overnight. As that cold air rushes in behind overnight into tomorrow morning, that flake size will get smaller, but also be able to be picked up more by the winds and reduce visibility significantly more as well. And we're getting a couple more reports of thunder snow as well. So we'll, again, like I said, we didn't think that it was very likely, but with these very heavy bands moving in, and especially being a little colder on the southeast part of the state, where we thought some rain would move in, we notated earlier this morning that the Storm Prediction Center even had part of southeast Michigan in the general thunder area of their outlook. So it's not surprising now to see a few areas, of thunder snow. So again, if that is thunder and lightning, make sure to stay safe inside. We don't want anybody getting hurt outside.
I don't know if anyone put it out there yet, but we do have another positive lightning strike in just southeast of Flint. So it's moving further north.
Okay, so yeah, north, definitely north, with a report near Flint. Getting reports that roads in Oakland County are a sheet of ice from a couple of different people. and that's to be expected. Most area roads now are very treacherous, especially in the areas that have received those heavy snow bands. So make sure if you do have to travel, again, like we told you, to be safe, drive slow, make sure you have plenty of time to get to your destination. Unfortunately, if you do run into an issue, an accident, a slide off, whatnot, again, make sure you try to leave your house with a kit in your vehicle, at least a flashlight, blankets, and again, hopefully we don't have too many people out on the roadways, as the roads, as we've seen from our chase partners across the state, are very, very bad.
I noticed a lot of notifications coming in for our Instagram actually today. We do have an Instagram account, Michigan Storm Chasers, MI Storm Chasers. You can find us on there. We don't post much on there, but on occasion we may live stream on that platform too. If it's another platform you guys have, go ahead and give us a follow there.
Yeah, the change in barometric pressure definitely causes your sinuses to act up, your ears to pop. That change in pressure can also act up on people that are sensitive with arthritis and aches and pains and such. That is true. And yeah, in Tuscola and in the thumb area, it's definitely, I would assume, starting to deteriorate as well up there. Again, for the people that are living further north in the state, the storm system has been affecting a lot of the areas along and south of places like Holland, Grand Rapids, Ionia, Owasso, Flint, Lapeer. Everyone south of there has been seeing heavy snow, but that snow over the last hour or two has definitely moved further north now, affecting areas in the central part of the state. Holland to Muskegon, White Cloud, Mount Pleasant, Alma, over to Saginaw, and even starting to get into Bad Axe now in the thumb. So eventually, as this area low pressure moves north, more and more people in the state will start seeing heavy snow. And that is a good point. Make sure you keep your tailpipe clear of snow. That's a very good point to make, Tim. And we got a report from one of our chats from a reliable source that he hears some branches coming down in the Novi area. So again, with the map that we had shown earlier, and we will show again, of power outages around the state, they will unfortunately go up as we go through the evening. Looks like we got Chris again on the live here in the East Lansing area. Looks like it's coming down pretty hard there in the East Lansing area. Visibility looks like it's very low from his camera there. I can barely see the tree and building in the distance there, which doesn't look very far. So don't know how it's still looking pretty bad out there, Chris.
Hey there, yeah, I'm back in the car. I was just getting all the snow off of the lights again. I can't do a 20-minute trip without having to go out and clear my lights. I can definitely tell, obviously, driving around with no lights is not easy. So
No,
just found
definitely.
a spot here and was able to get out real quick and get that done. But Roads definitely are not fun. Same as just a little bit ago, though. There's ice underneath it all, and it's just super slushy. So if you're going too fast and you're trying to turn, you're going to end up somewhere you don't want to.
It's a very good point, Chris. Yeah, that ice and slush that's caked underneath, as the snow continues to fall and gets packed on top of that, and eventually tonight into tomorrow, especially when it's that cold air eventually wraps on in, and that snow starts blowing around, we'll get situations where it may not look as bad, but with that ice and slush caked underneath, if you try to brake too fast or try to make a turn too fast, that can spell trouble real quick.
As Alex was mentioned there earlier, we do have more power outages starting to come in across the state. We're up to 14, almost 15,000 even here in Consumers Energy with 206 outages. If you guys remember, about an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer than that, we were at about 170 outages and about 9,000 people out of power. So steadily climbing across the state, and we expect this to become much, much worse. And like Alex also said here, we do have some sources indicating that some trees and some branches could be toppling now under the weight of some of the snow. So again, as expected, this is one of the nights that you guys need to be indoors. Make sure you guys are prepared in case you do lose power. If you guys have a generator, please make sure you have gasoline for it. Just make sure you're taking your precautions, stuff like that. Just be safe. It's definitely a possibility you could lose power in these types of storms. Not expecting widespread outages, nothing like that. But again, as you can see here, scattered outages are coming in across the state. We have 14, almost 15,000 people now just in Consumers Energy area alone. We have a huge area here in Detroit with DTE. I have not checked yet, which might actually be higher than 15,000, honestly. I'll check that off camera here and see what we're looking at here in a few minutes. But overall, this is a dangerous night with the winds going to be coming to pick up here shortly. And then the snow is reaching its peak right now with thunder snow occurring all across the state. We are in the midst of the heart of the storm. We're entering the heart of the storm here. So again, this is the entire state currently. And we'll continue to cover this throughout the evening. Taking a peek at some of our chasers here. We have Drew, who's on some back roads there. Looks like he's experiencing some pretty deep drifts, or not deep drifts, but at least some deeper snow there. Looking at a few other cameras, we do have Jason in Middleville. His camera there off his back porch. We say a couple inches of accumulation there as well. Looking at a few other areas here, we do have Nick in Muskegon County. Looks like he's adjusting his camera there. Can't really see much with that, but you can definitely see the snow coming down with some of the gusty winds there as well. If we have Nick back with us. Nick, nice to see you.
Yeah, I just had to adjust that camera there, pointing at a street light that's showing that heavy snowfall right now.
Right. Okay. And then finishing up here, we do have Joel here in Mount Pleasant as well. You can barely see it, but it's snowing there, and you can see the snow melting on his window there. So again, all across the state, heavy snow continues to be an issue as expected. Taking a peek at radar very quickly, the heaviest snow, again, looking back at the terminal Doppler radar in Detroit here, this bright banding here is where the thunder snow is occurring, all from Oakland County all the way down into Lenawee and Monroe counties. Anywhere in that zone could be seeing thunder snow, especially in Metro Detroit area. And then also there are some reports coming from the west side of Michigan as well. I believe toward the Plainwell area, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I've seen some reports from that area or around that area, or Plainview maybe. One of those two. But anyway, the overall story here is heavy snow continues. Thunder snow is possible again through this evening. And again, looking at the snow back to the south here, we still have some snow to get through. So again, this is the heart of the storm here for the low passes off to the east. Again, backside snow off the backside of that low overnight is likely. And again, we're just getting into the heart of the storm here for most of the state. So it's definitely going to be a dangerous night tonight.
That was Plainwell earlier, Ryan.
Okay, thank you, Alex. So that is that. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan says DTE has over 21,000 outages. So yes, they are higher than Consumers Energy. So combining all the power companies with Consumers, DTE, Midwest Energy, I know there's a couple other ones in the state who are smaller but more local. We're probably looking at right around 40 to 50,000 people in the state currently without power. Combining Consumers and DTE, we're right around 33,000 right now. This is going to climb likely into the evening. Still snowing pretty hard in Tecumseh. We just put a forecast update out for Southeast Michigan. Okay, so if you're in the 1 to 3 zone, go ahead and pull this back up really quickly. If you're in the 1 to 3 zone, give me a second to pull this up real quick. Let me just get this back up. Okay. In Southeast Michigan here, you see these off-color blues, 3 to 6, 1 to 3. So if you're in the 1 to 3 zone, we bumped you up to a 2 to 4, 3 to 6 type of event just because we're colder than expected and we don't think the rain's going to cut down too much. But if you're in that 3 to 6 zone, you are likely going to see upwards of that 6-inch mark, if not higher. I went ahead and updated to 5 to 10. You might be on the lower end of some of those areas, but over the further east you go towards Lake Erie in that middle blue zone, the 3 to 6 zone, the more you're going to likely have. The further west you go, should I say, not east, but further west you go, the likely more you're going to have there. So again, we updated totals there. Didn't update the map, but we updated the forecast there to adjust for the cooler temperatures. Again, 1 to 3 zone shifted up to about 3 to 6, and the middle zone shifting from 3 to 6 up to around 5 to 10. April says we're about 4 to 5 inches in Jackson. Yeah, not surprised by that at all. We're going to get rid of the model sites. We're going to go to Google Maps here. We're going to keep that up. We're going to keep that up. The drive maps here, taking a peek at this really quickly. Looks like the entire state is going to be impacted here on the south part. I don't see one green zone here at all. Everything is turning orange and red. Not a good sign there. Going further north, still, I don't see a particular stretch. Hey, there we go. By Ludington, we have an area of green where traffic is not impeded at all. But of course, with this heavy snow and with the winds filling in now, we're going to have likely many hours of traffic impacts here. So please, if you're on the roads, get home ASAP and do not go back out until you absolutely have to. Anybody have any questions for us while we're kind of sitting here? Let us know. We'll do our best to answer them. Just heard thunder snow in Clare County. About 5 inches in the city of Colon. Off I-69 Davison is bad. No visibility, heavy wind-driven snow. Yep, as expected. All right. Traffic map to interstate roads. Yes, it does. Bay City snowing pretty good. How many inches in Ann Arbor right now? Last I saw was 3.1. It's likely going to be higher. I can probably go measure my backyard, similar amounts so far between us and Ann Arbor down here in Lenawee. I'm going to guess probably upwards of 5-6 inches currently and still snowing hard. Again, you still have quite a bit of snow to get through here. In fact, the brightest banding is about over me. I'm going to hop off my computer and hop on my phone and see if I can go outside into the heaviest snow band here. It's cranking outside.
That does not look fun.
Can you hear me, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to take me live here, or take me full here in a second.
Okay. Michael asks, any Great Lakes cameras? We do not have any live cameras on the lake shore at all right now. Kendall, depending on where you are, you could be upgraded to a winter storm warning if you're not already.
All right. Let's see if I get my camera on here. Can you see my face, or can you see my? Okay, cool. Go ahead and take me full.
Taking
There we go. About to go outside here. This is going to be the heart of the storm. Looks like the heavy span's about to hit me or is on top of me. We're going to go take a measurement here.
I'm going to answer a quick question here. What area is Drew in? I believe he is in Allegan County, making his way back towards the Hudsonville, Georgetown Township area.
5.5 inches out here.
5.5 inches in Tecumseh area.
Yeah.
Well, that's overperforming for you.
1,000%.
Yeah, it's still coming down pretty good here too. You can't see it too terribly well. You see that street light there, though, that snow going across there.
Yeah.
Over in Muskegon County. See a question, where's the heaviest snow falling right now? Depends on where we're at.
Well,
There's
right now, the
definitely
heaviest band. Go ahead.
I was going to say up in the Gaylord area, there's a pretty heavy band over Harbor Springs, Allenson, Pelston, making its way up towards Goodhart, Bliss, Carp Lake, Sheboygan, up towards the bridge there. I don't know what you were going to say, Alex.
No, I was going to say the Storm Prediction Center has a winter weather mesoscale discussion for central and northern lower Michigan now. Like I said, as the heavy snow is continuing over lower Michigan, southern lower Michigan, as that continues to move north, expect snowfall rates to increase 1 to 2 inches per hour for northern lower Michigan as well.
Yeah, the Detroit, the DTX area is getting dumped onto right now. I do see another lightning bolt there over by Warren, unless it's an old one, indicating some thunder snow.
That might be new.
Might be.
But yeah, 1,000% overperforming in Southeast Michigan, without a doubt. This is a overperforming event. If you live in Southeast Michigan, this is one. We here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we've told you before. We will, from beginning to end, call it, but we also do not mistake us. We will call it when we're wrong, and we were definitely. I'll be the first to admit wrong about Southeast Michigan. You guys are overperforming. What we thought you guys were going to get more rain this evening, it has not done so. You are sticking to snow, heavy snow at that. So you guys are definitely overperforming right now in Southeast Michigan. That is for sure.
One good thing about that is you're not going to have that flash freeze like we were predicting either.
That's still possible.
It's still possible, Ryan says.
I'm thinking with the rain later tonight, we're still going to have the changeover. Unless, Alex, you don't think we're going to have the changeover, or what's your thinking on that?
I would tell you yes, but part of me is thinking now that chance is lowering only because as you were moving around the radar, there is that dry slop that may eventually move in. So if you do switch over to rain, it may not be that heavy unless you can switch down to Indianapolis, see further south. If there's more precipitation downstate in Indiana that would move north. Yeah, not a ton. Still, light to moderate. Um, and I don't know if we're in. Yeah, there's not a ton. Again, that precip will eventually lessen and then refill in overnight into tomorrow morning. Like we told you, there will be a lull tonight for people. Do not mistake that lull for the end. We are expecting the lull to happen. But that transition for Southeast Michigan may not happen as significantly, at least as we thought earlier.
Thank you, Alex. Also, the heaviest snow band is now made across the entire lower peninsula and is now working. Actually, it's already pretty much in the UP of Michigan up there. So the entire state currently is engulfed in snow. There shouldn't be one area here in Michigan that's not seeing snow right now. And that is one intense band of snow coming up this way.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have to go anywhere. I'm just going to sit here in my backyard and watch it.
I'll keep looking outside just to see how much is in my driveway.
Here's a live shot of Chris. Maybe still around the Lansing area there. You can see the roads are not terrible, but they're definitely slick, as he mentioned earlier, that they do have ice underneath them with a snow layer on top starting. Yeah, that's going to deteriorate quickly through the evening. And there's Drew. Looks like he's on a back road or a main road there. Looks like he's in a few inches deep of snow there on that road.
Welcome back, Joel.
Yay, Joel.
Hi.
Hey,
Thank you for the super chat, Kendall. Does that mean that we could be put on if the winter storm warning put in the winter storm warning if we're getting a lot more snow? And it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I haven't seen any updates from the Weather Service in Detroit unless somebody else has. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if they upgraded.
I would expect them to do so by now, though, Alex, because if you think about it, with the snow moving out here for Southeast Michigan, all that's going to be left after this initial snow band does move through this evening is going to be the backside and then lake effect. So I'd expect that if they're going to upgrade it, they'd be pretty soon.
Yeah, I would too. I would have expected something, which is why I didn't know if there was any internal discussion, area forecast discussion from Detroit.
I just read the update on the area forecast discussion, and they still say 1 to 4 inches for Southeast Michigan. There's no update. So it looks like they're going to stay pretty firm with the winter weather advisory. And it says the only place it's going to see 6 to 11 is up by the Tri-Cities. And it says the winter weather advisory is still in effect. 1 to 4 inches across that area is locally higher amounts possible. So
okay.
They're not really talking about doing any upgrades or anything. That was as of 6:53 p.m. So
okay. Well, that doesn't change the fact that we are seeing higher snow amounts. Even if they keep the winter weather advisory, that doesn't change the fact that roads are extremely slick. They are not good right now. So if you do not have to be out on the roads in Southeast Michigan, don't.
Anywhere in the state, really, not just Southeast Michigan, but anywhere.
Not just Southeast Michigan. But we do, all of Michigan. We've been kind of screaming from the rooftops a little bit for all of, most of West and Central Michigan. But really in Southeast Michigan, you guys need to know that your conditions will equally be deteriorating currently through the next few hours as well.
And the wind is yet to come still.
Yes.
The heaviest of it, should I say. got a picture from I got another group chat that we're all in. That's not a part of Michigan Storm Chasers, but it's a group here in Michigan of chasers and stuff around the state. There's a picture coming out of Novi of a tree branch that is really, really weighed down. Looks like some of these trees are really starting to take on just a lot of weight with the heaviness of the snow. So I would really expect, if we were to take a peek back at the Consumers Energy map and update that, we were at like, what, 14.9 or so? And now it's at 17,000. So it's steadily going up. 269 outages just for Consumers Energy alone. So definitely seeing that impact. 18,000 now. So here we go. We're going up pretty quick now. So again, this is expected. This is blizzard-like conditions at times. A lot of heavy snow, blinding conditions, road conditions are terrible. This is one of the bigger winter storms we've had here in Michigan, statewide more so. We had a few more local type of events. I know we had a couple lake effect events back last year. We had the blizzard of Christmas on the west side, but this is a statewide event. We haven't really seen a huge statewide event like this in quite some time. So definitely bears watching here as we get into the evening. And we do expect conditions to continue to deteriorate.
Lisa asks, when are the winds expected to increase?
Yeah, so as that area of low pressure, which is now entering the state, moves in and moves north, it will continue to deepen. As it does so, that cold air will rush in. That cold air advection will rush in over the very warm water still of Lake Michigan. And that convergence will cause strong west winds of it. Usually, I would say area-wide, at least sustain 15 to 20 miles an hour gusts to 40 miles an hour, but some isolated areas across the state will see sustained 25 to 35 with gusts 50 to 55 miles an hour. And that is especially true in the blizzard warning areas and the winter storm warning areas.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Quick update on northern lower Michigan right now. I saw someone asking about it, or at least away from Detroit. Over here in Gladwin, just north of Gladwin, you have a 3.5 inch report. I believe that's a 3-hour total. So that snow is falling at higher rates per hour up here in the eastern parts of the northern lower peninsula, and that is expected with the blizzard as it enters into that blizzard warning area. The wind will pick up too, and these totals will just keep piling up. Just looking at some of the bands here, we still have this heavy band. Kind of looks like it's like influenced by the lake here. It's kind of cool. Just offshore Petoskey. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really neat. And we've just had this. I think we've had a little bit of lake influence off Huron Bay as well for places inland from Oscoda here.
I think that's the lake is enhancing that over there by Tawas and all that up there. That must be why they were in that blizzard warning early on.
Definitely makes
Yeah, as
sense.
that low moves into the state, you're getting east southeast winds, so you're getting that enhancement off of Huron. And that fetch is pretty wide there from Lake Huron, given that east southeast flow. You're getting north of the thumb, so that stretch of Lake Huron from Tawas City north to Harrisville, Alpena, and that area inlands, you're getting that enhanced snowfall. And then you're getting that convergence around the northern part of lower Michigan from Rogers City over where that heavier band is. So you're getting that convergence. So the way the lower Michigan is shaped, with that east-southeast wind that's wrapping around, you're getting some convergence on the other side, which is why you're getting that heavier snow. And heavier banding. It's going to be a similar situation tomorrow, except reverse, with the west winds coming off of Lake Michigan around the base of Lake Michigan.
For sure.
Gosh, it is just coming down over here.
Yeah, And one thing to note, at least I've been looking at the latest high resolution forecast models, the HRRR I'm looking at right now, which is the latest run that's coming out. It comes out hour by hour. It's going to be pretty abrupt, those winds that increase pretty rapidly tomorrow morning. I'm looking at the isobar forecast from the HRRR and seeing similar pressure couplets that they saw out in Iowa and Illinois earlier today, and the blizzard warnings out there tomorrow morning as that snow really ramps up, and that winds will really ramp up as that area low pressure deepens and moves east-northeast out of the state into Lake Huron and into Ontario. So don't be surprised tomorrow morning, early morning, and into the mid-morning that we see some really, really strong winds blowing and drifting snow and heavy snow still as the lake-enhanced snow, lake effect snow really ramps up.
It's too bad my city plow has not made any more appearances.
No. How long has it been since you last saw it?
It's been a couple hours, hour and a half-ish.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like roads are horrible in the Wyoming Granville Walker, horrible visibility, and blowing hard in Lake Ann and west of Traverse City. Looks like not heavy snow, but blowing snow, and really bad in Eaton County near Charlotte. So yeah, conditions will continue to be this way through the evening. And I know some people had mentioned we are expecting a lull in the snow as this first push of snow from the snowstorm makes its way in. That lull will probably be mid-evening, so after 8:30, 9 o'clock from the southwest part of the state, southern part of the state, and will move in as that area low pressure moves through that center, that calm center of the area low pressure moves through. So we will see a little bit of break of that snowfall for a few hours. But again, do not let your guard down as that storm moves to the northeast. The winds will rapidly shift direction out of the west and west-northwest. And with that cold air coming in, the winds will ramp up. That snow will become drier and smaller and be able to blow around a lot more too. And so we are not done, not by a long shot here.
Do you guys see? Oh, you just switched my camera.
Sorry.
Did you see what I see over there in the distance?
Is it the plow?
That would be the plow. He's going down some other side roads right now. That's funny.
I saw a comment like really earlier in the stream that I was gonna get around to, but I never answered. It's like an hour ago or something like that. Someone asked like, what happens if you get like if you start sliding or whatnot. The answer to that is that you want to take your foot off the gas and the brake, so kind of just like roll and then steer into the direction that you want to go. So if you're sliding around a corner, you're sliding and your back end is like going to the right, the road's in front of you, you just want to turn to the right then. So it's kind of like the movie Cars, go right to go left, turn right to go left sort of deal. So just kind of imagine like you're drifting. Don't hit the brakes because then you'll just keep sliding even more. Let off the gas, and then once you start regaining control, kind of just gun it, and then hopefully you'll go forward. Don't gun it too hard, otherwise you'll just overcorrect, and then you'll spin around the other way. Anyone else have any further comment about that? I think I covered that pretty well.
I just experienced this a couple of days ago in the morning. Coming around a curve, I was going a little bit too fast, and I had my back end swing out. And most important thing is don't freak out. Don't jab on your brakes. Just let off the gas. Don't touch the brakes, and steer. Yeah, just turn your steering wheel in the direction you want to go. And you're probably going to go back and forth a few times. But as long as you keep your steering wheel in the direction you want to go, it should correct itself out. And just be careful not to overcorrect.
Yeah, definitely good advice. Really good advice, especially on for the people that need to be out tonight.
Mark says, "Tell them how you ditched your truck in high school, Joel."
Uh-oh.
Why is my dad saying that? Oh.
Joel getting called out.
Yeah. It was like 6 a.m. and they forgot to put salt down on the hill. I was going to jazz band before
Forgot.
before school started, and went up the hill, and underneath my hands, like the steering wheel, like literally went right and then it went left underneath my hands. And my mistake was I slammed on the brakes. That was it.
The Grand Rapids National Weather Service just tweeted as of 7 p.m. Friday, so it's today, Grand Rapids measured 5.6 inches of snow in the past 6 hours. 1.8 inches fell in the last hour. I don't know if this really helps a ton for us. The snow contained just over a half inch of water when melted down. That's close to the rule of thumb of a 10-to-1 ratio. So it's denser, more wetter snow than tomorrow's lake effect.
Yes.
That's what they're saying.
Definitely what we expect. So that 10-to-1 ratios we are expecting now will switch. Tomorrow snow will be closer to that first 15 and eventually 20-to-1 ratio. So a lot less water accumulation. The fluffier dendrites, fluffier snow.
And then I saw Shiawassee police scanner commented saying that there were numerous slide-offs and accidents in Shiawassee County. That was on one of our posts.
Not a good day to have two-wheel drive only.
Definitely not.
Bodes the question, what are you doing with a two-wheel drive car in this state? I know people like their cars for show.
Saving money on gas.
That too. But you almost need it here, especially when you get into January, February.
Yeah.
Put the show car away and get yourself the four-wheel drive car.
Hey guys, quick little update. I've made it to downtown Lansing. Roads here are about the same as East Lansing. I'm able to scoot around with the all-wheel drive on, but I've been seeing people with rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive struggling like no other. So at this point, if you, like you guys have been saying, if you don't have to go outside, just don't, honestly. It's pretty bad.
Sure.
For sure.
It's a cool shot. You see, look at the spotlights that are pointing up at the top of the dome there. All the snow falling in front of them. And then Drew, I think, has some Star Wars, a little bit of the Star Wars effect going in his stream, especially with the bright. Oh yeah, man, that's at least 5-6 inches of snow probably on the ground there.
Yeah, there's not too many cars that are either front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive that likes the slush too much. The slush doesn't care. It'll pull you wherever it wants to go.
Yep.
I would like to say all the roads out here are completely ice covered. There's a nice thick layer of ice underneath all this wet snow. So it's very bad out here. And another thing I want to mention is, at least that I've seen of, West Michigan really hasn't had super intense winds so far. And there's a good solid 1 to 4 inches of snow, especially on these pine trees. And with this lake effect that's going to be coming in tomorrow, we're going to have a lot of trees that are going to be down or branches that are going to be down. And I've already seen several from either pine trees or other kinds of trees that just have had huge branches down. It's hard to see that when it's, dark out, but yeah, it's going to be bad in West Michigan tomorrow morning, I think.
Yeah, we expected that these hazards to last early tomorrow morning. A lot of the snow is still yet to fall tonight. Again, 8 to 14 inches is our graphic that we have for the western portion of the state and north, lower parts of the UP as well. So again, we're not done. Stay indoors. Don't go outside if you have to. Right now, we're kind of just hanging out, monitoring the road conditions. Thank you to our Chaser Partner Network who's out there in the elements, braving these conditions. Do appreciate you guys for sure. I'd be out there too if I didn't have my live stream going out my window, but
No thanks. I'll take wet roads over snow roads any day.
Yeah.
Cindy, are you leaving in the morning or in the afternoon? At noon. Alex, you've been looking at the models more. Are you still in here? No, he's not. Maybe he is.
I did have. Oh, did I X out of it? No, I didn't. I'm just gonna go back and look at the MSC Travel Outlook graphics that I made really quick. A lot of the zones I had, a lot of the interstates, U.S. highways, I said through at least probably 6 p.m. tomorrow, they will not be in good condition. And you'll be able, once the snow starts tapering down a little bit, we'll get a little bit of a brief lull probably tomorrow afternoon, evening. But again, when that wind shifts out of the west, you have some lake effect snow tomorrow, especially in the western portion of the state. So it's going to hinder cleanup efforts for sure. And that's why we have on a lot of these graphics, if you go back and look at the Michigan Storm Chasers Travel Outlook, we do have through Saturday as listed for hazardous road conditions for a lot of these interstates.
Yeah, I know tomorrow morning or Saturday morning is going to be pretty sketchy out there on the roads, just with that lake effect coming in.
Yep.
Hey guys, I'm back as well. I muted myself. I went to go measure outside on my tablet though now. My phone's charging, so I didn't want to take the tablet out since it's connected to the internet. But just measured just under 5 inches of snow here in Kalamazoo.
Almost there, almost to the 8.
Yep, we'll probably end up just slightly under that for this part of the event, and then when the lake effect kicks in tomorrow, we'll add to those totals.
Yeah, I'm getting pictures from one of my coworkers, Jeremy. Looks like Byron Center's got about 4.5 to 5 inches too, maybe more.
Yeah. And a lot of the snow, though, is because it's so heavy and wet, will compact as it falls. So what you may measure might be slightly less than what actually fell. That's just the nature of heavy, wet snow like that. So
I hear the plow. I wonder if he's going to drive past. Dang. He went down a different side road.
Okay, looks like Ryan just got the video up from Cheryl.
Door got about 5 inches of snow. Nice.
Thunder Snow is now up on Facebook.
Fordo is asking if he should take his truck. If it's got 4-wheel drive and you can drive better in the snow, I would definitely use that instead of anything that's 2-wheel drive. I'm honestly a little surprised they still have that game going on tomorrow morning.
Which game?
It's a hockey game at like 10:30.
In Alpena or no?
I'm not sure where Fordo is located.
Oh, Dexter,
I
think. School I went to, they canceled their wrestling for tomorrow in Novi, so it's a little surprising they haven't canceled hockey.
I wonder how that field trip went. So we had somebody saying about if they were a bus driver driving from Detroit to Lansing.
Yeah, and the snow really just started to come down at like 2 to 3 p.m. today, so I'm sure they missed the most of it.
That's good. D says we just had thunder and lightning in Tecumseh. Still snowing. I wonder if Ryan got any of that.
Power out in Deerfield.
No, I did not. I will say, though, between the time I was muted here and getting the video up, my lights flickered 5 separate times. The power is flickering here. I heard somebody just say power's out in Deerfield. I am close to that. So it looks like something's going on around the county or locally here.
And
so if I lose power, if I disappear, guys, I'm sorry. I'll hop back on my phone as long as I can. But I'm gonna lose power here pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely. If you're at home and you're having any power flashes or just flickers in your house, that generally does mean that somewhere there's a power outage near you. Hopefully it doesn't get to you or to come to that. Fordo says he needs to go to South Bend. He's playing.
Ooh.
And also, I did not see or hear thunder or lightning. I had the window facing northwest toward Tecumseh. I have not seen or heard anything.
Darn. I feel like every time I pull Drew's stream up, it's always just getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
Surviving in the element right now.
Yeah.
How many plow trucks have you seen?
Not a lot. I've been seeing a lot of like those parking lot ones, but
yeah,
in terms of actual snowplows, I haven't seen like hardly any up here. So I finally just got into Ottawa County, so I'm around Hudsonville now. So road conditions are slowly improving, but yeah, once again, I'm on all these roads I've been on have been main roads, and they're just 3 to 4 at least 3 to 4 inches of snow on the whole entire road itself. I haven't hit a single road that's been fully plowed yet, so
yeah, it's probably gonna be a while for that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hello.
That was Drew. Yeah. I'm going to go over the blizzard warnings again. For those who are not aware, they did. I don't know why they ever divided this up. Oh, it's because of the 60. Okay. So the blizzard warning in the Gaylord warning area is split up into 2 portions, and it's only because half of it could see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the other half could only see 50. But that's the only difference. Snow totals would be about the same, about 10 to 15 inches in both zones. You can see right now that heavy snow is falling probably at 1 inch per hour or more, especially in the purple zones. They're entering West Branch, Standish area. And that will continue overnight into tomorrow morning and into the lunchtime probably tomorrow too. But the winds will again switch around. Blizzard warning, the impacts for that. Worst conditions are expected this evening and tonight. As I say, travel could be very difficult to impossible during this time. Widespread billowing snow is expected to lead to significantly reduced visibilities for several hours. Imagine probably later tonight. Significant drifting may lead to some impassable secondary roadways, and that is for sure, as we've been seeing on Drew's stream. And he's very far away from this area anyways. Strong winds could cause tree damage as a result of power outages. Dangerous driving conditions are anticipated this evening and overnight, making travel strongly discouraged. So basically, they really hammered down on traveling. If you don't have to travel, just don't stay inside. If you do, make sure that you have a winter survival kit with you. If you get stranded, the most important thing is to stay in your vehicle, keep your body heat. We do not want you to freeze to death or get hypothermia. Same thing.
Yes. I saw a question from Ainsley asking, when do we get rain? I'm assuming you mean in the southeast portion of Michigan. Ryan, if you can hear me, do you have a time for that? If any idea?
If it's going to change to rain in southeast Michigan, it's going to be very light rain. It's going to be right around, I'm going to say after 9-10 p.m., closer towards midnight. And then it should change back over to snow again. The bulk of the precipitation is starting to work through the state a little bit earlier than expected. Initial changeover to rain is still possible, but I don't really think it's going to be as impactful as we originally thought because we were too cold for one, but also just overall precip behind. If you take a radar, go down to Indiana, as Alex was talking about earlier, Joel. If you go further south, there's not a lot of precipitation down there to change to rain. So what does fall might change or might fall as rain, but it's not going to accumulate and cut into totals as much as we originally thought.
Perfect.
And Grand Rapids and Detroit did release some more snowfall reports. I'll go down the list right now. I'll start with Grand Rapids. 4.5 inches over a 6-hour period in Howard City in Montcalm County. 5.5 inches just north of Lowell in a 6-hour span. Another 6-hour accumulation of 5.2 inches in Grand Rapids. And at the National Weather Service office, 5-hour accumulation of 5 inches. So they're looking at an inch per hour rate. But however, they did note 1.8 inch has fallen in the last hour at Grand Rapids. So you're almost seeing 2-inch per hour rates with this very heavy purple snow band here. It's pretty much like a giant blob of snow at this point. And then we go down to Detroit. I know it's out of the radar range here, but we're just going to look at the reports anyways. Ann Arbor, 5.4 inches over the last 6 hours. So it's definitely overachieving there. 4 inches, which is at the top end of the winter weather advisory here in Romulus. And that has all fallen in the last 6 hours at the Detroit Metro Airport. 3.5 inches in Livonia, 3.5 inches in Oakland County, Royal Oak portion of Oakland County. Another 4 inch in 6 hours in Rochester Hills. And then over at the Detroit office, nearly 6 inches of snow has fallen in the last 6 hours. So they are really pushing the top end of the winter weather advisories there, and thus making it an overachieving event. The weather gods heard a lot of the people's complaints, and they said, all right, well, we'll give you the snow.
Too many people threatened it was all hype, so they had to prove them wrong.
Yep, too much hype.
Snow is definitely continuing to be pretty heavy over here.
Yeah, it looks like you're in a pretty good area of heavy snow right now, Nick.
Yeah. I wanted to put Chris Tobias back on.
Looks like he's still in Lansing.
Yeah, still Lansing area. Snow-covered roads. Somebody's having fun in front of him.
Yeah, you can see in those tire tracks, you can just see the slush build up.
Oh, yeah.
So-
Especially where they just went to that turn lane there.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm assuming that's a 4-lane road with a turn lane in there. And
Looks like it.
Yeah.
here in Michigan, when it snows, it's lanes don't matter.
Getting reports of trees down now across the state, Unidalia Township, and specifically got a report from one of our viewers. Going through some of these messages now. There's a transformer fire, multiple transformer fires that are blowing up across the downriver area, just south of Detroit there. And then also taking my stream here really quickly, Nick, looking at DTE's outage map, they have 42,000 people now without power in DTE, and Consumers Energy is currently at 21,000, and that is going to continue to rise through the evening as well. So definitely start to see that increase as expected.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all kind of just hanging out in here right now.
One of our partner chasers said they just had a transformer blow west of Ann Arbor at his place.
How many people are without power in the thumb?
That is a different service. Yeah, the DTE.
DTE has a weird map where you don't really know where's where. Like we have 17 here. I don't know what that means. 17 customers out, 468. Looks isolated at best, although it looks like there's over 1,000 people up there. I'm not sure what the purple means here. Fewer than 5.
There's a legend on the left side.
Yes. Oh, I have a fan blocking my view because my dad's running the heat here high in case we lose power, so I'm trying to get the house heated up here, so I'm starting to sweat. So
Smart.
then we're on the fan in front of that side. I see it now though. 1,525. I got you now. But yeah, it's hard to see. But DTE at 42,000. If we were to refresh this, I wonder if we're going to update that. Nope, still 42,000. So again, expect that to rise through the evening. Getting reports now that we're having a lot of power transformers blowing up across downriver. I see there's a report that you just mentioned from a partner chaser in Ann Arbor. So again, not really a good sign there.
Brandy, who works for DTE, says outages are growing. There are a lot more out than what it says on their website. So be prepared and do not approach down power lines. It is very important.
Go. Octobox here. You can see Drew's still out there. Chris is still out there. Got live
Yeah, I've
cameras
got
here.
a quick question. If somebody in the UP ended up wanting to be one of the network chasers, how would they find info on doing that?
They can email us. I believe our email. Gosh, I don't even know my own email.
Michigan mistormchasers@gmail.com.
Is it MI? Okay, I didn't know if it was Michigan Storm Chasers or MI Storm
I
Chasers.
believe it's MI. And then I believe there's a link on our page. If you just go to our website, michiganstormchasers.com, and then you look for Chaser Partner Network, we have an option where you can apply there. The process to becoming a Chaser Partner Network, I do believe you have to take a chasing test because, again, we don't do just winter. We do severe weather as well, obviously. So it's important that we make sure that we have the right people out there that can not get themselves in too much danger. So you will have to take a little bit of a quiz before becoming a Chaser Partner Network, but it is worth it.
Yep. Brandy says they're at 81,000.
Oh,
sorry.
Who's talking
I was just going to
first?
say we have our email on our Facebook page as well. If anybody wants to get in contact with us in terms of that.
Yep.
When Ryan had brought up that consumer's energy map, that outage map, it looked like, which was nice at least, it looks like a lot of the areas that had outages were circled green, which means there's crews assigned already to them. And I know DTE, Consumers Energy, Indiana Michigan Power brought in a lot of extra crews from out of state to help with the potential power outages. So it's good to see that even though there are power outages increasing, there are already a lot of crews assigned to each power outage, which means that hopefully they'll be able to get to those power outages and get them fixed quicker than normal.
Yeah, I was just looking at Drew's camera there. It looks like he just crossed Chicago Drive, and that looked very bad there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Chicago Drive had that much snow on it. What's funny, I used to live in the same town Drew's driving in right now, so I know exactly where he's at.
Yeah. And I'm always in Lansing, so I know exactly where Chris is at.
I've seen a couple of comments about the winds. Again, winds will increase, especially as that area low pressure moves north and deepens. Winds will increase, especially tomorrow morning, overnight, tomorrow morning. Especially, it'll be probably pretty abrupt as that cold air rushes in. That snow will become drier as that wind picks up and will blow around the snow a lot as well.
Thank you, Cindy, for liking and subscribing on our YouTube page. If you're on
Appreciate
Facebook
it.
and you want to subscribe to our YouTube page, go for it.
Yeah, there's no rule about subscribing on multiple platforms. So
Hey
Yes.
guys, as an update, my location here in Eastern Lenawee is now freezing drizzle.
Ooh.
It is not snowing anymore. It is drizzling, and it's going to be freezing very rapidly. It's 32 degrees still here. So
I am going to step outside and get a quick measurement because I am curious. So I'll be right back.
okay.
So my
Yeah,
location is right here, and it's borderline freezing rain right now. So if you look
that's
at
interesting. You can see the returns. I was going to say, you can see the returns kind of dissipating from those heavier returns to not as much at all. So that drying effect is shading changing that snow to drizzle, freezing drizzle.
yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't last very long here. We got some precip here to go, so it's 32 degrees. Hopefully it stays above 32. I don't want to have any icing going on here. I don't expect it to be icing, but
No, you have that band of precip behind there stretching from west of Jackson south through Hillsdale County and down into northwest Ohio. That'll rotate on in here, it looks like. It's a little bit of moisture coming on in.
yeah. All right. Back up here to Grand Rapids. There we go. Hey, if anyone wants to take that screen back over, you can. You don't got to stay on me.
Okay. Looks like we're losing some of our values here. And like we've been talking about, that's kind of to be expected. We're going to have a little bit of a lull, and then it'll ramp back up as we get towards the midnight hours. We still have a lot more snow out here. Can't see it on the radar, but there's plenty of moisture left to go here in southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. So soon enough.
DTE is now at 47,000 on their map. Consumers Energy is now at 22,000.
Lapeer 4.5 inches now. Same with Bloomfield Hills. It's probably storm total. I'm going to kind of wait to see. Our snow here started at 3:30, if I recall, because it didn't start until after the 3 o'clock stream started. We are taking comments. If you have any interesting comments that need to be addressed regarding the event. What is tomorrow morning? Chris is chiming in. Chris? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
currently on Grand River, heading east. We're going towards East Lansing now, but we're gonna check out the road conditions further east and just go from there. Maybe check out along that road that was I forget exactly what it's called, like Old Lansing Road. It runs against 69. We'll see if we have any traffic or any accidents up there.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, we didn't have another live scheduled, right?
No, I was about to address that there. I don't think we have a live schedule for 7:30.
It's already past 7:30.
It's past 7:30.
Yeah.
This is the only live we're probably going to do. We might leave a radar loop up through the evening. Not sure about that yet. I don't think we have an option to do a statewide view, so we're probably just going to skip that. We'll be live here for probably a little while longer here. Maybe not too much longer, but at least a few, maybe an hour or two more, depending on how we're all feeling.
It was tomorrow about 6:30 a.m. at DTW issue with the winds. I work for UPS. Probably going to be very windy. Again, the low pressure system still hasn't made it into Michigan yet, but it is starting to creep in the southwest corner, and that kind of addresses Freedom to Be's comment as well. Right now, the low pressure, I do believe, is over Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, it was either near Gary or the southern part of Lake Michigan. It's down to 984 millibars now, so it is intensifying.
Anybody feeling it in their joints? I know a lot of people have interesting, I don't know, you could say like bodily functions that happen with low pressure. Hip joints, especially if you had like surgery, I think is like one common thing.
Yeah, surgery, people that experience arthritis.
Yeah.
Upper respiratory sinuses, stuff like that.
Yeah. What'd you say it's about Southwest Michigan? That's about right where the low is at right now. Any links for the chaser feeds? Yeah, these chaser partner networks also have their own pages. I know Drew is Drew Rummel Storm Chasing. Ben is Great Lakes Weather. Chris Tobias is another one. Who else am I forgetting here?
Cody Reynolds, Storm Chaser Cody Reynolds.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was taking a look a few minutes ago, still again at the high-res forecast models that we look at, and they're putting out some impressive totals for the lake enhanced and lake effect snow. It's quite interesting. This is going to be, the system that peels through and gives us the heavy wet snow initially, and then as it peels away and gives way for that really, really bitterly cold air, just the fact that we haven't had much in the way of cold air this year so far. The Lake Michigan itself is still 40 to 45 degrees, so that's just a recipe for pretty good lake response over the next day and a half, 2 days even.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm back.
Yeah.
I measured in my front yard where the wind has been blowing, and I've only got about 2 inches of new snow where the wind has been blowing. Went in my backyard where it's a little bit more isolated from the wind, and we got about 4 inches of new snow back there. Bringing it, like I measured, I hit the ground when I just like the dirt with my tape measure, and it was saying about 7 inches, and I remember we had about 3 from the other day, so 4.5 inches about.
It's about right for Grand Rapids area. A lot of places reporting 4 to 5, isolated 6-inch totals so far in the Grand Rapids metro.
Yeah, and I did see, I don't know if you saw it on my camera or not, but I did just have a snowmobile drive down my road. So
I saw a truck. I didn't see a snowmobile.
It was I started to hear the snowmobile right as I was outside. No. It's gone now. I ran back in. I was going to quick say, hey, look for a snowmobile, but it went past right as I was getting back to my computer.
Yeah.
Speaking of snowmobiles, our one partner here, one of our Michigan Storm Chasers, Chandler, is currently out snowmobiling himself, enjoying this winter weather.
That'd be funny if he came in, live streamed his snowmobile.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be funny.
Looks like Drew just made it back home safely. Fixing his hair.
Yeah.
Can you hear us, Drew?
Oh, man,
nope.
He's gone.
He gone.
He gone.
He gone.
Rebecca says there's no power in Mount Pleasant with a question mark. Are you asking us or are you telling us?
Oh, I think she saw my stream.
Oh.
I have power. I mean,
Yeah, I was
Wait.
gonna say.
yeah, it's just kind of dark here. We don't have too many street lights. Also, a lot of students may have gone home for the weekend, so a lot of the apartments are probably not lit up because of that. Yeah.
Joel, are you at Cooper Beach?
Yeah, I'm at Copper Beach.
Okay, I thought that looked familiar.
Yeah. You kind of if you look at the street light on the right, you can kind of see it blowing heavily. But my window is just covered in water dripping down it, so it makes seeing that a little tough.
I will say, despite the wind out there, trees are collecting snow, especially in the backyards, where the wind is being protected from all the winds. The trees are being protected from the wind. There's definitely a lot of accumulating snow on those trees.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sure if somebody does a time lapse of that pine tree there, the boughs have been slowly going down.
For sure.
Definitely.
Hey guys, I'd like to chime in on that question earlier on where to get a link to see our profiles for the network and chasers. If you go to the website, you've got a whole thing about meeting the team, and it's got links right there in the website.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Great point.
So that's something that interests you. It's always there. Don't be afraid to reach out.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Go to the website. Take the test. See what you do. See how you do, and if that's something that interests you, reach out and get a hold of us.
Never know. You could be on our stream someday, just like these guys.
I was also talking about the links about the meeting the team, where you can click and see who's in the Michigan Storm Chaser group.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, definitely, yeah.
Well, yeah, we're all here, except for Chandler.
Chandler's out.
Maybe you'll be able to see Alex's face, maybe Ryan's face. They don't like to put cameras on, apparently.
I don't mind it. I just can't do it because my USB capabilities, all my USB ports are currently taken.
Ah.
There's Alex.
Hello. You can see me. I'm still here.
Andrea asks, do you expect winds to kick up much more? And yes, we do.
Snow will continue through much of the day tomorrow. There'll be some breaks, especially for the eastern side of the state, but with lake effect ramping back up again, it won't be too much of a break before we start seeing heavier snowfall amounts. And again, we will be probably discussing later tonight about getting a graphic up for snowfall Saturday into Sunday.
Yeah,
Yes,
we'll be working on.
Yes, the winds will also be statewide. Those will be kicking up statewide.
Aaron is now saying, what did you say about Southwest Michigan again, but now this time in all caps? Did we say something about Southwest Michigan this time?
Only about the area low pressure, I think.
Yeah, I thought we already covered that. Let's live look at our radar again to our north. Couple, it's not really much of a blob. It kind of got split up into two separate chunks there. The heaviest right now is over Gaylord, for sure, in Gaylord. Let me I'm gonna put county names on just to see. There we go. Because with these bands of snow being so thick, they're pretty much the entire county. So Montmorency, Alpena, Otsego, over to Antrim County. That's a big band of snow right there, right in the blizzard warning. I imagine travel on I-75 right now is hectic near Gaylord's radar.
Oh, yeah.
Canada is getting a lot of thunder snow right now.
Oh, yep.
Over by Cassette.
On my way.
I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lightning indicators here on their their radar.
You can see them on. I don't know if you can. Hold on. Let me full
Do
screen.
you have Cassette radar on there, Joe?
I don't, but you can kind of see where the lightning strikes are at with all these
Those
little
plus
pluses here.
marks.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I see, yeah.
I added a place file about an hour ago so you can see them. The area of high air instability has moved off into Swan. SWON, Southwest Ontario.
Our friends over there in Southwest Ontario.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you guys are heading out for the night, if you guys are getting tired, hunkering down for the night, if you guys are heading out, just make sure to drop a like on your way out. We do appreciate it. Also helps bump the algorithm for people who still need information for tomorrow, because this event goes on through the night into midday tomorrow. As always, we would love to see your reports. MichiganStormChasers.com/send report with a little dash in the middle. If you want us to share it to the page, just make sure you give us the permission and a location near city or street.
Hello?
Who was that? I think it's Alex.
What?
Someone was crinkling
Their mic.
Yeah.
We do have a video of the thunder snow on our Facebook page, by the way, for those of you who want to go see that. It is a few posts down, so scroll. If you go to our page, scroll. So third post down. You can't miss it. It's labeled Thunder Snow. Thank you to Cheryl, who allowed us to share that to our page. She's from the Royal Oak area, and that was a pretty good video of the flash and the crack of thunder there. So pretty cool video. Check it out if you guys haven't already.
I'm watching it right now.
Wouldn't you guys want to pull up the MDOT stuff again? It'd be a good time to probably pull it back up. Oh my gosh.
There's that one green area in the south part of state. Oh, I will say I-75 by Lake Erie as expected, just because it's warmer over there. Better travel conditions over there, but that's about it. Everybody else in Michigan has the orange and red zone here. It's likely going to be backed up. These red zones are probably not moving much at all. So looking at our plows and our cameras, we can go ahead and take a peek at those. I'm not sure what we're going to see because it's dark out. I'm sure some areas are more lit than others. If we go over here, let's start over here in Grand Rapids and see what's over here. We have a crash here. Looks like on US 131. Let's see if the camera shows anything here. See if it loads. Check that out. There's a car in the ditch right there on that camera. Check that out. Check that. Looks like a Prius or some type of a sedan car. It looks like it's in the ditch there. It looks like there's a police officer on scene right by the exit for Byron Center. 84th Street, I believe it says here. Or is it 64th? Looks like 84th Street.
Yeah.
So that is pretty intense right there. The first camera we pick out is an accident there. So go further north here into Grand Rapids Metro. There's another accident here. It says on 28th Street exit on 131 here. And you can see it right there. There's another car in the ditch there. Check that out.
It looks like there's a couple of them in the ditch.
Yeah, there's a truck right over there. There's a car. It looks like a van or some type of sedan there. Police officers are on scene there. That's not a good situation. So I'll see what else we can find here on this map. Well, let's go ahead and zoom back out.
Got some speed demons out there. They're way in the ditch.
Let's go ahead and go up here. There's another accident with a couple cameras around it. Looks like a car is in the ditch, it says, or disabled. It actually is labeled as.
Yeah, that's Alpine. So there's not really a ditch on Alpine.
Okay. Not really seeing much in the way of anything there on those cameras, but again, snow-covered roads are there. Let's go ahead and swing back south here, seeing any accidents here. Let's take a peek at 131 between Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. Snowplow, Cheerio Snow is out there. It looks like he's applying material, it says. And then let's go one more over here to the 94 area. There's a crash here at the Saugatuck area. I-196. Looks like it's no traffic out there. Good to see. Never mind, there's traffic. But definitely looks snow covered. Let's go ahead and go to the east side real quick, cover the east side. Anything in Lansing here? Not really much to report accident-wise between Grand Rapids and Detroit. Good to see. Let's see. There's a couple accidents we can look at here. There's one by, looks like Zeeb Road, or at least Jackson Avenue. Looks like we're at the Jackson exit. Let's go ahead and see if this camera picks anything up. Of course, not available. Let's go ahead and click this one over here on Zeeb Road. Should be, nope, not available. All right, let's get out of that area. I wonder if they're out of power up there.
It's possible.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Yeah. Let's go ahead and roll, because I know Chris said there was a power flat or a transformer blowing up over there. in that area. Disabled vehicle here on I-96. Camera not really showing much there, but again, snow-covered roads there. It looks like it's glossy, like it could be ice as well. It looks like it's mostly wet, I'm going to guess, but definitely being 32. Yeah, 32 degrees here. Definitely could be some icy areas out there, even though it's just like it's wet. But again, there's more accidents. We're not going to take a peek at all of them. Just a couple ones we can look at here and maybe see something. I'll end with this one and see what we can see. Not much, but snow-covered roads are still there. So overall, MDOT maps here. Everything's slow going. Accidents across the state. From there, that's about it. I got tons of snow plows out there. We take everything off except the snow plows. There are your active snow plows here in the state of Michigan from MDOT. They're not all listed here, but most of them are. So if you go further north up here into northern Michigan, I want to take a peek around this area real quick before we hop off this drive map. Looking at the area in the blizzard warning. Yeah, there's no traffic out there. Roads are completely covered. Go over here towards Sable. Pretty much a whiteout up there, looks like. Let's go up here toward Alpena. Yeah, pretty much pretty blizzard-like conditions up there. You can see actually drifting here, looks like, in the roadway there. So that's to be expected in that area. So that is the gist of it. Getting reports now from our friends in Indiana that winds are starting to crank down there towards the Fort Wayne area. Those are coming up our way, guys. So the wind is about to arrive. The worst of the winds is about to arrive here in the next couple hours. So
I was just going to ask, looking at radar, can we tell where the low pressure system's currently at, the middle of it?
I can actually bring up, I guess I can't. I did have mesoanalysis pulled up, but it's basically over, I'm going to say just southwest of Fort Wayne right now. Go ahead. And, yeah, it's right basically over Fort Wayne, I'm going to say, just to the west of Fort Wayne. I did have mesoanalysis pulled up, though. I can pull it back up and check.
Down to like 982 now.
Yeah, the pressure at my house is actually 985 at this point.
It actually appears that it's right over Chicago. There's actually two areas of low pressure. There's one over Chicago, and there's one over about where Chandler's place is at in Niles.
Yep. So the actual low would be right over Lake Michigan right now.
Well, there's probably two lows.
There is. There's that one that was out west earlier today, Iowa, Illinois area. And that one that developed down south, they will phase, and that's how that low will deepen later.
Yep. The low is still expected to deepen.
Yeah, it's undergoing rapid deepening right now. It's going to strengthen between now and 4 a.m. It's probably going to deepen quite significantly too.
Yeah, because if you look at the wind barbs, those are that's two separate lows in one area right there, and those will
I see it
combine into each other.
There's one here. There's one here. I got you now.
Yep. Sometimes
latest data this evening. I was going to say latest data this evening still shows a depth down to about 972 to 974, depending on the model. That would be overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, the lowest pressure. Yes, that will increase the wind gusts as this area low pressure continues to deepen and move northeast. The winds will then increase, especially as we get through tonight and especially overnight into tomorrow morning. The winds will increase significantly.
My computer is telling me 3 inches of snow soon.
It's a lot of inches.
It is a lot of inches. Expect 3 inches of snow expected to fall in the next 4 hours.
Yeah. That'll get you to your 8.
Yep.
Still no updates from any of the weather services on an upgrade or downgrade. Toledo's under a high wind warning right now.
Hey, look at that.
Got more precip heading my way. Curious if it's going to fall as rain or snow. We'll have to take a peek at that.
I wonder how Chandler's doing on this snowmobile ride.
But he's having fun.
So it's hard to see, but I'm at 69 looking towards Lansing right now. And there's very few traffic. I mean, there's nobody out. Looks like the assault's working, though, so that's good. I can see Black Road.
Good.
That's a plus.
Hopefully it's not ice.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what the highway looks like back in COVID days. I haven't seen that empty in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The back roads probably have 4 inches right now.
Wow. Just look at Chris's stream there. That would be hard for a low-lying vehicle like a small car.
Yeah, my Subaru would not be having fun in that.
No,
it wouldn't.
Even though it's all-wheel drive.
Then we have a post on our page of the Dodge Charger that got stuck. I think Cody sent that in.
Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah.
Mary asks, how does this low pressure compare to the 2011 Groundhog's Day blizzard?
A little different. The Groundhog's Day blizzard was a storm system that moved a little further southeast. So that was a storm system that, instead of moving up into where it is now, which is in around the southern part of Lake Michigan, that storm moved up through Toledo, far western Ohio, and there was much more cold air already in place in 2011 for that storm, so there was no threat of rain. A lot more moisture in place, so there was widespread heavy snow, and then with lake effect behind it as well. So there are similarities and differences between that one and this one. Each storm is a little different. It'll be interesting to see when the lake effect kicks in tomorrow, how that will compare, because the blizzard of 2011 was definitely more of a system snow with less lake effect behind it. This storm looks like it's going to be slightly less storm, more lake effect behind it, lake enhancement. All part of one as that storm system moves north and deepens and that cold air wraps around behind it. And earlier, Joel, you'd said about Toledo, there was a high wind warning now. Was that an upgrade from the Weather Service office in Cleveland?
I'm not sure exactly. I believe they were under high wind watch earlier, so I guess you could say it was an upgrade. That combined with the low water advisory, I imagine they probably issued those about the same time.
For sure.
Yeah, winter storms like these can bring out the rarest of warnings and advisories, like freezing spray and low water. Some of these warnings that some of you viewers probably never heard of before. Sharing with you guys for the first time today.
I've never heard of the low water one.
Yeah. Yeah, Lake Erie's only like 30 feet deep or whatever on the western part, which is really crazy. So that wind will push the water elsewhere.
Fordo is asking when does the snow start again in the lower Michigan?
I would say probably once the wind starts whipping around back from the west. So it might be like an hour or two. Give that low some time and for moisture to fill back in.
I'm guessing probably closer to midnight for the majority of Michigan, or at least where he's at there in southeast Michigan. It's probably going to take some time to get that, like Joel said. But I would expect it closer to midnight. I'm going to hop outside real quick, guys.
While Ryan's doing that, just want to quick say thank you for everyone who's followed us on Facebook. We just surpassed 86,000 followers tonight. So Again, we appreciate each and every one of you for following along. We have plenty more content for 2024 ahead. So we do appreciate it if you share our page with anyone else.
Yeah,
we'll be ready for that severe weather season.
Yes, we will. We wouldn't have been able to do this without our followers. You all are great. It's amazing to look back where we were even this time last year with just a few thousand followers, and how we've grown in that year. And we have plenty of more big things to come in 2024 that we're excited about. So thank you all for all of your support.
Yep.
Are we through the worst of it? That comment right there.
Yeah. I would say, it depends on what.
Yeah. What do you consider the worst?
You want the worst of the wind, the worst of the snow?
So, and then depending on where you live as well, right now, snow is tapering off a little bit in southwest Michigan, again, as that area low pressure now is in the southern part of Lake Michigan. So that lull we were talking about, like I think I mentioned about an hour and a half ago, around 8:30, 9 o'clock for the southwest part of the state, we are now seeing that. So that'll continue for the southern part of the state now over the next few hours. Have to give time for that area of low pressure to pass by. Once it does so, again, like I said, that area of low pressure will continue to deepen, and winds will eventually shift here to out of the west and west northwest and funnel in cooler air, which will focus a lot of moderate to heavy snow, lake enhanced snow with the system enhanced snow across the southern base of that storm, which means that southern and central lower Michigan from west to east will see heavy snow through the morning hours, along with the winds picking up significantly. Strong winds, very strong winds that will blow that snow around. I was just reading the aviation discussion, the updated aviation discussion for this evening, and the Weather Service office said, yes, expect winds to significantly increase overnight into tomorrow morning with very low visibility and blowing snow at the terminals, which terminals being the airport terminals that we do the forecast for. So by tomorrow morning, expect deteriorating conditions. So when you say, are we through the worst of it? We're in a lull, and we'll be in a lull for a couple of hours before things continue to ramp back up.
So to answer your question, it's basically a yes and a no. We got through half of it.
Yeah.
Welcome, Peyton from Ottawa County.
There's another question I wanted to have us touch on. I've seen Holly comment this a couple times, and she says, snow emergency for Lenawee right now, please. I don't know if you're asking us to, I don't know if you're asking us to issue that. That's not something we can issue. That has to be your local government that does that. I guess if you meant something else, please elaborate on that.
Disappearing again.
Joel's fading away.
Bye, everybody.
Fading into darkness.
Bye.
Ryan's here.
Hey, who's hopping off?
No, I was just fading out of the background.
Oh. Bro.
Look, it's just my hands.
I don't know if you can hear that or not, but the trees are creaking. It's like it's an ice storm out here.
That's scary.
You guys hear that? Listen to this. You guys
I do.
hear that?
I do
That's
hear
insane.
that.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. We'll take you guys for a little bit of a walk out here. Oh, you got me full? Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody,
guys,
this is what Ryan looks like.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I'm in northeastern Lenawee County, have about 5-6 inches, maybe spots with 7, but right around that 5-6 inch range. Gonna give you the road conditions out here real quickly. It is drizzling right now, but for right now, with you guys around here with 1 second. There we go. That is your road condition of M50 through Lenawee County. Has not been plowed. It's quite thick out here, actually.
Dang.
It's been shoveled by my parents here, but overall, though, the roads are pretty slushy still. Even the main roads here are really bad. So definitely pay attention if you're out on the roads, on main roads as well, because they are not being treated or plowed yet. So with that being said, switch it back to my face here. Streamer makes it very, very difficult to do this.
It's okay.
There we go. Take it back to the backyard here and show you my tree, and I'll probably be back inside here. But this tree is weighed down pretty heavily. Luckily, it's still holding on to most of its limbs. Oh, almost slipped and fell there. I'm gonna do something you guys probably should never do, is go underneath or almost underneath it. Actually, I will go underneath it. So I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but there we go. This is a tree limb of my tree right here. This should not be down here. This is a big old maple tree. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but it is way too low. It's being weighed down very, very heavily by this heavy snow. So let's see if I can flip you guys around.
So I can really hear that crackling.
Can you see it though?
It's pretty dark.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
Okay, give me a second here. Now can you see it?
That's better, yeah.
A lot better.
That should not be there. I can walk up to this. This is usually about 20 feet off the ground.
Oh yeah, wow.
Wow.
So that just goes to show you the weight of the snow here. My neighbor's tree doesn't look too bad there, but this maple tree is taking on quite a bit of weight. So with that being said, guys, I'm gonna hop back inside here. So
Okay.
take me off full screen if I'm still on full screen.
Holly, we're not issuing a snow emergency. That's not in our department.
Yeah.
Please stop asking.
Yeah, I don't know if you're asking or if you're telling us or something. If you could elaborate on what you mean by that.
Another DT update from Brandy. 70,000 reported out, estimated or predicted 101,000 now.
Thanks
Wow.
for the update.
Big limb down off an elm tree in Plymouth. That'll do some damage for sure. Hopefully didn't hit anything.
Yeah. I had someone say if we could bring up the power outage map again. We can do that in a little bit.
Nick, do you want to do that?
Yeah, I can grab that.
Okay.
Sure.
Heavy band of snow in northern Ogama County, southern Oscoda, heading into Mayo. I say it right. It's not me, it's my. It's me.
Here's that outage map here with consumers. It's pretty scattered around here though, but
Yep. The nice thing about it, looking at that map, is that a lot of them circled in green. That means a crew has been assigned. So while they are scattered and while there are power outages, a lot of them are already been assigned a crew. Which, while we don't know when they're going to restore, at least if a crew is assigned, that makes restoration time that much faster.
Yep. Here we got one right on I-96 here over by Crockery, Ferrysburg, Grand Haven area. Another one down here in Jamestown.
Pretty big one over there by Freeport. Purple one.
Yeah, the purple is only
181. That's a big area.
Rural area, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to quickly apologize for the 300 people who heard my quick Taylor Swift singing.
Caught in 4K.
I'm going to start singing about me and I.
It's
You
me.
about to start singing, Joe?
Hi.
See, only 300 people got to witness that.
All right, so normally we have Michigan Storm Chasers after dark, and it is after dark, but normally it's later than this. But if Joel wants to start singing, we might break it
No.
out soon.
No
Michigan
singing.
Storm Chasers karaoke.
That sounds
There you
like
go.
fun.
We will not be singing. Maybe not during a blizzard. We'll have like a MSC hangout, but yeah, this is just some of the content you guys get here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We're very, very lax on occasion. We hope you appreciate that.
I appreciate it.
We do.
If no one else does, I do.
So,
Oh,
quick
I get
little update. 69 is honestly in good condition. I don't want to say, well, I'd say great, not really best, but salt's working. Nobody's in the ditches so far from Lansing all the way to Perry. So, honestly, pretty impressive.
It's awesome.
69's just to the
Mhm.
left of me here. And I've just been keeping an eye on it. And haven't seen much. Traffic's flowing well, so.
That's great. It's great news.
Any guesses on this precip heading toward me, Alex? Rain, snow, what do you think?
On the on radar, are you talking about on radar?
Yeah, right here. I'm about right here, so it's almost to me.
It's heavy
Oh,
band.
well, it's definitely intense. It's probably gonna wet bulb down to snow.
Kind of curious. It's almost to me, so I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a mix of rain and snow.
It may
Okay.
start as a mix, but I would guarantee that those heavier echoes, it's going to cool down to snow.
All right, I'll probably be back outside then if that's the case.
That would just be my guess, just given the higher echoes,
Right.
that would be the case.
Looking at temperatures around the area in all of Michigan, I'm seeing 31, 32, 30s. But in southeast Michigan, I'm starting to see some very mild temperatures along the lakeshore, 35, 36, 38 in Monroe, 41 in Toledo, 38 in Lambertville. So those milder temperatures are starting to creep a little bit further to the west in Monroe County and also Wayne County. So something to watch there as this precip moves closer to that.
Yeah, it looks like Holland and that Port Sheldon area are getting that a little bit of heavy snow there. Douglas as well on the, over there.
Yeah.
Looks like southwest Michigan, south of Kalamazoo, is almost maybe some snow showers there, but it should be pretty much clear for right now until that low swings north and the backside comes in and fills right back in with some snow there. So some areas getting a break, but again, don't be fooled. It'll fill back in overnight.
Robert, that low is still driving the same truck. I saw on YouTube that you retracted the comment, but I can still see it here on my streaming.
Same.
Did a low move south or same truck? All right. That's pretty
It's
funny.
driving the same truck.
That's funny.
So maybe slightly west, just barely. I remember like leading up and through last night, everything was shifting east, and it still could. I know one model yesterday we were looking at where it came straight north up the Indiana-Illinois line, and then it shot straight over towards Detroit and Toledo. And that definitely is still on the board of a possibility.
So somebody just asked here in chat when the low is going to be in the state. It's pretty much in the state already. It's right about here between Chicago, Kalamazoo. So it's likely in the state or about to enter the state here in a short amount of time.
Aaron says the snow has stopped in Howell. I can say outside my window, it is just very lightly snowing.
Yeah, Howell looks to be in a little bit of a break here before a new snow band comes into the south here, but this general area Howell's right here, so getting a break there for you guys.
Yeah, the latest high-res, what we call the HRRR model, is currently coming out, and it's interesting. It clearly depicts this dry slot that's moving in, but then it is quite the doozy over later half of the overnight through, especially tomorrow morning, early morning through the day. It's only about half out right now, but it's quite the doozy for snow and wind.
I will say this as well, with that low pressure, go ahead and circle it back here. Just going to guesstimate based on our latest meso analysis that we looked at. The winds around this low circle counterclockwise. So the winds over on the northeast side of the low are going like this. Winds on the other side of the low are going like this. And also on the northwest side, like this. The winds circulate around this low. So the winds are out of the east to northeast right now as that low approaches. But when the low passes, winds are going to start to crank out of the south and northwests.
And when that wind starts cranking out of the west, especially down along the border there, looping around the backside of that low, you're pulling in all that Canadian air where they're getting like 2 hours of daylight a day up there in northern Canada, up to zero. Actually, and remember this time of year that lack of solar radiation, you do not get any warmth at all, and this is why January and February are indeed our coldest months of the year due to that lack of sunlight and solar radiation. So lots of cold coming our way this week, especially starting tomorrow, and right after those winds start ramping up, when the low does actually move in. Ryan, I believe, is pulling up a model run here of that cold air that's coming in.
That's correct.
And it's going to be cold.
And it's going to be very cold. So here's your temperature graph here. The purples, pinks, and whites are your coldest temperatures. And of course, down here you have the mild temperatures in yellow, orange, reddish color. And the greens are kind of just out of in the middle 40s or so. Go through the day. On tomorrow, we still see that Arctic air coming in behind that low pressure. Here's your southwest winds, northwest winds, really, southeast winds, northwest to southeast. That brings in your Arctic air tomorrow, and then by the day on Sunday into Sunday night, we are full force air temperatures, -1 down here. I see -2, I see 11, 12. So single digit temperatures overnight Sunday night, and then that Arctic air sticks around pretty much all week long. If we go ahead and run this model through, I don't see a day that gets above freezing this week. So what is on the ground that is outside your house right now is going to be on the ground out there. It's not going to melt unless you have a flamethrower. It's not going to melt. And it's going to be there for at least the next week, potentially longer, because I don't see a pattern flip until maybe next week, January 23rd timeframe. But then again, with this model, outside of about 150 hours or outside about 7 days or so, we don't really trust it as much. So the pattern outside of that is just an idea. It's not really a for sure pattern flip. We're going to be dealing with at least a week of Arctic air here in Michigan.
Brianna's like, what does quite the doozy mean? I know that's terminology I say a lot. It basically means it's going to be somewhat intense.
Quite the doozy.
Yeah. I feel like an old man now.
I use doozy, honestly. So you're not alone, Joel.
Gotcha. Fordo's heading out for now. Thanks for tuning in today, Fordo.
Take back our radar here.
Oh, Holly's back. This time on Facebook.
Ben asks, what does the thunder snow threat look like for the lake effect tomorrow? I have not looked into that. I don't know if anybody else has here.
I haven't, no.
No, my best guess would...
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
I was going to say my best guess would be the forecast models, especially the HRRR, as you'll look at it, have been hinting at a couple of convergence bands. So again, as that cold air wraps around the southern part of Lake Michigan, as those winds kind of converge,
look at that, guys.
some bigger bands may be
that's
able to produce
beautiful.
some thunderstorm.
The 3 Cape tomorrow is beautiful for lake effect.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been watching the 00Z the last little bit now, and it's impressive tomorrow, like I was saying just a little bit ago.
Let me pull something up. Let me go ahead and pull something up behind the scenes here. I'll take back to my radar here. I want to look at something real quick. Ben, I might have a good graphic for you a little bit later on into the stream here. Check it out first real quick.
Joel, you see one of the comments, just wait till you have kids and start the dad jokes. I think you have plenty already.
I'm already starting.
Yeah.
mile-per-hour gusts at Gaylord Regional. That is blizzard criteria, and thus it is verifying right now. So if you are in northern Michigan right now, northern lower, Mackinac Island, northeastern lower, blizzard conditions have begun. So get indoors, stay indoors, do not travel unless it's an emergency.
If it is an emergency, like Joel said earlier, keep a emergency kit in your vehicle. Do not leave your vehicle. Yeah, that's pretty decent banding going on right there.
Yes. Oscoda County's been getting hammered over the past hour for sure. We loop it.
Yeah, that really hasn't moved, has it?
Not really. Well, we had this first one, and then it gets replaced by the second one here.
Yeah.
Roscommon County also getting hit, although not in the blizzard warning. Gaylord opted not to add them in it, but they are close enough probably where they'll get blizzard-like conditions.
Joel, you got looks like a question down there for you.
I have a question, huh? What did you say about tomorrow after the rain in southeast Michigan for snow? I did say something about that.
I'm not sure.
To reference the graphic I made about the traveling, the interstate travel, I believe I said something earlier in the broadcast about how there'll be a lull somewhere around 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. tomorrow night before lake effect then ramps up. And given the stronger winds tomorrow, we could see some of those lake effect bands cross the entire state. So it'll hinder cleanup efforts, especially on the west side of the state, maybe not as much on the east side. So we'll have to keep that. You guys will have to keep that in mind over there on the southeast side. And especially on the west side here in West Michigan, Grand Rapids, Muskegon, Holland, Saugatuck. Lake effect's going to be a huge thing starting Sunday. Again, we'll have a map up later tonight or maybe tomorrow probably for Saturday into Sunday.
Update, Alex. That is the precip at my house looks to be a rain.
Rain?
Yeah, it's just starting here. It's sprinkling.
Okay. That is interesting, but makes maybe more sense given that if that area of low pressure is on the southern part of Lake Michigan, extreme southwest Michigan now. You guys might be seeing that warmer air move into the southeastern part of the state now.
Peeking back at our surface temperatures on southeast Michigan, I don't see those creeping any further west just yet. I'm seeing some reports of Monroe County a little bit closer to US 23, 36, 37. So there is some warm air filling back in further west. So likely precip right now in southeast Michigan, close to Monroe County, Adrian, and maybe even parts of southern Ann Arbor there, looking like it's going to fall mainly as a rain or a snow type of situation at this point.
National Service Grand Rapids is now up to 6 inches in 6 hours, so inch per hour rate average. Oakland County, Highland area, 7 inches in a 6-hour span. That is definitely above what they were expecting there in Oakland County today. So, again, overachievers in the southeast side of the state. Congrats to you guys, or maybe lack of congrats if you weren't wanting that. 5 inches in 6 hours now in Cedar Springs, Sand Lake area.
Derek, this radar loop is for northern Michigan. So if you're seeing the lack of echoes further downstate, we're
I know. I was just reading.
Yeah, no, I was answering Derek. He saw that the radar loop was current. So I was
Gotcha.
It's like some moderate snow from Holland's east southeast through Wayland, south of Hastings to right around or just north of Battle Creek. Some heavier snow near Portland, east of Ionia, west of St. John's.
Mm-hmm.
And then some heavier snow, looks like east of Mason, around or just northeast of Jackson, west of Ann Arbor, and west of Howell.
Uh-oh. Someone's getting pushed through right now at my place.
Uh-oh.
Small car.
What kind of car is that?
I don't know. I hear a lot of commotion outside my window. That, or they're just trying to get on the live stream. No, they stuck?
Oh, yeah, they're stuck. They're spinning their wheels.
Oh, yeah.
Rip.
There we go. I was about to say take a full screen there.
Yeah.
R.I.P. There he goes, trying to push.
Oh, no.
Is that a hill there?
No, it's flat.
Oh. They really suck.
Yeah, my roommate's coming out to get the shovel. Yeah, my roommate's out there.
What a nice guy.
Just don't run over the shovel.
No, you got a rocket. There you go.
What type of car is that?
Not a very good one.
No.
I don't know. If it wasn't so wet on the window, I might be able to tell. Looks like a Chevy Cobalt Cruise, maybe. Dang, that snow is deep there. That's like halfway up the wheels.
Yeah.
Might be a Chrysler.
Oh man, it is stuck. Oh, here comes another person. Another person.
This is why you need kitty litter.
Yeah, we're gonna have the entire block out here soon.
That's funny.
Joel, if you do go out there, make sure that they have their traction control off, because if their tires are slipping, it's going to reduce the engine power and not make it easy to get out.
Gotcha.
Hope you got it.
There we go.
Yeah. There we go. Oh,
how far will they make it though?
Go, hammer down.
Oh, he's spinning.
Oh, he's getting stuck again.
He's spinning.
Oh man, guys, that's
is he heading
hilarious.
for a parking spot, or is he heading out? Can you tell?
He's out.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. There goes our entertainment.
That's funny.
Now they're just out talking. Yeah, that snow's pretty deep here. I haven't measured yet. I imagine we're probably getting close to half a foot.
Open the window and throw out a tape measure to that guy. To your roommate.
No. I think that guy was waving. Yeah, that guy's definitely waving.
That's funny.
I did tell my roommate that we were streaming. So
come here, Abigail.
He's probably like, oh, Michigan Storm Chasers.
Come here. Are you going to let me pick you up or no? You know what's coming. Yeah, she knows it's coming.
Oh, about to get Nick's cat on stream.
Oh, nice.
Come here.
How much snow for us in Macomb County?
Nope.
About
He
4
did.
outside right
Nope.
now. I would say probably another inch or 2. Maybe 3. I don't know, Ryan. What do you think?
It depends on how long this stays above freezing. I think it's going to be mostly over for right now until the backside gets here later after midnight. So right now, what you have on the ground is likely about what you're going to end up with. I'd say what Joel said, about 1 to 2 inch extra, maybe isolated higher depending on how lake effect snow sets up tomorrow. Definitely possible we could accumulate more, but what you see out there right now is about what you're going to end up with.
Snow's also pretty deep on Chris's stream there.
Dang.
Plowed in some spots, but not all.
I saw a comment about hot chocolate. That's what I have right now.
Oh, that sounds so good.
It's got the little tiny marshmallows in it too.
Oh. I have like 20 or 30 bags of hot chocolate just waiting for me downstairs.
That's the best.
Go make some.
All right, fine.
Do it.
Fine.
But I'm debating whether I want it or not.
Any chance the low doesn't deepen?
No,
You hear it here
Uh,
first.
that process is occurring right now, so it's continuing to deepen.
Down near Reading, heading back towards K-Zoo in about an hour. More snow coming tonight? ? Yes.
I was confused for a second. I thought Chris was driving through the grass, and then I realized it's a parking lot.
Do some donuts. Are you doing donuts right now?
Maybe. No. I'm trying to show you guys how sticky this snow is. I know Ryan earlier was trying to show that one tree, but this is pretty well lit, so you can definitely see how dang sticky it is.
That is
So
beautiful. Great for pictures, terrible for trees.
yeah.
If we had more ice with the storm, this could have been a huge ice storm.
What did that plow do? Just plow a street through there, and then
I don't know.
call it
I'm
good?
driving through like the worst of it.
I see that. They're gonna be mad at you in the morning,
I don't care.
Yeah, it's a parking lot.
We'll give them something to do.
right?
All right, let's go find something cool.
9 inches in Mount Pleasant? Man, I might just have to go out and measure now.
Well,
All
yeah.
right,
I looked
heading
at those
north.
cars. Come here, Abby. I want to show you. Come here. Come here, sweet girl. Here. I know. I've been sitting in here all day, and I haven't been able to sit next to you. Sorry. But you're not a lap cat, so she won't come up here.
The stream deserves kitties.
Oh, she's 15. She deserves to let me know when she does and doesn't want to be picked up. Hi. You're under my desk. You're in the perfect position to be picked up. You know.
Holy cow. So I'm getting just now to downtown Owasso, and there are so many lines that are lying low. Yeah, they're full of ice and snow.
This is Abby. I got her. She's 15 this year. An old girl. All right, she's telling me she wants to go. All right, see ya.
Just to look outside my house right now, it looks like it's going to be a light freezing rain type of event here. StreamYard does not. All right, cool. Let's do this. I don't know if you guys can still hear that or not, but the tree is still both losing its snow and is still creaking as well with the wind, and the wind's starting to pick up here as well. So.
Great news. I could go wide angle.
I was wondering if you were able to do that, Chris. Yes, she is a tabby cat. And it's not so much that she wants me to sit next to her or her to sit next to me. She's been pretty she's pretty independent. She used to not be caught near me when she was younger, but now that when I moved out and I took her along with me, she wants to be closer to people. I guess because I'm the only person in the house. So she'll sleep up next to my bed, up next to my head. And if I'm watching TV, she'll sit next to me on the couch. But she won't sit on me. She has to be next to.
I'm trying to get my camera set up so you guys can see my face, but I got my phone here. I don't think that's gonna work. Nope. Never mind. That's a good idea. Not gonna work. Not gonna happen though.
So looking at the big flag here, I do not see a ton of wind right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say wind died down by me too.
And that will, that will happen as well as that low approaches, because we call it the eye. It's like an eye of the hurricane there. You're not going to have as strong winds. But around that, you're likely going to have those strong winds. So that low is pretty much directly over Southwest Michigan. So the winds are going to really start to die down over and around that low pressure. But elsewhere, it'll be pretty windy.
So I'm currently on M21 heading towards Flint, so eastward. Roads are pretty similar here as well. Pretty slushy, a little bit of ice underneath, but where salt's down, it's not cold enough where it wouldn't work. So salt's eating it up pretty quick, which is a good thing for sure.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about these relatively warm temperatures for the snow. It's just below freezing. I know when it gets when it gets down to like 22, 20 degrees, that's when the salt decides to not work or starts to not work.
Speaking of that, with this weekend getting super cold, we could definitely see some issues with salt working, correct?
Yes, definitely. Salt will probably not work all next week if we do get any sort of snow.
So it's important now, if you have salt, to salt your driveway, your sidewalks, your necessary walking areas, because likely it will not work as well, if at all, starting on Sunday especially.
Yes, get your driveways cleared, sidewalks cleared on Sunday. Otherwise, you're going to have one heck of a time trying to do it when everything's a solid block of ice.
Yep.
That is a really good point. Yeah, we are still expecting periods of lake effect snow at least. There could be some pieces of energy shortwaves that move through Monday, Tuesday that could enhance snowfall. So with the cold air in place, salt won't be very effective at all.
Sometimes when it gets down to those single digits, even if it didn't snow or the roads can still be slippery just from it being so flipping cold.
Yes. It's a great point.
I've had it where I was going over an overpass and just driving along normally on the freeway, heading into work one day, and it was like single digits. It was probably around 2 degrees, and I felt my back end of my truck come out on, like, just go out on me. Going over an overpass. Didn't even snow the night before, just was slippery. One thing I do look forward to, though, with those cold temperatures coming in are the light spears or the light spires coming off of the street lamps.
Yes.
And those high powered lights.
No power for us here in Vicksburg. All right, that's to be expected with this storm as well. Let's take a peek back here at the latest energy outage maps from DTE and consumers. Take this right back. Add this back. There we go. Should be there. There we go. 80,000 people here in DTE expected without power. That's 96.5 with power. So it's still a small portion of the DTE area. But still significant with almost 100,000 people, over 100,000 people combined here with Consumers Energy. The latest number from Consumers Energy does appear to be 908, and that is roughly 98% of their viewing area or their service area with power. And as you can see here, much better map than what DTE shows where the outages are. They're pretty much scattered across the entire state here. Anywhere up into the Alpena, Gaylord area, all the way down through the entire state. And I see a few popping up around my house. I know I flickered lights here a few times. Looks like they got that pretty much fixed pretty quickly. Oh, never mind. Right by my house here. This is probably what the issue was. I'm really close to this little triangle here. So
If you click on that, does it tell you what the problem was?
It might.
Consumers usually does.
Yeah, not yet determined with this.
Gotcha.
So crew was assigned though, I believe. Nope, no, it's not. It was assigned early. No, it's not. So
They must have had something more important come up.
yeah, they have some bigger areas here that probably should be attended to first. Again, on a main road here where I live. So if I do lose power, it's a little bit more priority. But again, still across the state here. You said Vicksburg was out of power. Now Vicksburg, I believe, is part of a different. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That might be Great Lakes.
Yeah,
Or I don't know what's that.
Michiana.
I'm not familiar with that area, so but likely still judging by DTE. I'm not gonna go area by area with this. I'm just gonna bring up the two major
Indiana,
ones.
Michigan power.
Okay. Still though, scattered outages across the state here. So
Sounds like Fordo has his power back, so that's good.
That was quick.
That was quick. That is very good. Glad the crews are out there making quick work of this.
Okay, I do want to bring up here in northern Michigan right now across the Gaylord area. There's a heavy band of snow here that is moving north. Again, the area is under what we call a mesoscale discussion that was recently issued a few hours ago. 1 to 2, upwards of 3-inch per hour snowfall rates likely up there in the blizzard warning, as well as the winds are up there are cranking as well because they're on the good side or on the north side of that low pressure. So they're a little bit further away from the center of it. So it'll be windier there. For right now. And again, winds will pick up overnight for most all of us here in Michigan as that low moves off to the east and north. The winds will shift out of the northwest to the west around those proximities, and then the winds will begin to pick up there. Up in the UP as well, can't forget about the UP. Again, widespread snow. We do see that area there in Marquette County that is really starting to rip there. So that's why we have upgraded our forecast to 15 to 20 plus inches. I know the National Weather Service earlier mentioned the possibility up to 30 plus inches of snow falling, and that's definitely a possibility for the area of Marquette County. I believe the county below it. Joel, if you're on here, what county was that? Do you know offhand?
Menominee is the one that includes Powers.
Okay, so that county right here and this county right here are the ones that are under the blizzard warning, and it can see accumulations upwards of 30 inches of snow there. So with that being said, guys, it's 9 o'clock, and with everything kind of winding down here, don't have much in the way of chasers up in northern Michigan, so we can't really cover that up there in terms of live, but we do have the heavy snow band moving through Luzerne to Alpena, moving north, and again over toward Cadillac as well. That band likely extends further westward toward Manistee. You just can't really see it on radar, but that's going to be the heaviest band moving through. With that being said, we do have that low pressure down here just to the south of Grand Rapids, likely right around this area right now. That moves off to the east and north, and then the winds behind that low will begin to fill in and pick up as the evening and overnight hours come on. If you are in southeast Michigan, you are likely going to be seeing mostly rain for the next hour or two before the precip fills in behind as that low pressure moves. So as the low pressure probably reaches Saginaw, that wind will be shifting back to the northwest. You guys will change back over to snow for any precip that hangs around. For other areas in the state, Grand Rapids, Flint, those areas up towards the Mount Pleasant area, you guys are still seeing widespread snow, although it will start to linger here as we get closer to that low pressure passing overhead. So expect a little bit of a lull in activity as that low moves. But again, behind that low will have some precipitation with it, as well as lake effect snow, which will kick up tomorrow morning for West Michigan and parts of the UP areas. Again, the heaviest accumulations will be in West Michigan, but again, lake effect snow can reach across the entire state. So if you're in Eastern Michigan over here, you could still see an inch or two of accumulation additionally tomorrow as well, and potentially into Sunday, depending on how the winds shape out. Again, we'll have maps and stuff coming to you. If not tonight, probably not tonight. We're all tired here. We're going to get our night's rest here, wake up, and crack back out tomorrow. But again, I would like to thank everybody for watching. We're probably going to wrap this up here relatively soon. I know a lot of us here, Joel especially, has been up last night, all night long, grading graphics for this event. So a huge shout out to Joel here. And then in addition, Nick has been on here for almost the entire time. I know Chris, who's still on here with us, I believe, is been out there chasing. We need to get him a break as well. So again, if you guys would like more information, go to our website, michiganstormchasers.com. We'll be having updates posted to our Facebook page, so watch for updates on that. Anybody else have anything else to say?
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in today.
Have a good night. Stay safe. Stay warm.
One last look here at Chris, who is, where are you heading toward Flint still, or?
Currently actually in Corunna, checking out some of the side roads, see how much snow accumulated here, but most of the roads got hit already with the plow, so not too shabby. I'm able to drive it pretty easily.
All right, that's great to hear then. So thank you to Chris for being out there on the roads. Huge shout out to Chris, Chris Mundy, Chris Tobias, who is currently in here. And then we also have Drew Brummel, who was in here for a while. We had Ben Richmond. We have a post on our Facebook page shouting those guys out, linking their pages. If you have not already, please go give them a follow on their personal chase pages. We would appreciate that, and so would they. They really help us out with these streams, as well as grow their presence here in Michigan with their chasing pages as well. So if you haven't already, go check out our post, hit that like button on that post, and then click each one of the links that we've linked and hit like on each one of their profiles. We would appreciate that, and so would they. With that being said, guys, if you guys have nothing else to say, I'm probably going to end this here.
Yep.
The best way you guys can support our content, just give it a simple thumbs up. It is free. I know sometimes we push like, oh yeah, you could just leave a super chat, but just leave a like. It's okay. We don't mind whatever you want to give, but a like is fine. Again, we just appreciate you guys watching throughout the day. We hope you guys found us helpful. The radar stream this week as well. Hopefully you guys found that helpful. Hopefully all the graphics have been helpful. And again, the content that you guys also give to us is also helpful for everyone else that lives around you. So it's a team effort. You guys are all included with it. So whatever we can do to make living through Michigan's worst weather better, that's what we're here to do. And life-saving information on top of that. So thanks again, everybody.
Amen, Joel.
Couldn't have said that better. And just because we're ending the live stream now doesn't mean that we won't continue to give you guys updates. Again, we're ending because this lull is coming through now, but we will continue to be watching and keeping you updated throughout the night and tomorrow.
Yeah.
I see Aaron here trying to get our attention. Just wants to know what Southwest Michigan is going to look like. Again, Southwest Michigan currently in a lull, but expect some more snow to fill back in after midnight towards Saturday morning for you guys over there. And also winds will pick up overnight for the entire state. So just be prepared for that as well. All right, guys, we're going to hop off here. Thanks for watching. Stay safe and watch our page for updates. We'll have those posted relatively timely for you. So thanks, guys.
Thanks. Good night.
See you, everyone.